introduction and very in depth about projects that will launch on chain, Pulse chain. And yeah, I'm super stoked to see all the DeFi projects, liquid DeFi projects are going to show up, and also the NFT space that's going to be established there. And the swing over should be very interesting as well. So speaking of having all these people that believe in the ERC 721, they're going to be able to create their NFTs and submit their contracts to the blockchain through PRC 721, which should be highly interesting. So that's one thing I'm really looking forward to. I mean, I'm already staked on Hex. I hold Liquid Hex. Sacrifice for Pulse X. Again, sacrifice for another project on Pulse Chain that's going to launch, I guess, a week or two or three later after the bridge goes live. And that's the biggest things I'm really looking forward to on Pulse Chain, because, you know, given this opportunity to creators to save on things, speaking of gas fees, it's a huge deal. If you just do the math, what you would pay, let's say in 5 years, on just buying NFTs in gas fees, and then compare it to what you would pay for the same code. It's just slightly there is I think a few extra lines in there, but it's the same code, and you can have literally the same technology for way less, right? Like your transaction fees, gas fees, and whatnot, they're going to be so much lower, and I think that's the biggest value that people will see. And yeah, once the gates open up, it will be just amazing to see that flood coming in. Anybody else in here that is looking forward to that?
Open free market is great. It's great to have lots of options, and hopefully all the projects are, you know, have the user's best interests, and hopefully the users don't wreck themselves. That's really the key point. Giving them tools doesn't mean they can't wreck themselves.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the playground was built by Richard. Now, what comes on it, I don't know what steps are in place to help users and the community to be more protected. But yeah, I mean, you know, the fact that we do have minds like that, the community, the Hexicans, the Pulsicans, and the people that are building this infrastructure behind the scene, the initial ones, the first ones, are most likely part of the team or were part of the team. That's amazing to see, right? And then hopefully that's going to be like the founding step for the rest of the things that will come.
listen to great things, you can actually go to Liquidloan's channel. Yeah, you can cut it off, Mike, if you need to, man. It's fine. Obviously, just got hacked. It wasn't hacked, and Mintra is not forking this. It's building it from the scratch, and it wasn't hacked, but there was a phishing attack, phishing email attack. But hacked, you probably mean that there was an email leak, right? There was such a thing. There was such a thing. But yeah, it's up to you. I just said my concerns. Something is happening on the back, right?
Yeah, that's all right.
You don't see it. You don't see it. You
Well,
don't need to see it.
Last time I had packages delivered, and I got something else going on too. No.
Oh, okay, it's fine. They just deliver it regularly by 11 a.m. your time.
Yeah, usually when they come. Yeah.
I don't think Mintra is a fork. It's not a fork.
Let's see my gold and silver come live on this show. I can unbox it.
Yeah.
And then take down my video that JM Bullion didn't steal my $2,300.
Liquid Loans is like Avalanche and Ethereum. Where's the moderator? Let's put a firecracker with a veggie. Do you ever let it sprout first, or do you just cook with the grain? It's about the buckwheat. Just cook the grain. I feel like we're just running a food blog now.
It's all about the chicken and dumplings.
Roof Dog, Silvertooth, you gained a new follower.
Thank you,
yes, man. We
Appreciate
did it. We did it, Roof Dog. That's why we're here, to bring more followers to Silvertooth to make this guy popular, because he's just brilliant, a shiny diamond, better than just Enigma was, which was bought by Richard Hart. But nevertheless, it's better to have diversification in opinions, right?
Never have a solid opinion. Should always change.
Bobcat and I grew up together in Germany. Is that a Bob Kitten in the background?
He's on the porch.
Yeah.
I'm done with that, dude.
X-Bot on 11 cents possible. If this happened, it's going to be a quick dip.
I don't think so. It depends. It depends on how long we go. In order to hit 12 cents, according to my radar, you're looking at.
Can you guys hear me?
Going up by the 3rd of next month.
Butcher Raccoon says high 263 ways. Ethereum being cracked. Cracking again. 263 ways. I'm speechless. I'm speechless about Ethereum. What's the advantage of staking Hex against staking PLSX? There's no benefit in Hex, then nobody will buy and stake it anymore. Why do you think that there's no benefits? There are no benefits in staking Hex. You're just getting more of this by time locking your money.
If you give me $100 and next year I give you 140, why is there no benefit to that? Right? That's 40% APY basically.
Do you guys think Pulse Chain will alleviate the congestion on the Ethereum network?
I hope it destroys the Ethereum network.
No, I wouldn't say it destroys it, but it's going to be pretty much competitive.
Oh, I'm going for a brutal takeover. Forget Ethereum. We're going for it. We're taking them over. Hostile takeover.
Until this BitBoys, other types of guys, would be shadowing about, Pulse Chain, it's going to be hard to do.
I think that people are going to show back-to-back ETH network fees and Pulse Chain fees, and that's going to switch a lot of people into thinking, I'm wasting a lot of money. I might as well go to the gas station that has the lowest price to get my car where it needs to go.
Liquidloans will be working day one. They have a couple of things left to solve still. Okay. Let's hope they deliver. They deliver and, everything's going to be fine. We have no hate towards them. I just notified a couple of things, which made me think about towards Mintra. But for some reason, people believe that I just hate it. No, I don't. Mintra is a brand new built up. They said a fork just so it was easy to understand. Yeah, I just agree because it's kind of I just questioned it myself for a second, but staking is a no-brainer if you don't want to pay short-term cap gains tax lesser than 1 year. Yep.
That helps out.
Yep.
You don't have capital gains, do you? Over there?
Yeah.
You have
mean
capital
us?
gains?
No. It's
No,
just
I
a
didn't-
normal just income tax.
Yeah. For us, short-term capital gains is like 35%. So
Oh, nice.
if you stake Hex for just 1 year, you're only getting like a 5% return on your money because the rest of it. But when you go over that year mark, you're considered long-term capital gains instead of short-term capital gains, and you go down to about 20%. So
Just got my Hex hat in the mail. Can wait to rock it. Wow.
I don't have my hat on, my PulseX hat on. I got on a pirate
Yeah,
hat
we didn't
today.
see it. We didn't see it. Show it up.
Yeah,
If
it
you-
doesn't
if you
work.
can.
It doesn't work.
No.
No.
StreamYard said
No.
not today. But yeah, just trust us.
Yeah, it's a pirate. It's got a pirate sign on it.
Benny Blanco, welcome in, man. Hard to believe so many are still so clueless about the value of Hex after over 2 years. People, well, with Bitcoin, not everybody, but many people thought it was scam since from 2019 to 2009 to 2019, 10 years. People
There-
have been telling that.
There's still people that don't know what crypto is. A lot of them. So,
Yeah.
In fact, if you go into a small town right now, I bet you could go to a rental store for videos and find VHSs. Do you know what a VHS is?
Yeah, it's just cassettes. Yeah,
Right,
just can imagine.
Right. A lot of people don't know that, but like the smaller you go and the further you go away from the internet and the source, it gets back to they don't even take credit cards; they only take cash.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never seen VHS cassettes this types for quite a long time in Russia. Although I had one when I was small in 90s.
Yeah, when I was growing up, there was a VHS place that you could go to rent them, and they'd have signs that say "Be kind" and rewind. And if you didn't rewind it,
Yeah.
they charged
Yeah.
you like 50 cents or something. So everyone went out and bought these VHS rewinders that were shaped like cars, and you push down on the hood.
Yeah. Yeah. That was like this. Yeah. We'll buy a real Bobcat when PLS and PLSX pump. Same for Silvertooth. Get a silver grill.
There you go.
Why are you like this? Why did you give him a silver grill, but for me I need just to pull Bobcat somewhere? Let me put it this way: I'm gonna make some pictures of Bobcats in the local zoo. If you find with it.
I'll show you pictures of bobcat catches sometime.
Yeah. Or just a video. There are tons of this in YouTube.
Yeah.
You guys watching the Richard debate today? No, I'm about to sleep because it's gonna be my 1 a.m. and it's gonna be quite late. But I don't know about Silvertooth. What are you gonna do?
I just know it's going to be a slaughter, so I'm going to watch it after. I've got a bunch of errands to do and stuff today, so we'll see. I'll catch it later.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't capitulate and cry and exit, scam, leave.
I finally caught the live stream Bobcat. Blackwood 11,
Nice.
welcome in. And I just bring you good news. We're about to wrap up for now.
Yeah. Nice to see you. See you later. Bye.
Yeah, nice to see you. See you later. See you soon. Right. So today was a great stream. I really liked it. Your last video was really great and pretty brutal with more emotions, guys. If you missed it, wow. Sorry, somebody didn't want me just to go. A shot of vodka for the two of you. 10 euro from Bernie Hexler. Man, thank you very much for doing that. Thank you very much, by the way. I know who you are for sacrificing with the poll. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. 10 euro, just a cherry on the top of the pie. You made this day as well. I want to thank you, Silva. Yeah, just say it because you want to say something.
Yeah. You just need to start like from the start. We get 2 minutes into the video. You need to start saying, well, it's about time to go. Because every time you say that, you get money.
Yeah, just a thriving business.
Yeah.
Just,
Well, we're
just-
all about to go. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
ready to go.
Yeah, just to create a chance, and then we're just gonna shoot the commercial and just go back. And now we're just about to go, just to drop it.
Like one of those people that has a permanent going out of business sign on the front of their.
yeah. We're about just to go out. Yeah. Thank you very much for being here today. As usual, it was a big pleasure to have you there, man. What about this Friday?
Got it. Good to go.
Is it good? Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for accepting this. Well, we shared so many stories, made a good job calming people down, saying like it's gonna be fine. We're just on the edge. We're just, have 24 final hours or somewhere like this until the PulseX sacrifice will come to its end. We'll see if price action will bring more kicking out, bullish engulfing candles, whatever it is. And let's see. Time will show. Thank you very much, Silver Tooth. Guys, make sure you check his channel. Definitely advise you to watch the last video. There was a big drama. I liked it. It was quite emotional, but I really liked it. So thank you, man. Thank you.
Right on. I'll see you all later. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Sure. See you on Friday, guys. Bye-bye.
Selling any Bitcoin, nor am I selling anything personally, or nor is SpaceX selling any Bitcoin. Again, I want to emphasize SpaceX, Tesla, and I own Bitcoin. I also own a little bit of Ethereum and Doge, but the companies just own Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin that I own is worth much more than the Ethereum or Doge. So clearly, if I'm if these actions negatively affect me financially, if I was purely financially motivated, then I would not express this reticence about Bitcoin energy usage. Now, it looks like Bitcoin is shifting a lot more towards renewables, and a bunch of the heavy-duty coal plants that were being used, unequivocally being used, this is not a question mark, have been. I think it's probably, we want to do a little bit more diligence to confirm confirm that the percentage of renewable energy are sort of at or above 50%, and that there is there is a trend towards increasing that number, and if so, then Tesla will resume Bitcoin, accepting Bitcoin. So I think we want to just do a little bit more diligence, and I think, but most likely the answer is that Tesla would resume accepting Bitcoin. Most likely.
That's
Steve,
great to hear. I would
Steve,
agree with that. Kathy?
Yeah, may I ask a question? Elon, I'm not quite sure if you saw the paper that Square and ARK did together on making Bitcoin mining a part of a utility, a broad-based utility ecosystem, whereby the overage from sunshine or wind powers the Bitcoin mining machine, thereby enabling the proliferation of renewables to a much faster extent or at a faster rate than otherwise would be the case. What do you think of that?
Well, the problem is that in order to operate so-called mining or hashing rigs, in order to operate a bunch of hashing rigs, effectively, you have to run them 24/7, which means you need base load. You can do that with solar and wind plus battery, but if you only did it based on solar or wind overage, your hashing rig utilization would be much less. So you'd be at a disadvantage.
Sure,
hydro or geothermal are great for as renewable means. I'm also pro-nuclear. I think modern nuclear power plants are safe, contrary to what people may think. I really think it's possible to make very, very extremely safe nuclear. I'm talking about fission. You don't need fusion. And then, of course, fusion. You just got that big fusion reactor in the sky called the sun. It comes up every day. But I think a combination of solar and wind plus stationary storage will get you that base load, so you can run hashing 24/7.
Jack, I'm curious. You've stated that Bitcoin incentivizes renewable energy. That's what we're talking about now. Do you have any additional thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, everything that Elon said and Kathy mentioned, but it's also incentivizing a lot of innovation in just energy space, and just like looking at unused energy. There's a company called Great American Mining that caps the methane flares on oil fields to power their rigs. And you just imagine, and you mentioned nuclear, Elon, as well, and just imagine all the unused energy that is just being wasted every single day. And being able to get that energy and converting it into a secure, sound money system for the planet feels like a worthy trade-off. And that's the sort of incentive that I think is most powerful, is like, how do we reuse what is being currently just dumped on the ground and wasted and not considered, and how do we do that at scale? And I think that's a bigger conversation that I think is missing. But I agree with everything that Elon has said, and also the paper we put forth.
I'm curious if any of you have thoughts on how what the industry can do to accelerate the transition to renewable energy. And like Elon specifically, could Tesla Energy or Starlink play a role?
Well, I think Tesla can play a role. Tesla's literal reason for existence. The reason I've put so much of my life energy into Tesla, which is a lot. In fact, I would say that I've had some pretty tough life experiences, and Tesla is responsible for probably 2/3 of all personal and professional pain combined. Just to give you a sense of perspective there. So this is a hella hard situation. But we do solar, commercial solar, solar retrofit, as well as the solar roof, and we make consumer battery packs called Powerwall for houses and small businesses, and then the utility scale, which are gigantic. These we've done now a number of gigawatt hour installations. That's a lot. That's a lot. And a lot of them actually have been for load leveling the grid. Mostly they are, and combined with the first really big one we did, which is 100 megawatt installation in Australia. That's actually helped stabilize a huge portion of the South Australian grid, because it's able to react so fast. In fact, at first, because they've got a billing system in Australia that I think works at the sort of millisecond level, and we were operating at the microsecond level. So the system was operating so fast that the measuring system couldn't see it. But so Tesla's certainly doing a lot to enable renewables, especially wind and solar. And in fact, the limiting factor for us right now is cell production. So we need to both internally get the Tesla internal battery cells produced, as well as increase supply from suppliers. Generally, when I talk to our suppliers and they say, how many cells would you like us? How many cells can you make? Because sometimes they're concerned, is Tesla going to compete with them on cells? I'm like, no. If you want to make the cells, be our guest. It's just that we need a crazy number of batteries, and they need to be done. It also needs to be mined and produced and manufactured in an ethical and environmentally sound way. So, at Tesla, we really do aspire to be the good guys, to be a company that people can believe in. It doesn't mean we don't make mistakes, but that's what we try. So, yeah, but I think generally hydro, especially existing hydro, is good for mining. Geothermal, there's lots of places in the world that have geothermal energy. And you know, like I said, nuclear is also good. Yeah, I think just I'm like as I said earlier, the expectation is not like that the energy production must be pure as the driven snow, but it must it can't be using it also cannot be using the world's dirtiest coal, which it was for a moment there. You know, that's just difficult for Tesla to support in that situation. So I think, but I do think long-term renewable energy will actually be the cheapest form of energy. It just doesn't happen overnight. But as long as there is a conscious and determined and real effort by the mining community to move towards renewables, then obviously Tesla can support that.
That's great. Kathy, we've been talking a lot about energy, but many institutions are facing questions around Bitcoin's relationship with ESG. Can you maybe speak a little bit more to what is S and G in ESG and how Bitcoin might support those?
Sure. So E, of course, is environmental, S is social, and G is governance. And there is a massive movement afoot in the institutional world, especially, to embrace ESG and make sure that their asset managers are doing the same. So if you we've just talked about environmental, and I really do believe that Bitcoin will be much more environmentally friendly, certainly than traditional gold mining or the traditional financial services sector. In many ways, it already is, and it's just going to get better that way. In terms of social, I know that many institutions, when they are thinking of social, they think of diversity and equity, pay equity, and all of that. But if from our point of view, the disruptive innovation point of view, social is much more than that. It is saving lives, of course, autonomous technology, that would be another topic for Elon. But in this case, allowing technology, as Jack is saying, everywhere around the world without friction. And just back to the remittance example, I think if I've got these stats correctly, there are certain countries in the world that are incredibly dependent on remittances for GDP. To Tonga, 37%, El Salvador, which just deemed Bitcoin legal currencies, 24%, Nepal, 24%. And I think the remittance industry globally, roughly 700 billion. So saving people these egregious fees, think about it, you're paying anywhere from 8% to, as Jack said, 30% of your $100 that you're sending back to your family. That is social responsibility, I would submit, as is just the economic empowerment that Bitcoin will enable. We've talked about that already. And I know that Alex Gladstein is going to be talking later about, the 4.3 billion people in the world who are hostage to authoritarian regimes, or the 1.3 billion who are living in double-digit and triple-digit inflation, if not more. Saving them from the destruction of their purchasing power certainly is a noble social goal. So we expand social to be much more than the traditional ESG community. And then on governance, you've got the transparency of the ecosystem. It's completely transparent, unlike the opaqueness of financial systems and the toll takers in the traditional financial world. And I think a huge part of governance in the Bitcoin ecosystem are the Bitcoin core developers. Now, before I met them, and I've had the pleasure and the honor of meeting many of them. That was a part of this ecosystem I didn't understand, but actually getting to sit down and talk to them. If I have a learning curve need, it certainly is on the technology side. But in terms of talking to them about economics, economic theory, failed monetary regimes historically, they know economic history, many of them, better than anyone I've ever met. So that gives me a great degree of confidence that they do believe they are on a noble mission. They could be paid a lot more than they're being paid right now if they worked at Google or Facebook or some of these other areas. But they've chosen, this sense of purpose for a noble goal, and they have incredibly strong technology backgrounds. As well as a good understanding of economic history, especially monetary history. And it gives me a great deal of comfort as I think about the governance of the ecosystem, much more so than I think we would find in other financial ecosystems. And just to give you an example of that, I think 2 years, we were talking about, there's a big debate about reorganizations, I know in the Ethereum network right now. Well, we saw the core Bitcoin developers and others at work back in 2019 when Binance tried to reorganize in order to reclaim 7,000 Bitcoin that were hacked. And they just wouldn't allow it. So we've already had some very good tests of the Bitcoin ecosystem, including developers. So that would be my answer, Steve.
Thank you. And it's a great transition to the next topic area, which is Bitcoin ethos. And what is Bitcoin ethos? I mean, Bitcoin was born as open source and it's very transparent. There's also a staunch defense from the community around decentralization and a lot of the core principles of Bitcoin. So let's talk a little bit about that and what makes it special. Jack, Square has done a lot to support open source Bitcoin. Can you tell us a little bit about what Square has done and what advice you'd have for other institutions looking to follow in its footsteps?
Yeah, I mean, I was very skeptical of corporations when I was a kid, and I'm still skeptical of corporations today. And, as we've used corporations to be, they've been great vessels for what we need to do and the ideas that we need to bring to the world. But, Bitcoin is not that. And when we were considering Bitcoin and how Square intersected, I was really concerned with how we don't disrupt the community in a negative way, how we promote what is amazing about it, and how we help it grow in that way, in the way that it wants to. So we created Your Team, Steve, which is Square Crypto, which is hiring open source developers to work on whatever they want and whatever they think is most important to help Bitcoin. We created an organization called Copo, which we gave up all of our crypto patents so that the community can use them in defense against trolls and some crazy characters we won't name. And we continue to find ways that, following that Bitcoin path, we're going to create a hardware wallet. We're probably going to do a lot more in hardware. Everything that we do in the space is going to be completely open source, from the hardware design to the software, taking in the community's push. And we're building a developer platform as well in the same open development, open source, and completely transparent. So I think as institutions or companies like ours consider getting in the space, I think contribution back to the community is important. Tesla did this with accepting payments for Tesla and finding security holes and improving the stack. And as I said before, we can't just see this as an asset that we own and an investment vehicle. This is something that has the potential to change everything and make the lives of everyone on this planet better in some small, maybe marginal way, but those margins will be meaningful as they compound over time.
Great. Elon, you've tweeted before that any wallet that doesn't give the user their private key should be avoided at all costs. Can you tell us more about why is that important, and how does what's its relationship with decentralization?
Well, it's difficult to say that if you own crypto in an exchange and the exchange does not give you your private keys, it's not clear that you own anything. I mean, if there's something that if that exchange breaks or is hacked or or is subject to seizure by the government or something like that, your crypto is gone. So in order to actually have a properly decentralized finance, which I'm a fan of, I think it makes sense. Then you have to own your private keys, and you should be the only one who has your private keys. So if you're the only one who has the private keys, then you own it. If someone else has your private keys, effectively they own it too, and the security of your crypto is then dependent upon them or any entity that can affect them. So I think what Jack's doing sounds like a good idea to have a hardware wallet that's the only thing that contains your private keys. I think that's like in terms of sort of empowering the people, which I very much believe in. Then I think you want to have people have their own wallets and be the only ones that have the private keys to that wallet. So-called wallet, the other side of the crypto.
Right. I agree, and I think we'll see an emergence too of new solutions that use multi-sig, like with a 2 or 3 keys, where the user has 2 keys, and then you get assisted custody by having an institution hold a 3rd key. Can be a good solution as well. Yeah.
Well, you can just put your private key in something that has dual access or have voting access as an application on an existing network.
Right. So the Bitcoin community is known for staunchly defending Bitcoin's principles. Sometimes it can be rude and aggressive, but I think what it stems from is just a desire to not have wealthy or powerful people or institutions negatively impacting Bitcoin or sort of changing the rules in favor of them. I'm curious to hear from each of you what role you feel like you and your own institutions, your own companies, what role can you play in Bitcoin, and how do you positively impact it without having these negative drawbacks? Kathy, maybe start with you.
Sure. Yes. Well, ARC has stood for 2 things: democratization and transparency. Democratize it. We're the closest you'll find to a venture capital fund in the public equity markets, and I kind of feel that Bitcoin, or we have Bitcoin's DNA from that point of view. One of the things in terms of democratization is education. We have one of our missions, values, is to educate, and I do believe that that some of Yacine El-Mandra's white papers. Yacine's our lead crypto analyst, who's worked very closely with you, Steve, on this conference, are helping the cause. We've done, and not only for retail investors, we found that we had to do a bit more when it came to institutional investors, just because of the way that they invest and the way they like to receive information. So just like in our investments, we've been, the retail community has been more attracted to us first, and now the institutional community is coming along. So I do think our transparency of research, especially in the social world, social media, pushing our research out for free to anyone, is part of our way of helping the community. And I do think encouraging, and this is something that Jack just said, I would encourage the support of the Bitcoin core developer community. As I said before, it's amazing to me, having gotten to know some of them, how strong their sense of purpose is here. And so we'd like to be a help of making helpful in making that happen as well.
That's great. Jack, how about you? How do you view your own personal role and the companies you run?
I think my own personal role through the companies I run is to really push for more decentralization, like at everything that we intend to do with the wallet, being non-custodial, building a developer platform, focusing on non-custodial solutions. On the Square side is important, being completely open development and open source, but I also think it's important on the Twitter side as well. My biggest focus right now is on a decentralized social media protocol. We're calling it Blue Sky. It's super early, but we've learned a lot from what makes Bitcoin Bitcoin and why that's important. I've learned a lot in that sense as well. And I think, just continuing to push on that thread and show it with our actions every single day in support of this community that's taught me so much and I think will benefit so many people. That's what I'm focused on.
What about letting Twitter advertisers pay in crypto?
Yeah, I think enabling anyone. As you know, Elon, if we had Bitcoin or native currency for the internet before Twitter started, it just creates so many different business models that we wouldn't have to be so dependent upon advertising generally. And
sure.
I do believe that, that we have them, any form of payment that they want to use, we should be able to take. So okay. Absolutely, but I'm more focused on how do we create economic incentives in the network itself without having to rely on advertising.
Yeah, it's just that the money has to come off of the crypto so-called coins, the hash strings, have to come off and get translated into real products and services. So the more sort of off-ramps there are to real products and services, even at the institutional level, although there are certainly many small advertisers on Twitter, it seems like accepting Bitcoin, maybe some other cryptos for advertising payments on Twitter would be supportive of Bitcoin.
100%, and also looking at just general commerce through Twitter itself.
That was great. Sorry, what, Elon?
I was asking Jack if he's going to do it.
Oh. Can we get a product announcement today? Elon, how about you? You obviously you're a big personality on Twitter. What are your thoughts on your role and your company's role in Bitcoin and sort of preserving the ethos?
I generally think we should do things that benefit the people as a whole and increase the probability that the future is good. So, I think to me, it just seems self-evident that we should kind of take these set of actions most likely to make the future good. And I think probably crypto or some of the cryptocurrencies will make the future better, most likely. It's not, I always think of these things in terms of probabilities, but I think it's probably better for there to be a prosperous Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, maybe some others in the future. And I think it can have an empowering effect for individuals and increase the power of the individual relative to government. And really, if you think of government is just a corporation in the limit. So sometimes some people are against corporations but for government. It's guys, government is just a corporation in the limit. It's the biggest corporation of all, and it's got a monopoly on violence. So if you don't like corporations, you should really hate government.
There you go. All right. We got about, we'll try to wrap up in 10 minutes. So let's move on to future of Bitcoin. So Tesla and Square have both put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Kathy, I'm curious to hear from you. What advice would you have for other institutions looking to put Bitcoin on their balance sheet?
Well, I guess the first piece of advice is, just make sure, and I actually learned this after both Square and Tesla put Bitcoin on their balance sheet. The Bitcoin is being treated as an intangible asset. And so we need to get FASB to reconsider this, because with an intangible asset, if the asset goes up in price, it can't be marked up on their books. But if it goes down, it must be marked down. So, there's some asymmetry there, which is, we need to change that given what we believe Bitcoin is. And I do believe if, I'll harken back to something, well, it was either Elon or Jack said, think about it, you take away the boundaries, the different currencies, just think about how explosive growth could be and how wide reaching taking the friction out of the system could be. So I would encourage corporations to think about that this ability to do business anywhere in the world, ultimately, obviously, we're paving the way here. That's certainly a consideration. It also will serve as a hedge against inflation, especially, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of emerging markets that are suffering from significant inflation. In other words, the purchasing power of those populations is going down. So they are going to migrate to Bitcoin and other ways to preserve purchasing power. And again, being able to sell to them in that kind of currency would be very useful. I'd also suggest, once again, this idea of deflation, I think, is going to be a real thing. There's going to be good deflation caused by innovation, so demand will boom because of that. There's going to be bad deflation because so many companies out there have not been investing enough in innovation. Their products are going to go obsolete, and they're going to be stuck trying to service the debt that they piled on because their shareholders wanted profits and wanted them now. So they leveraged up to buy back their shares and pay dividends, and so I think that's going to be the source of bad deflation and counterparty risk. And we learned from 0809 that counterparty risk can be devastating. Almost cataclysmic. So a hedge against that as well, I think, would be another reason to do it.
Great.
Yeah, it's funny. It kind of like Tesla's bank balances in Europe have negative interest rates. It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if you've got like 2% inflation on 1% interest, you're technically minus 1% return. But nonetheless, it is quite annoying to just see your bank balance drop in real time in Europe. Europe has negative interest rates. This is insane.
Yeah. Paying the banks to hold
the bank to keep your money. I'm like, what?
It is crazy.
Like, what? We definitely move that into Bitcoin.
I believe Ray Dalio said, "Buy Bitcoin and not bonds." So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jack, you've talked about design being an underfunded area in Bitcoin, and Elon earlier mentioned usability could improve a lot. I don't think anyone's going to argue with that. What do you see as the future of how can design impact Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Bitcoin network is beautifully designed as a protocol in the way it works. I mean, it went after a single problem, and it does in an absolutely astounding way. But I think the endpoints of people getting into it is still a little bit confusing. So I think the more energy we spend on wallets and making sure that the wallets are simple and accessible and they're non-custodial as well. Yeah. I think the best example of this is that I know of is probably this wallet called Moon. And it's just simple, straightforward. It's a great, it does an amazing thing with key management that my mom and friends new to Bitcoin can understand. Does amazing in storage, and it also has a very clever implementation of Lightning, so that you can use it in a transactional way without having to think about it, just with QR codes in a way that makes sense. So more work like that, I think, really brings us forward.
Great. Let's wrap things up with a final question for each of you. I guess what is your hope for Bitcoin? How it can impact the world? Let's see, Elon, do you want to start with that? So what's your hope? What's your hope for Bitcoin?
Well, my hope for, I guess, crypto in general is that it can improve the efficiency of the information system that we call money. So if the core efficiency of money is improved and and money has less error, where, like I said, error is like any kind of government interference or fraud or anything like that, this will naturally lead to basically a better standard of living and more power to the individual, which I very much agree with.
Great. Kathy?
Yeah, and I would segue from what Elon just said is, money has powerful network effect qualities. And so, we talked about ESG earlier. I think that, of course, that aspiration, having this money be the best from an ESG point of view, that's really talking about solving some of the world's problems right now, which we definitely want to do. But I also am very excited about this idea of network effect and the convergence
just like to bring up the subject of security. Make sure everybody's up to date. And is that okay, or have we dealt with all that already?
You can absolutely touch on that.
It's very important that everybody takes their security seriously. Get yourself a hardware wallet, get your main MetaMask off your phone, and get yourself a laptop that you or computer that you only interact with cryptocurrencies. HP and Asus are recommended. I know it might seem a little daunting to some if you haven't done this already. It might seem a little bit beyond you or over technical. There's plenty of great videos and written about how to do all this. Please take your time, read it carefully, understand it, and move forward. Education is empowering.
Yeah, Black Squirrel, I totally agree. I've been constantly putting out content on educating a lot in the NFT space and a lot of people that are new to the space on the importance of securing your 24-word seed phrase. Most people don't realize that, you know, that is the end-all be-all when it comes to your security. You can have a hardware wallet, but if someone finds that seed phrase, that hardware wallet's useless. So in the end, I always recommend that you first start with looking back at your steps on when you saved your 24-word seed phrase. Did you take a picture of it? Did you screenshot it? Did you type it into a notepad or somewhere on your phone and save it into your notes? Because if that's the case, you can consider that wallet compromised as far as security goes. Phones are easy to hack, computers are easy to hack, and files are easy to look through. So if you have done that, I always recommend to people, make sure you just create a new wallet. You only write down the seed phrase, you put it somewhere safe, and no one ever gets to see it. Not anyone. No one, no human that you know should know where it is and should see it ever, unless you literally are giving them your power of attorney. Like, you could take it like that. If they're getting the 24 seed phrase location or information, then you are also signing over your bank account information to them, and they have all access to do whatever they want with your funds, because it's the same kind of level of, of what you're giving them. So it starts with the security of that, and then having a hardware wallet is definitely going to give you a second step to combat virtual, hacks and things like that.
Yeah, basically, if you've typed it in on a keypad or a phone or a keyboard, that's a security risk. Need to then, if you have done this, or you have staked, or you have sacrificed, you can then migrate that seed phrase over to a hardware wallet. And then once those stakes end or the airdrop comes in, you can then move that over to a vault, which is a 24-word seed phrased hardware wallet. Please only buy the hardware wallet directly from the manufacturer. You might be able to get it cheaper somewhere else, but you don't know if somebody else has compromised it or not, and it's not worth taking the risk.
Yeah, that's completely 100% accurate. Personally, I use a Ledger Nano S. It's the same one I bought back in 2017. It's simple to device. I personally do prefer Ledger. Maybe that's just because I used it first over Trezor. I think it's also because the seed phrase appears on your device, where I believe Trezor, it's on the computer, where you have to verify.
No, it's the same. It's the same deal. There is a system where you don't type it into the keyboard with the Trezor as well as the Ledger. They're both very good. They're both as good as each other.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up, because I haven't had too much experience, but someone mentioned that in the space not too long ago. It could have been like the older Trezor. Maybe the newer updates are different, but they did mention that. That's what threw me off on it. But yeah, I appreciate that clarification. I also just wanted to let everyone know, like Hex Orca did, that if you want to come up and ask any questions, it looks like we got some new speakers coming up. Hey Hex, I'm trying to. There you go. How's it going, Hex 101?
Oh, cheers, yeah, you want? How's it going? No, I was just thinking, also, like, when writing down seed phrases and stuff, you might want to think about, like, moving things around or, like, encoding it so it's, like, not in plain text. Because if someone gets hold of that, then they have your seed phrase, that's it. But if they don't know how to decode it, then there's nothing they can do.
You need to be a little bit careful with that, because Richard was talking about that the other day, wasn't it? If you make it too complicated, you can't remember or don't know, or if it's not you trying to do it, maybe a spouse or a loved one, then it might be lost. I think Richard was talking about it and saying that can be an issue as well. So don't overcomplicate it.
Yeah. I know what you mean. It's like, how far do you go? But I think the vast majority, I think probably people will be okay, but it's hard to kind of tell, I guess.
Yeah, it just depends on your security situation, doesn't it? Where you live and how safe you feel or not, and if you're moving around or stationary. So it is a variable one, but just getting that hardware wallet and getting your MetaMask off your phone, your main MetaMask wallet, and only having a laptop that you use for crypto, you got 90% of it covered.
So what do you guys think about the Peter Schiff thing coming up then?
Stoked. Can't wait for Richard to tear him a new one.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
I just hope that. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead, Blacksword.
No, I just hope the moderator gives Richard a chance to be able to put Peter in the situations that we know he can do. I'm not sure with the format how protected Peter will be from Richard's insights and viewpoint.
Yeah, I'd look at some previous ones that they were doing sort of on their YouTube channel, and they looked fairly sort of open, so they got like a good 20 minutes like each, whatever, just to sort of talk their sort of point, and then they would just sort of go back and forth, so it looked fairly sort of open and there wasn't too much sort of like controlling, and they normally lasted around 2 hours, so I'm hoping that this one will last quite long as well, which would be good.
Yeah, that sounds good. I hope everybody listening has signed up for this. Please go and sign up. It's important, and not only for this debate, but maybe for future debates, so that future people who are interested to debate Richard can see there's a good audience for when they make these debates, because that's what everybody's after, yeah? So please go and sign up.
Yep, I even just tweeted out, y'all. So the link is up at the top of the Twitter space where Richard says, "Watch me crush Peter live in 7 days." You can go there to gocoevents.com. It's a free sign up, free email. You don't have to use a personal email. You can just use a throwaway one if you want.
Your voice is a bit muffled.
You're really muffled, Hex Orca.
Oh, Emma, can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
that's right.
Sorry about that, y'all. So, the link above, to the top of the Twitter space gives you a link to the event. And if you do enjoy this kind of opportunity, please go through the link and watch the event through their hosted website. It counts as a +1 when they go and they consider how many viewers they had. And the events that receive the greatest viewership are going to receive the greatest consideration moving forward. So like cryptocurrency debates, things that are pretty pertinent for our community. These opportunities would be good if we can hit their free sign up and just use their link for the viewership.
Will the debate be shown on YouTube eventually?
Personally, like I have our live streaming on YouTube. I will be recording it and then posting it on YouTube after. So definitely, most likely will be on YouTube.
So when looking at the link, right, they're actually doing it on YouTube. When you sign up, the link they send you to is a YouTube link. So I'm not sure if it's like a closed link, so only the people with a link can access it, or how it works. But so they are actually doing it through YouTube.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it. They're definitely doing it through YouTube. I got the link. It was in my spam on my email, and it basically just gives you a YouTube address to put in the browser. And so you may be able to watch it on the actual site, or they may count it as viewing it on their channel. I'm not sure yet.
Hey, Skip, but when did you get that email?
I looked through my spam about an hour ago, and it was in there.
I got one this morning. It's like 9-10 o'clock.
But I think Orca was muffled during that. Like he was saying, you could use the throwaway email, or just go to Yahoo or Gmail, or just make one, and just make even your user or your first and last name on Gmail Mickey Mouse, and then whenever you sign up on the registration, use Mickey Mouse or use Blue's Clues or whatever. I mean, you don't have to put your name, but it doesn't take long to create an email and do that registration link. I would definitely encourage people to do that.
Yeah, there's no. I didn't see it, so I'm gonna try to sign up again just to kind of help the algo, anyways. Did it say like it's a scheduled debate and like it's gonna play when you went to the YouTube link? Did you go to it?
Yeah, it takes you to the link, and then it does it. It's got like the countdown of how many hours sort of till it's live.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I think that the channel may even do it too, because it says in the email, if the link doesn't work, then just copy and paste and put in your browser. And so, but yeah, so you should see it. If not, then maybe just try to register again. But it's under that Greg Olson, whatever. So maybe in your search in the email, just type in that Greg Olson, and it might pop up.
Yeah, I think it's probably under the GoCo events email, but yeah.
Yeah, that is the email. It's bookings at that whatever events.com, but in the headline it says, Greg Owen, 24 hours till debate or whatever.
It might be something that you can't search though. So it might be like private to where only people with the link can see it. And like I've had some YouTube videos that I posted that whoever I sent the link to could see it. If they shared that link to anyone, then they would see it. But if they went to my channel, it wouldn't be there. So it could be something like that, just because they're trying to gauge their traffic and trying to get people to actually register. So if you want to make sure that you do see the video, make sure you register and you get that email. I'm going to be double checking right now.
Well, it's important too, because Richard has tweeted this link like 5 times. And so if it wasn't, he would have just retweeted it once or not even retweeted it at all. So just the fact that him and Peter alone and people in the community is posting this link, I just think it just shows the importance of please doing it.
Yeah, I agree 100% on that. Hopefully everyone else is doing good. I know yesterday someone sent me something about, it was February 22nd, 2022. It's like some kind of spiritual day. Does anyone have any insight to that, or any information on what they believe the significance of that day is?
As far as I know, it just doesn't happen very often, like January 11, 2011. And I guess after people do some 15-year stakes, they could do May 5th of 2055. So it'll be funny if people do that.
Yeah, I'll be there. That's definitely my retirement, so for sure. Makes sense.
The email's calling for hundreds of thousands of viewers. I wonder what the final number will actually turn out to be.
Does anyone think that the link is specific to the sign up email, or do you reckon it's just like a generic YouTube link? So if you share that link, it will take you straight to the stream, or should you? Well, I guess people should sign up anyway to get future ones and things. But
yeah, I think just to support the host or the person, what's his name? Yeah, so just support the guy who's kind of moderating it all. I think that it's good to do it because he's, I think, the one who kind of made it happen. And also, who knows, maybe he'll help based on like how many of us sign up. He might have Richard back on with like someone else, you know, and he does have some great people that he interviews on his show or has debates on. So yeah, highly recommend everyone go sign up. Sign up with a couple emails if you can. It'll just help the cause.
And I'm happy that they're doing it this way too, right? Because sometimes people will do this, but they'll give you half of the interview first, and to watch the other half, you have to do this. So at least they're being upfront. You know, he is moderating it, so he does deserve credit for that. And so, I mean, it's free, you know. So what more can you really ask for these kind of debates to take place?
yeah, I think it's gonna be really good. Who do you guys think, like, if this goes well, who do you think will be next?
It's a great question. I'm not sure who's really in the social network for these people. I know Richard's really interested in hitting the mainstream new generation media like Joe Rogan, things like that. But I think this is probably a little smaller arena than that, with kind of the older media personalities than what you might expect on Joe Rogan's podcast. But I'm hoping that it's things like this that establish enough legitimacy in other circles that someone like Joe would have Richard on the show.
And hopefully we can see it too, right? Because Eric Weinstein was in a Twitter space yesterday and actually tweeted to Richard about it, which he might have been asleep, but there was like 1,100 people in there. If Richard does a stream by himself, there's 1,100 people in there. And so hopefully people like that as well that could have a conversation. But we just need to show the numbers, and hopefully it's a great debate. Both can state their cases and agree to disagree and, do their points. And, I do think Richard ultimately probably will win. But hopefully just everything goes smooth. So people like that, that might be the step before Rogan or somebody to that. Well, I guess nobody's equivalent to Rogan. He's the highest one, but Eric Weinstein, people like that having discussions about crypto. And he's obviously interested in crypto because it was a Bitcoin type of Twitter space that he was in yesterday as a speaker.
Yeah, I was just looking at the website actually, and it's quite interesting because one of the speakers is Harry Dent, which I believe is the guy that Richard has spoken to you before on, was it? Oh, I can't remember the name of the stream. I think it was. I want to say like Crypto Cabana, and he was. I believe that was quite a good stream. That it was. I think it got quite heated. I think that would be quite a good one to possibly resurface. But
Harry Dent was on Crypto Cabanas. I know he was on Richard's channel. I wasn't aware that he went to the Crypto Cabana stream.
yeah, I think there was like an hour or two where he was on that, I believe. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was quite a while back, but yeah, because that's when I think Richard said something about he was streaming from a car or something, and then Richard was in a like.
Oh, that's not Harry Dent. That's somebody else. I do know who you're talking about. I can't remember his name, but he didn't say that to Harry Dent. He said that to somebody else.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm thinking I'm the wrong person then. I think they just have the same sort of like resume sort of thing.
It seems that Robert Kiyosaki, he's had Anthony Scaramucci, Raoul Paul, Harry Dent, yeah. But those, I mean, his channel is about a year old. He doesn't have a huge following, really. Nothing like extravagant, but just to have the debate against Peter Schiff, I think is huge. He's had Peter Schiff on about 9 months ago. So I think that's where the connection comes from to get Richard Hart on there. And we did a massive, I think How to Pulse had a Twitter like event yesterday where Pulse Chain like trended, and it was and I think this event even trended on Twitter. So it was pretty cool. They did a big Twitter attack, and hats off to those guys at How to Pulse. HowToPulse.com. A noble cycle.
Good marketing, actually. Yeah.
And just to let everyone know, the floor is open for any specific topics or questions, or anyone has some basic any questions or even more calculated game theory. You're more than welcome to come up and bring up your subjects.
Peace. How y'all doing? I was on the live stream yesterday. It was like for like 6 hours, man. But I was traveling, man. So every time I came in and tried to speak, I actually spoke. I was speaking. I got rug pulled. So I think the conversation was regarding. That was in a heated conversation between. It was Machiavelli and I can't think of another guy's name, but that's what it sparked between. I think it was as far as viewing the government, how they look at the government and self-governance and things of that nature. But I'm excited about the debate today. I'm actually very interested to hear it. So I want to hear Peter Schiff's point of view. I don't think he really stand a chance, actually, but it's lyrical exercising. That's what I call it for Richard Hart.
Definitely looking forward to it as well. It'll be interesting to see how the emotions go. I think the information will be solid. I just want the emotions to be introduced later so that we get plenty of good information before we get too much of the drama.
Right, I totally agree. Hope everybody stay level here before, like you said, it gets too crazy, too emotional. Intellect. Address the intellect first.
Anyone else find it funny that Bitcoin was on page 3 earlier today?
Yeah, like 201 or something like that.
Yeah.
What's
Well,
up,
that'll
Hex?
happen.
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for having me in your room. I tuned in when you were doing that marathon there. I just wanted to say how much I love Hex, and like I've been recently. Long story short, recently single. Last 6 months, I had a date tonight, and I canceled it to watch this debate. That's how much it means to me.
That's awesome.
And it was going to be a good date. Like I have already been with her. Like it was going to be fun, and I chose Richard Hart and Peter Schiff over that.
But hey, you canceling is just gonna up your value to her, I believe. She's gonna be like, oh man, he doesn't want me that bad. I want him even more now.
No way.
Oh, I'm learning how to play the
She's-
game. Trust me, I'm
She's
learning.
watching the debate, man. She's like, thank God this idiot canceled. Now I can watch this debate I had lined up.
Send her the invite link.
So speaking of that, how come we had to register for that to watch it? Like, is Richard also gonna tape that and show that at a later time? I mean, I
Yeah,
still
so-
signed up to watch it, but
Richard and Peter will each have their own copies of it that come out about 24 hours later, but they are using that as just like a means to try and get an idea for how much traffic is interested in this debate, just so that they can have some amount of data to use when considering future events.
gotcha.
But yeah, they openly admit, like, they know they're dealing with the crypto community and stuff like that. They openly advise you to just use a throwaway email. It's basically just a counting metric, you know. If 100 people sign up and that translates to 50,000 views, then gives them an idea for how big a future event might be.
Yeah, I just signed up today. I thought they were charging us for it, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But then I realized it's not.
Yeah, that's whenever you excuse me, whenever you see a website that looks like that, you almost kind of assume it's going to come with like its own for $19.99, but just a visually appealing debate video. It's actually free.
Oh, awesome! Thanks for letting me speak, man. I'll go back to listening.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. I personally, like, I think that the Hex community and everyone that is in crypto does have like some kind of social responsibility to educate people on security and just basic knowledge on how to get in. I think it's more of a community-driven thing, but I hope that anyone new that has any questions comes up and asks.
Well, since no one is talking, I do have one question for you, the OGs. So I've been in crypto maybe a year and a half, but Hex really, I bought 10,000 a year ago at dirt cheap. So that's what got me when I saw it go up and up and up. I got into it. So I use MetaMask. In the last couple months, I started my ladder. I'm doing great at it. My question to you is, is there any way that I can, without ending those stakes, switch it to my ledger? Is that even possible?
So you mean like, is it a different wallet? Completely.
Yeah, like right now I'm just going through MetaMask and I staked it through Go, Hex, whatever that site is.
So what you could do.
So I deleted MetaMask off my phone. I just do it as a third viewer through the Staker app just to keep track of it. But how is there a way I can take my stakes and secure them on a cold wallet, I guess?
No, that's a secure, like they're locked into that specific wallet. So what you could do is you could import the 12-word seed phrase from MetaMask into your hardware wallet, and you can make that, but you can't transfer those previous stakes to another wallet until, unless you early emergency and stake or something. So I would just recommend keeping that on lock, creating a new wallet and starting everything on another system, right? Like, so any new stakes or anything else you do from now, you do it on a separate wallet. And then you can also add that second wallet to Staker so you can keep track of it all in one place. Another recommendation is that if people do, there's some new projects coming out on Pulse Chain and on Ethereum that are Hex related, specifically Hedron. And Hedron is, it's a, you can claim free tokens for for using it. The audit is out. It's still, there's still some things, but you can actually go see it, which I do like. And if you have legacy stakes that were created on go.hex.com, you can go and mint and claim free Hedron tokens. And then future stakers can even stake through the Hedron protocol. And they can also, and when you stake through Hedron, it gives you a little more flexibility on your stakes. So not only does it allow you to claim the free Hedron tokens, it also allows you to borrow against your stakes and convert your stakes into NFTs that you can send to any other wallet, and then that wallet can detokenize those NFTs and put those stakes. So, it's a pretty cool concept. And hey, Hex Orca, your mic's hot, so I just wanted to know you're getting some feedback. Thanks. So one thing is, if you start using Hedron with your secure wallet, say once you get your ledger set up, you can hook that up to MetaMask, so it's on your ledger. Your 24 words, it's locked to that ledger, and then it's you connect it through to your MetaMask. Then you can start staking through Hedron. So if you ever in the future want to gift it, so what I'm gonna do is, for onboarding friends and family, is instead of just sending them Hex that they have ability to mess with, I'm gonna create some small Hex stakes, tokenize them on the Pulse chain, and send them to them. And then they'll have that Hex stake NFT that is an actual financial asset NFT. So I think it personally changes the whole aspect of people's perception of NFTs, because now you have like a solid value. Like, this is a valuable NFT, whether there's no art behind it. The art is the technology and the math that went into Hex. So once they get that, they can go to Hedron and detokenize that NFT, and now they can claim that, and that stake will be in their wallet. So I think it's a really cool concept, and it's being created. The launch is in a few days, where you can claim your free Hedron tokens if you only have Hex stakes. That's the only way to get Hedron. There's no sacrifice. There's no money being asked for. So I think it's really great for the Hex community, and it gives flexibility to those that in the future, if they want to have the flexibility of, instead of emergency end staking, they can borrow against that stake. And then after a certain amount of time, if that stake isn't paid, if the loan isn't paid, anyone with enough Hedron can close that. So, it does, give a risk aspect to those who can lose their Hex stakes, because if you borrow against it and you don't pay it back, then anyone who's been claiming free Hedron can go and settle that loan and claim that stake. So I personally, not financial advice, but I'm going to go and claim as much Hedron. I mean, I've been in Hex since it's been 40 days. So I'm like a 100% kind of guy. Once I jump into something, I'm all in. I've been writing articles about Hex and Pulse Chain and PulseX, just to help the average person with the average, mentality, I guess, like myself, in a sense, to understand things better. And I feel like the writing that I've been doing has been able to relate to a lot of people without overcomplicating things. And yeah, I do like to ask everyone, hey, if you have any ideas for basic information or just some more in-depth articles that you would like to see about Hex or anything in general, it's What's Not on the News is the Twitter for my media brand. And you could find us at WNOTN, what'snotonthenews.com. But yeah, you can email me, you could DM me, just let me know if you have any ideas for articles. In the end, it's all about encouraging everyone to start making their own content. I'm not a writer. I don't do this stuff. Someone told me about Medium 2 weeks ago, and I just started writing articles because it was really easy. And the whole point was, when I search Hex or Pulse Chain, I want more positive, honest content about the projects out there. And, it's only going to take time before those start ranking and more people reading and liking it and sharing that stuff before it ranks better on search engines. So if you can relate to it and you like it, then go for it. But I encourage anyone who has any insight or who likes to read. They're all like 2-minute articles, just to make it simple. Because like sometimes when I see an article and it's like freaking essay, like it's huge and long, I usually don't read it all, because I'm like, this looks way too long for me right now and I don't have the time. I'm also going to be recording me reading them out, so people don't actually have to read them. They could just go on the article and push play, and it'll be read to them through like either like a bot kind of like voice or myself.
That's awesome, man.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, just doing what I can. In the end, I know that there's a lot of video content out there. I probably will go to start YouTubing and stuff like that, but I'm a full-time guy. Like I'm currently working right now as well. I run an HVAC company, so.
So do I. That's fucked up.
Nice. Yeah, I'm in Canada though. Where are you at?
I'm in Canada too, Nova Scotia.
Oh, I'm in Ontario. Yeah, it's just residential, some commercial, heating, cooling.
Yeah, same here, man. I put in like 2-3 heat pumps every day of my life. That's what I do.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, heat pumps. You guys got rebates out there, right? Like the federal government stuff.
Yeah, like we have a provincial one, like Efficiency Nova Scotia rebates, then the Greener Homes project with the federal, and that's that's what I did. That's my life. That and Hex.
Me too, man. For at least the last, like, I guess this 2022, it's been all Hex, and then I just literally sit here waiting for customers to call or leads to come in, and just send out quotes and help my guys figure out. The only issue that we're running into is currently supply issues with like some equipment. We just can't get any 100,000 BTU furnaces. They're just so hard to find right now in Toronto.
Yeah, so I'm a Mitsubishi dealer, and so far our supply, it's barely affecting us at all.
Yeah, I do Train, so I think our heat pumps are Mitsubishi, pretty much the same thing. But when it comes to our mini splits and all that, yeah, we use Train. I do have Daikin available, but either way, I mean, I'll digress on the HVAC stuff. We could talk about that stuff for days.
Sure, that's just what a coincidence. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's really cool. And it seems like-minded, it's like Richard Hart used to be an air conditioning HVAC guy too, so it's pretty cool. I think that was another way I related to him. And when it comes down to it, it's just a matter of, like I take that information, like even you're doing so many heat pumps, like I get a lot of quotes for heat pumps requests. The issue is what I see is like with the mining is that if everyone's going to heat pumps, everyone's going to electric cars, like our grid's not going to be able to sustain that with mining and all that. Like, I think they're going to start cracking down on wasted energy. And maybe, that'll change up the game on Ethereum and stuff like that. If consensus layer, does take 6 years to come out.
Yeah, no, for sure. One last thing, and I won't talk about HVAC anymore. I was watching Richard do a live stream, and someone asked him, like, my air conditioner's not working, what's wrong? And he just jumped right on it. Well, it could be your capacitor, a loser might have came across, shorted out. Could be your fan blade. You'll have a bitch of a time getting that fan blade off. I was like, fuck, I love this guy. This guy's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I did definitely see that video, man. I was like, I sent it to my business partner. I'm like, hey, check it out. He actually, like, after I sent that video and a couple others, he sacrificed for PulseX too. Good thing is like I had a buddy of mine who we started crypto together. He's had Bitcoin, Ethereum. He kept buying, and he's had a bunch since 2017. I sent him a couple Richard Hart videos. He's one of my best friends, and he's just like, oh, hey, how do I sacrifice for PulseX? He used to sell HVAC too. So I guess he got that kind of, maybe he just just another way to like relate. And he's just like, yeah, man, I just put like a whole Bitcoin on Hex and staked it for 6 years. So I was just like, hey, man, that's awesome. Good to hear that he did that. He put like another, a good amount towards PulseX. I mean, he did it later, so he didn't get like the best rate, but he was just like, screw it. He's like, I'm tired of all this stuff and waiting. I'd rather take a risk with 20 grand. What's 20 grand? I'll make that back in my life. If it's gonna
decision he's ever made, though.
The way I look at it is like I wouldn't be writing these articles. I wouldn't have done all this. I wouldn't be on hosting spaces every day. I wasn't on Twitter. If you look at my like Twitter history, it was like it was like October 2017 or something. I made my Twitter because of crypto, and then I didn't go on like Twitter until January of this year. It was literally like 4 years or 5 years I wasn't on it. I had like 20 followers. And then I joined the Hex community, and there's just so much love and like appreciation for anyone who's helping the cause. And it's just been growing. I've been on Twitter so much in the last like month and a half that it's been, like a snowball effect of just putting content out there, helping people and networking. But I'm like, man, all of 2021, all I was doing is like looking at charts and trying to trade and like, losing even whatever hair I have left on my head and just trying to figure out what the hell to do. And I just wish I'd seen a Richard Hart video before. But at the same
on literally
Yeah, I second that.
XRP. And sorry, I know this is the last thing I'll say, then I'll mute my mic. I was in XRP heavy. I mean, every penny I had extra went XRP. Then I was into the Hex. I met Richard Hart, not met him, but started watching Richard Hart, following Hex. And it's like what I tell people, I went to the dance with XRP. The reason I joined Twitter was XRP. I went to the dance with XRP and I went home with Hex. And I sold all my XRP is gone. It's all Hex now, baby.
Yeah, I can second that notion. No, I'm saying I can second that notion, man, because I was into everything, not everything, but like 11 different cryptocurrencies. I done made a good amount of money from crypto without no community, just off myself. And when I heard Richard Hart, and I look at Richard Hart like this: number one, you have somebody who makes a whole bunch of money, been retired since 24. So again, he doesn't have to sit here and explain or break down his token, or because I don't see Jeff Bezos or anybody with a whole bunch of money who's having regular conversations with people like us, normal people. So when I saw the breakdown of his theory, I say, where have this guy been since I've been doing cryptocurrency? So long story short, I abandoned ship everything that I was involved in. I got rid of all my tokens. I just found about Hex PostX beginning of January, and I've been all in on PostX, Hex, because it makes sense for as the camaraderie, the unity behind it. So yeah, Post, man, Hex, PostX.
That's great to hear, man. I'm the same. I had the same exact, I can tell the story if you guys want to hear it, but it was funny because I started crypto mining like 2017, and I started facility development in Quebec. I was doing all kinds of big projects and GPU procurement. We would get like 1,000 GPUs for a customer, and I made more money in that than I probably did in crypto. And, I figured why not sell shovels in the gold rush, and it actually worked out pretty well. And funny enough, like I posted like a Craigslist ad here in Canada, it's called Kijiji. And I posted this ad, and this guy shows up, and I'm like, this guy looks familiar. He sounds familiar. Its name sounds familiar. And it's like my long lost uncle that no one in the family knows. 10 years, and no one's seen him or heard from him like 10 years. And he's just like, it was just crazy to meet him. And I'm like, man, I'm your nephew. I haven't seen you since I was 12. And he was kind of blown away. And we connected pretty cool, because it's like, you don't randomly meet your long lost uncle just because you posted an ad on trying to fix an Ethereum rig for some random guy, So it was a pretty cool coincidence. And then, we stayed connected, but, in the end, like we're just grown dudes. We just do our own thing. And come along 2022, and I had talked to my dad, and I mentioned that I met him, years ago, and my dad was pretty shocked to hear it because no one else had heard from him. And so I messaged him, and I'm like, hey, I told my dad that I talked to you. You guys should connect again. And he was just like, oh, hey, it's crazy that you reached out to me. He's like, it was perfect timing. It was like January 1st. It was like New Year's. And he was like, you need to watch this guy, Richard Hart. He's like, here's this PulseX thing. And I'm like, the heck is he talking about? I'm like, what's this guy talking about? What's this guy on about? And he had mentioned Hex to me before, but that's all he said. He's like, oh, you need to buy Hex. And I was like, back in March of 2021. And I just didn't connect. I was just like, I don't see it on CoinMarketCap. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just like a dumb, I was just like a normal, aloof person who didn't do the proper research. But even if I did, it was like, what did you see? You saw it's a scam. It's this, so the gatekeeping and like the suppression is real, right? And that's why I started What's Not on the News, just to help put content out there and just have it out there more and more, so anyone can just start posting stuff. And I know memes and all that stuff is very powerful, but he sent me the Meet Kevin interview, and that really changed the whole game for me, because I heard I like actually picked up what Richard Hart was talking about, and that whole day it was like, and I think that same week I got COVID, so I was just like stuck on my couch, and I just like I had like a crazy headache. And so I just like watched Richard Hart for days. And then before I knew it, I was just like, okay, how do I sacrifice? Boom, put in a bunch into PulseX. Like one day, and next day, I just kept adding more and more and more as I kept watching videos. And then once I sacked as much as I wanted to, I was like, okay, how do I acquire Hex? And I personally feel like you're not a hexagon until you're staked, or you do a 5-5-5-5. And now that I'm like, okay, cool, I'm a true hexagon in my mentality. That's just my opinion. It's not true. That's just how I feel about it, because really, if you do a 5-5-5-5, you're pretty much like, hey, I'm gonna be talking about this for the next 15 years. And it's the way I look at it as an entrepreneur, like business owner. I don't get like a 401k really. I do have some investment, but like, I'm like, man, I want to save my money, but I don't trust what's going on. I see what's happening in Quebec and all those places, like, the government pretty much saying, hey, we're going to freeze your assets. Like if I had a bunch of friends that had a bunch of money on exchanges, and I'm like, man, you better get that shit on a ledger. I've been telling you for years, like you've had one sitting in your house for 2 years. You still haven't set it up. What are you waiting for? Did you remember what happened to Quadriga? Like things can go wrong. So, you might as well, secure your bags. And that's one thing I met. Like it was the same like week after I kind of sacrificed and I got in was Hex Orcas for marathon. And it was the first time I made a YouTube video, and I was streaming it just so I can hear it all day, all night. It was literally me. It was like kind of selfish. I was doing it all for me. Same with writing these articles. I'm just trying to learn more. And the more I write or get a topic to write about, the more I understand it. And in the end, I feel that, that's just how I learn. But that's kind of where I picked up all this information, was on these spaces. Yeah, go for it, Noble.
No, I was just saying, yeah, we shared it. Like when I heard him speak, we share some of the same principles and philosophies. So, like you were saying, gatekeeping is real. The reason I know it's real because, and it's all education and information, because the information I received, because where I grew up at, where I'm from, I was suppressed from a whole bunch of information. I didn't know at the time because I'm within it. So when I got away from the city I was raised in, born in, and went outside of it and got more education, I became privy to because I thought one way, and then when I got education, I was like, wow, my whole entire life changed. Everything as far as spirituality, mentality, philosophy, and I was like, and things began working for me that I didn't know can actually work. So gatekeeping is real, man. Brainwashing is real. And it's all about, just changing your frequencies, and you can only change that based off the information you gain and partake in. So
I totally agree with that. And I'm a big believer in sharing knowledge. I learned that years ago when I had to do sales, and I was like teaching people how to do sales. I noticed that every person that I trained, I actually just started getting better. I started closing more deals. And so, I hired a recruiter, and I just said, bring anyone who would listen to me. you know, and I just kept doing it, and I kept getting better and better and better. So that's how I feel about Hex. You know, it's just it's in the end, like, it is technically, you gotta be convicted about what you speak about. You gotta know your facts too when people throw out rebuttals and have you know, questions about things. But the more people you talk to, the more you try to explain about crypto and blockchain and how to be secure and all these things, the smoother it comes out. And I noticed that if you start stuttering sometimes and things that you don't know, like, most customers, like, they feel a little thrown off about it. So I try to be as smooth as possible, and the more you do it, the better you get at it.
It's all I was going to ask a quick question. Do you guys, is it too late to sign up for the Richard Hart's debate?
No, not at all, man. Just go to gocoevents.com, as you can see up there on top, and you just just fill out the form, your name and your details, and they'll email you a link for it.
Okay, cool, dope. And one last quick question: how do you guys feel about swapping out Pulse X for Pulse before the bridge?
Personally, my theory is this. You know, I feel that the Pulse, you know, there's going to be a similar K4K posted a pretty good smart math that I saw. I shared it on my profile. I retweeted it. It was something about, you know, the amount of coins there are. So the amount of coins is very similar if you look at the sacrifice amounts.
Yeah, I saw that K4K. I think the Pulse has a little bit more, but not much, like a few more.
Yeah, and the way I look at it is that I'm taking on, you know, Richard Hart's, you know, theories, and his advice is what got me into Hex and Stake for 15 years, is like long-term holders. Unless, you know, I'm getting a good rate for my Pulse X, like max maybe a 2-to-1, and that's only so I can get a little bit of Pulse. But in the end, there's some good projects coming out, like faucets, like freepulse.io, that what you can do is make like a dummy wallet.
Yeah, I've already done that. What do you mean by the ratio 2-to-1? Do you mean 2 Pulse X to 1 Pulse, or?
Yeah, I mean, like, because if you're like, I see some people saying like, oh, I'll trade like 100 Pulse X for 1 Pulse. I'm like,
oh, no way.
Yeah, I know, but like, the reason I say that I don't think that's a good idea in my personal, that's not what I'm gonna do, is because then you're assuming Pulse is gonna outperform Pulse X 100-to-1, right? So I'm like, I think they're both gonna kind of appreciate similarly. You know, because I unfortunately wasn't around. I didn't even know it existed until this year. And in my opinion, I feel that the more you try to like get Pulse, I'm just gonna take advantage of like the faucet, you know, like the Pulse.
Yeah, I've been doing that too.
Faucet. Yeah, and you know, I do have Liquid Hex, so I will have PHEX when the snapshot happens, and maybe I'll be able to get my Pulse from that. But my Pulse X is like I'm holding that. I sacrificed for it. I'm holding that. I'm going to try to stake it if that opportunity is there.
Is there going to be staking for Pulse?
I think that Pulse is like the payout for staking, but there could be a liquidity pair for Pulse and maybe PHEX. Maybe, like, you know, like in the end, like, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm just going to stake and shield my Pulse X, bro. I'm going to probably do like 5 years or something.
I'm going to stake it all.
Yeah.
Fucking all of it.
Yeah, totally. Hey, thanks for the info, guys. I got to run. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. Thanks for asking.
Just a couple of things about swapping Pulse X for Pulse. Be careful with slippage, and the fact that whatever the ratio starts at, it's likely to move really, really fast. In the way that it's going to cost you more and more Pulse X to get Pulse, because there's a lot of people who want to exchange their Pulse X for Pulse. They're in the Telegram groups all the time.
Yeah, I don't know why. I guess it's just people feel like they got the FOMO on Pulse, and you know, in the end, I'm like, I'm just going to be patient, and if I see an opportunity in Pulse to acquire some, I will. But I don't want to I don't want to, like, you know, lose out on my Pulse X because of that, because I don't see any free Pulse X faucets. If you think about it, you know, you can go get like On the free Pulse right now, the testnet, it is it's a testnet, so you can go and play on the free Pulse.io, but anything that you make right now you're not going to have it, right? So, and that's my opinion, right? And when the mainnet comes out, everyone's going to start over on that. But I haven't been on there much, and I've already got close to like a little over a couple 100,000 free Pulse from that website that I can, so, and all I've been doing is claiming it. I played that crash game a couple times, but I'm not big on gambling with my crypto. So I'm going to continue to try to claim as much as I can and hopefully get, as much free Pulse as I can from there. Because imagine like in 5 years, someone's like, oh man, like I got so much money from that free Pulse website because, the price appreciated so much.
Hey Sean, have you heard for how long they're going to do the free Pulse, that facet thing? If it's going to be 1 week, 1 month, 6 months, have they said anything about that?
I don't know. No, there's no way. That's why I'm just like, my personal opinion is like, get on as fast as you can and claim as much as you can while you can. I really don't know what, and like that's exactly a great point, because if 1 million people go on there and they're trying to claim it, I mean, it seems it can't last that long. They're not like giving away millions and millions of dollars of and at the rate they're giving it is they're giving it the sacrifice rate of $1 equaling 7,777 Pulse.
One thing I think is
massive.
I think they said they were going to try and do it as long as possible, but obviously all the sort of games and stuff, that if people put Pulse in, then it will just rejuvenate that into the payouts, sort of the daily, sort of the free claim. So I think that'd be quite interesting to see how long that'll last, because I think Bitcoin did it to start with and it lasted quite a long time. So
are you guys talking about freepulse.io?
Yes.
I saw that from I think it was the Magic Carpet Ride, and they were saying that that's just their way of onboarding a ton of people. Did I hear you correctly when you said that if you use freepulse.io, it's not anything real, it's kind of just like a testnet version right now?
Correct. So anything that you acquired on there is not going to be removable once mainnet comes out, because it's going to be a separate chain, right? So you're going to have to connect your MetaMask to a separate chain, and it's not going to be copied over to the mainnet.
I see. So once launch happens, then that's when the real onboarding is going to be giving away free Pulse?
Correct. That's my assumption of it. So even because I even tried free Pulse on the testnet with a dummy wallet anyways, I will, see what happens when I connect that same dummy wallet to the mainnet. And most likely, I don't see it. I'm pretty sure it's just going to reset. Everyone's going to start over on that.
Interesting. So to use that as an onboarding tool, what would you say is the best way to get people to try out just getting free Pulse? Like what I guess from what you thought about, how are you getting people to go on to freepulse.io? Just like, hey, check out this website, you get some free crypto.
Well, the one thing I was thinking was, if they, at the moment, it's not available on the phone, so it's only available on the computer, which is kind of annoying, because obviously a lot of people have phones, so it'd be a lot easier to get them to just download the app and then just do it through that. So I think
is the app launched right now?
I think they're planning to do it on the app, but I don't think that's available at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to be you need a MetaMask, right? So I guess the challenge for them is okay, well, let's build an app that we connect to this other app that's already on your phone. So I think that's going to be a challenge, because creating a decentralized, I don't know, is there a Uniswap app that you could download and connect your MetaMask app on your phone to? I wasn't sure if there is.
You can use Uniswap on your phone in the browser.
Got it. And they would use the app that's in your phone. And just because I don't do any crypto on my phone, so I'm not an expert on that at all.
Yeah, so on MetaMask there is a browser like tab. You click on it and then you can literally just use it like a normal browser. So you can just type in go.hex.com or just Uniswap or anything like that. So you can just use it straight from the browser.
Got it. Okay. So that's cool. I mean, for all the people that use their phone and stuff like that, that would be a good way. But I
would not suggest it for like people using it for actual crypto, but definitely for like stuff like Free Pulse to just play around just to get people interested in it.
Yeah, and like I might even make a MetaMask myself and download it on my phone and just keep it as like my phone MetaMask and just for Free Pulse. And then due to the transaction fees for Pulse being so low, I could just be on my phone collecting Free Pulse all the time when I'm not on my computer or something, and then just transferring it to whatever wallet once I withdraw it from Free Pulse. So that's cool. I think that's might be something I might do.
I was kind of in a loud environment when you were talking about why you don't use any crypto on your phone, Sean K. Could you kind of go over why you deleted everything on your MetaMask on your phone and only try to use it only on your phone or on your computer? Sorry.
Well, yeah, because phones are way more vulnerable than like even your computer for being hacked. People can get into them remotely and things like that. From what like Papa Boner said, and yeah, I feel that it's a very risky thing to do to put assets on your phone because you could download some malicious app or you give so many permissions to so many apps sometimes, it's a risk. So, and you could lose your phone, and if you don't have good security on it, someone can open it up. It's just, I feel like if you're gonna use your phone for crypto, then just make it like a small transactory account. Don't have it linked to any of your major vault or, anything that's that has a good amount of money on it. That's just my personal opinion. And the way I look at it is that like, it's just a security risk. So that's why I recommend not putting any crypto on your phone unless it's unless it's something that you're just going to transact with.
So then how are you going to be doing Free Pulse on your phone and connecting that to your MetaMask?
So that's what I mean. Like I will maybe download a MetaMask, create a brand new fresh wallet that really is not going to have anything in it but the Free Pulse, and that's it. And so all I have to do is get that Free Pulse to that MetaMask, so when I'm using Free Pulse and I've acquired enough to withdraw, because you're going to need at least 7,777 Pulse to withdraw from freepulse.io to your wallet. And then if I have enough that I want to withdraw, then I'll withdraw to the MetaMask and instantly just send it to a secure wallet.
Okay, I see. Because, with the Pulse chain, I guess you don't really have to worry about gas, at least in the beginning stages, like you do with Ethereum right now. So creating another wallet isn't necessarily a high-cost thing like it is on Ethereum.
Exactly. Yeah, and I feel that even as things get congested on Pulse, it's still not going to be like Ethereum craziness. It's like...
Right, of course. I was talking to somebody about that. It's like it was designed to do better than Ethereum. So even with the same amount of users, you would think that the Pulse network fees are going to be a lot less because it has a higher throughput. It can do more transactions, better for the environment, even with the same amount of users as it does right now for Ethereum.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I feel like to get to the same amount of gas fees that Ethereum has right now, you'd probably have to have a couple X higher user interaction, like more users on the Ethereum network than Ethereum does right now for it to be even close.
And you'd need 1,000x in the price of the token.
Right, that too.
1,000x of the price of what Ethereum's at right now, or just 1,000x from where Pulse is going to launch?
1,000x from where Pulse is now.
Right. Well,
also, another issue with another issue with telephones and phones and security is you can't attach a hardware wallet to them, and you need to get your main MetaMask on a hardware wallet.
Good point.
If you don't, you're asking for trouble.
That's one thing that hopefully the StakeWrap will implement soon. I'm hoping on the version 2, because then I think it'll be a lot more like widely used. Because then if you can have like a shared wallet between a seed phrase on your Trezor and then your phone, so you can then do something on your phone and then you can then confirm it through your Trezor on a different seed phrase. So it's like sharing the that confirmation, which I think is really interesting. Because you another thing you can do with a Gnosis safe is like transfer to a different ownership. So I think that's probably another thing that's quite good as well.
You're thinking about it, Pulse would have to do something like a 10,000x from its sacrifice price to actually get up to anywhere, and 4x the volume to get up to somewhere like Ethereum fees are now.
Right, because where is Ethereum? Like, how many X is it from its all-time low right now? Isn't it close to 1 million?
14,000x.
1 million X?
No, it's 14,000x,
Okay.
I think. I think it's more like 14,000, isn't it?
I don't know. I just know that it's somewhat close to Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has done 1 million X since its inception, from its all-time low. And I think this might be only on market cap, but I heard somewhere that Ethereum is only like a 3x behind where Bitcoin is, or like a 10x, something like that. Anybody know that?
I think all-time high for Bitcoin is 6.5 million X. So now it must be around 4 million X, because that's when you take it from a penny, isn't it? So what was the all-time low for ETH? Didn't it launch at something like 40 cents, 30 cents?
Yeah, I think the
Dipped.
all-time low on ETH
I thought it was 31.
Was a wick. It went down to 15, but most people probably didn't catch it. So I think most people do from 35 cents.
Just a quick reminder to everyone who wants to see the Peter Schiff Richard Hart debate, go to gokoevents.com. It's posted at the top, or gokoevents.com. And you fill out the information, you will get your unique link sent to your email. So just do that so you get to participate in that.
I'm excited for that. I listened to one debate with Peter Schiff, and his arguments weren't very. It's like they weren't very sound.
No, I think his like instant biased opinion about crypto has limited his education on the actual, product itself and like the technology. He hasn't, he just has like a bias. It's not gold, it's just like he's like, it's fool's gold. That's his opinion on everything crypto related. So, his opinions are gonna be there, and he's had his mind closed for so long, and. It's funny because I do have a recording of him on a Twitter space with him and his son and like a bunch of other Bitcoin maxis just kind of yelling at each other. It was pretty funny though, because like by the time I got it recorded, like I found it on Twitter. I'm like, oh, I got to record this. And it was just, it was just like him screaming about, it's no value, it's going to go to zero. It's like, that's his argument. He doesn't really make any real use cases, but maybe he's studied up on it. And, going against Richard Hart is going to make anyone prepare for some kind of debate. And that's why he's been putting out, posts to kind of trigger hexagons to give him some leverage to, to fight against. So I think that that's currently like the situation.
Yeah, I was just thinking because, like, with a lot of the videos to do with Hex, like, if you want to find out anything, you have to watch like a 2-3 hour video, and I don't know how much time he's got, but.
Just to go back quickly to the X's on Bitcoin and Ethereum, Bitcoin max has done, what is it, 6.5 million X, while Ethereum's max was something like 14,000 X.
And then in the recent years, I think since Ethereum came out, it did outperform Bitcoin overall, like in its X's. But from initial start, Bitcoin, yeah, that makes total sense to me. It did a crazy run up, and yeah, that lets me know that we're still early to Hex, and that's why I was happy to get some at 14 cents yesterday. I don't know if anyone else took advantage of that, but yeah, it was a pretty nice, and I can feel for some people that have been getting into Hex in the last few months, and they might be a little discouraged, but it's like, hey, hopefully you're staked, and you're also like getting a better average buy-in if you are taking advantage of pricing that it's at right now.
Yeah, one of my family members told me to get into Hex when it was at like 50 cents. I bought it at 46, and we were kind of both new to the Hex, and he's like, dude, this thing just doesn't dip. I was like, what are you talking about? It did 20% dip just like last month. And he was like, yeah, that was kind of stupid for me to tell you to buy in at the top, but but I've been dollar cost averaging, so I got in at 46, 18.5, and then 13.5, and I think I want to get a little bit more in right now.
And I hope you're staked as well, because then you're earning X every day, passive income. It's sweet, dude.
Yeah, I'm mostly staked personally. I don't know why, but I'm keeping 10% of my Hex bag liquid for the snapshot, and I hope that's a good idea. But I want to be, staking that liquid. I'll keep a portion to just have some for liquidity, or I don't know what's going to happen. Like if there's going to be like a Pulse X P Hex pair, and I want to provide liquidity for my Pulse X, I think that's the pair I would want to do it on. So I'm going to have to, do some math and see what happens. But really excited about the launch and everything. I guess like the next thing to think about is, does anyone have a concept of when the snapshot might happen? I mean, I guess it's pointless to think, but the way I'm looking at it is like I wouldn't mind it coming out a little later, so I can add more, so I can get a better copy or a better snapshot in my wallet.
Well, let me ask another follow-up question. Does the snapshot date, does it matter when the snapshot date happens what the price of Hex is? For example, if the snapshot date is when Hex is at 15 cents, or the snapshot date is when it's at 35 cents, would that matter at all? Because you're just getting a copy of your coins, right?
No, it won't make any difference whatsoever.
It might affect the ratio possibly, but then that's going to be changed anyway by the automated FixerBot. So
the FixerBot will only dilute the whatever ratio is at the fork time by 1.2 million. So the FixerBot won't change the ratio, or just dilute the ratio on the Pulse, on the ETH side.
Will it not change the, because when it buys, it has to then put it back in, I suppose, at a different ratio, no? Or I suppose it can put it in the same.
No. It'll put it back at the same ratio. It'll just dilute it all. Crypto Coffee's done a good video on about it all, and it laid it all out and done all the math. I think K4K, he's done one too, hasn't he? They've both done videos and laid it all out how it'll actually work. And the ratios stay the same, but just everything gets diluted. And the harvester bot then harvests all the PRC20s to go and put them in the PulseX DEX, so that there's full, there's fully liquid. The DEX starts out with full liquidity, which is one of the most amazing things about this fork.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in for 1 second with that question when the snapshot's going to happen. I'm 99.999% sure I heard Bertram say himself. Someone asked him that question on a live when it's going to happen, and he was almost dumbfounded. Like, it's not. It's when the fork happens. That's when that happens. Just to answer that question.
So Richard said that the fork the snapshot date will happen like very, very close to the.
It sounds like it's going to be the way I took what he said. It's going to be within seconds. Like boom, boom, done. It's whatever you have at that moment. That's when it happens. From what I understood, what he said.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The one thing I think that until we find out more information around the incentive token, I don't reckon there'll be mainnet until after we find out more about that, because we don't know any mechanics around it, and I don't think that's been decided, or the name or anything like that. So I think once that's done, then I guess that's probably mainnet, I guess, after that.
When you're still accumulating, I was just going to say real quick, I mean, if you're still accumulating, then you want it to be further out, right? Because then you're going to get a copy of those T-shares on both chains. And so do you want to accumulate T-shares at 40 cents each, like the other guy said was the first time he got in? Or do you want to get T-shares at 14 cents each? I mean, if you're a staker, you want as many T-shares as possible. That's why people stake 6 years, 10 years, 15 years. You're getting a better deal today because the price is better. And the more T-shares you get, the more that are going to get copied on the other side. So, you know, if the price stays around here, I don't care if it launches for another 3 or 4 months and people are still accumulating and getting in their position. So that might be a way to look at it as well.
And also testnet v3 needs to come first before we can move to mainnet.
Hey, so question on that. If you have Hex liquid right now, and let's say that you can just time the market perfectly in a perfect world, it's better to stake when the price of Hex is at the very bottom versus at the top, because you get more T-shares, right?
It will in terms
not in Hex terms, no.
Shares. So if you've already got Hex, it won't make a difference. But if you're buying Hex to then stake, it will.
I see. Okay.
It will make a difference because the T-share rate goes up in Hex terms, always going up in Hex terms.
Right. Richard Hart says that Hex is the best graph, but the only chart that's better than the Hex chart is the T-share chart. But even the T-share chart goes up and down a little bit, right?
Yeah, because that's based on the price as well as the price per T-share in Hex.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is that the T-share rate that you're getting does not depend on when you stake, but more on how many Hex coins you have and for how long you stake them, right?
So every day, technically, the T-share price in Hex terms becomes more expensive. So I think it's something like 20,000 Hex per T-share.
Okay. So someone answer me this. So I staked when it was like 46 cents around like September, end of September, beginning of October. So is the T-share rate higher or lower now than it was back in like October?
The T-share rate would be higher, but the price of a T-share might be lower because you could technically. So say if the price was 50 cent now, or no, if it was 50 cent now, then it would cost you a certain amount to get a t-shirt, and then if, say, a few days later the price drops, it's going to cost you more hex to get a t-shirt, but it's going to be a cheaper t-shirt in dollar terms.
Okay,
you know
I
what I
think
mean?
you lost. I think you lost me. So there's the price per t-shirt, but then there's also the t-shirt rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the best way to explain it really is like, so let's just say today it's 20,000 hex per t-share, and hex was $1. Okay, so you paid
Okay.
$20,000 for that t-shirt. Well, tomorrow it's going to cost you 20,010 hex to get that same t-shirt, so it costs you $10 more, right? But let's
Okay.
just say that the price went down to 50 cents. Well, now 20,000 hex is now $10,000, and if it goes up 10 the next day, then it's just $10,010. So it costs you more hex the next day to get it, but in dollar terms, you save 50% on that t-shirt. Yeah, it cost you more hex, but you got way more hex for less money.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. So the amount of dollars that it takes to buy the hex goes down with the hex price, and the t-share rate is solely connected to how many coins of hex it takes to buy a t-shirt.
Yep.
Yes, and then the hex number that it takes to get the t-shirt goes up every single day. That number doesn't go down; it only goes up. Now the dollar cost is going to go up and down with the chart, but every single day it's going to cost you more hex that day than it did the day before, regardless of what the price is.
What function in hex tells the t-share rate to go up? Is it kind of like the inflation of hex? The 3.69?
It's the last. I forget the details of it, but it's to do with the last staking that's come out. The profitability of that stake that was ended sets the t-share rate. So it's set up in such a way that you can't game the system. Yeah, I forget the details of it, but
so
it's
basically
based on that.
Yeah, so basically how it works is this. So like, let's say that you end a stake today and you want to restake it. The contract is going to look to make sure you can't stake for the same amount of time to get the same amount of T-shares. And so the rate's going to go up. And so it is based off the end stakes, without a doubt. And so used to, let's say somebody staked a year ago and they ended their stake today. To get the same amount of T-shares they got back then, they would have to stake for like 6 years to get the same amount. And so that's why a lot of people, once they, in their stake or they stake now, they're pushing it out so much further, because a stake that ends this year, next year, the year after, you might could do a 15-year stake and get the 3x bonus and still not get as many T-shares as you originally had.
Interesting.
And that's how it simulates compound interest, because the contract isn't going to let you get the same amount for the same length. So you either have to stake longer or you have to put in more money.
Gotcha. Didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful tokenomics to create that virtual compounding effect, but at the same time stopping people gaming the system.
Yeah, and that's why they got an economics audit, because they wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't stake weekly or monthly, like week after week, month after month, and taking their yield and just compounding it to make sure that they couldn't beat somebody that just staked for 10 years.
That makes sense.
So maybe a new topic. How do you guys think the debate's going to go tonight? I think we're going to see a different Richard Heart from all the live streams and other debates. I think we're going to see Richard Heart at his best, with nothing but professionalism, no curse words, no derogatory. I think we're going to see him at his best. What do you guys think?
I think it's going to start off nice and then it's going to get a bit rowdy halfway through.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be more PC than usual, But I guess at some point or other, he's really just going to lay some things out that makes Peter just look like he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
If I were to guess, and then Chase can go, it looks like he just requested the mic. I think he'll match whatever vibe that Peter gives off. If Peter's cordial and chill and they're just discussing the facts, I'm sure Richard will do the same. If Peter gets loud and starts talking a lot and shouts over Richard, then I'm sure he'll chime in. So hopefully it goes smooth, but I'm sure they'll match each other's energy.
Can't fucking wait.
Yeah,
I think it'd be pretty effective if they were able to show like graphs and stuff, so that it's not just, oh yeah, the price of gold was this, and if you bought it down there, then I think it'd be more effective if you had some kind of screen where it's like, all right, well, let's pull up the chart of gold versus what Hex has done, and like show everyone that's watching the debate the facts, because it's easy to say, oh yeah, if you bought gold 40 years ago and you just held, then you'd be this much, but until there's some kind of verification to show the audience that doesn't know anything about gold or doesn't know anything about crypto, then it's really just about who has the best pair of verbals and who seems the most confident, kind of like a presidential debate.
I 100% agree, Jonathan. When Richard joined Orca Space the other day, right before he joined, we were talking about, I hope Richard does match his pace, and I just can't, like you said, it would be so nice if these guys, you know how Richard will, if somebody brings up a question, you hear him clicking away instantly on his computer. He's not messing around with just what he thinks. He goes up and he'll make a live total tally of whatever it is. Is Peter Schiff even able to do that simultaneously while having an extremely intellectual conversation? So, like, to add to what you said, John, I hope that they can use other things than just their verbal, onslaught against each other, because it just seems like the whole even definition of a productive discussion has just gone down the shitter. We know who is right. We know both these guys are very intelligent, smart. So I don't even understand why butting their heads and ideas against one another is even, productive in the way we're trying to do. So I hope kind of what you said.
Well, think about all the people that are watching for Peter Schiff. They are all, well, not all, I shouldn't say that. All the people that are coming to watch Peter Schiff have some kind of preconceived notion that, okay, gold is a good investment. If they're watching and listening to a lot of Peter Schiff, they know that he is pro gold, and if you bought, I don't know what year, but it was like 2013, then you would have like doubled your money, or 50% up, right? And for them to come in and have that preconceived notion of gold is a good investment, and then hear some dude that is supposedly a billionaire that says that his cryptocurrency did a 10,000x, that just doesn't seem very believable. And so for the audience that are coming in to watch Peter Schiff, to not have some kind of visualization of a graph, of a comparison between gold and Hex, or the comparison between gold and Bitcoin or Ethereum, it seems too good to be true. It almost sounds like a scam. So to not have something visual will go against Richard Hart, rather than to be able to compare apples to apples. And this is, look at the chart, look at what the evidence says.
Yeah. Do you think it would even come down to like what chart they look at, even maybe like does Peter Schiff even look at it like a log chart? What do you think? Or I think they might even find discrepancies in, like what you said, like the 10,000x stat. I think they're going to have a hard time finding a level ground without the visual. I think you're 100% right there. It's just going to sound too absurd.
And I think if Richard Hart knows that, then he'll probably use strategic language. Like, look, Hex has done really well in the past couple of years, and it has on average a 40% APR of gain or interest, or whatever word he wants to use, just because he knows that he's talking to an audience that's not his followers, but that are possibly half are followers of Peter Schiff. So it's like kind of going for the low hanging fruit, and then letting them kind of dragging them into, okay, well, what is this hex? And then having them see the charts for themselves and listen to his videos in the past. So it may be that Richard Hart decides to use vocabulary that is a little bit more realistic to the gold community, so that it doesn't seem like this outrageous claim.
Well, what I would say too is to keep in mind is it does look like he's doing research, because he even posted on Twitter like interviews he was watching of Peter Schiff, so he's definitely doing his homework. And the second thing to keep in mind is I think the documentary crew actually got approval to be at both people's houses, or at least in a space to where they're going to be filming it. And I think Richard and even Peter know that it's going on film that could possibly be in a documentary. This may signal to themselves or to each other how this debate's going to go. Whereas if it was just like on a YouTube stream, it might be handled a little bit different.
I see
Is all
what
I meant.
you're saying, that they brought more production to the discussion before having it, almost like a pay-per-view fight, to you know what I mean, to put more out there. This isn't just going to be your random, I have him on my stream today. I agree with you there. It's when you got people setting their calendars for these kind of discussions, it's a way bigger deal than just having some guy pop in and seeing a YouTube notification that there's a new stream. So I think you're on point there, Skippa.
I listened to one of the debates of Peter Schiff, and he does acknowledge that if he had bought crypto, specifically Bitcoin, when it was $1, less than $1, and had held it through until today, obviously hindsight 2020 says that he should have gone and bought Bitcoin. He acknowledges that, but his whole argument right now is that crypto is so high, how much higher can it go? And would he buy right now? No way, because he thinks that there's going to be a huge drop and it's going to go to zero because it's not tangible, it's not real. So he acknowledges that, oh yeah, I should have bought it. Or looking at Hex chart, oh yeah, if I had bought it on January 5th and held it today, then yeah, I definitely would have done that. But would he have? Probably not, because everyone is the narrative is scam. Bitcoin is a scam. Back when it was just opening up, just getting to the market. Even Richard Hart acknowledges that he thought it was a scam too, because you're printing money. But I think his whole argument right now is that because crypto is so high, it's only going to come down, and gold is a better hedge against that depreciation.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I really hope that they use Bitcoin as their common ground, as what they see that it doesn't work in that, instead of trying to compare Hex to gold right out the gate. Like if they could find that thing that, like you just said, they both seem to think the weight of Bitcoin, it's too heavy. They both said it. Like if they could, I just hope that could be like the lead, because then that could just bring that tie together, to that they're kind of on the same page, and it'll let the viewers know that there might be some common ground to stand, versus just coming right out and being, split down the center like it is with everything else we got to fight for. So,
see, and I feel like Peter Schiff is Blockbuster in 1998, and Bitcoin is Napster, and Hex and many other coins are Spotify. Like it evolves, and he's still stuck in the Blockbuster stage. I know that might be a horrible analogy, but that's how I relate to it.
Well, and like you said, this guy's successful. I work for people that mine Bitcoin. They think it's the greatest thing ever. At the same time, they don't understand the power of Hex staking and why that mining would be doing the exact same thing they want to do, but cheaper and with less risk. And they'd have more free time, and they wouldn't have to hire me to maintenance these fucking things. So you're not wrong. These people that are have been successful and have been in companies and are in companies and have these statuses in their communities, they're locked in, man. It's it's a psychological thing. Someone else was talking about it yesterday too in this space about how I think it was Mello calling it on being an old head. Just you're stuck in not being able to adjust with the current time.
Gold is good. Zombies come and the economy shuts down and we're all hiding in our houses. Gold might be good then.
But it's the digital age now, isn't it? That's what they can't grasp. Everything is digitalized. You know, software's eating the world, and they just haven't moved with that narrative.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that Peter Schiff sees crypto kind of how Richard Hart sees NFTs. Does anyone kind of get that same vibe? Like, there's no intrinsic worth of a JPEG loosely related to a serial number. And Peter Schiff looks at cryptocurrency like there's no real value in something that you can't hold in your hand, something that doesn't have any use case. Whereas gold has so many physical use cases other than just being a shiny object. You can use it for different chemical reactions. You can use it for all these different things. And cryptocurrency, what can you do with it, right? It's just digital in the space. You can't touch it. There's no use case for it. That's how he sees it. Whereas Richard Hart's like, there's tons of use cases. There's smart contracts, there's NFTs, there's tons of different things, as well as the appreciation. And Peter Schiff doesn't see that, kind of like how Richard Hart doesn't see the same worth in NFTs as he does in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Skipper.
Well, I was just going to say, gold definitely doesn't have the same price appreciation. So if something happens to fiat currencies, I would probably rather have crypto. But even Richard says, like, you don't wish down upon fiat and a global banking system failure and wish, struggles upon people so the crypto price will go up. And if there was like a zombie type apocalypse or the internet went down, it's like, would you rather have a couple gold coins or bullets and toilet paper? Because I guarantee you, if I went up on a camp and I had bullets and toilet paper, I'm going to get a lot more things of what I want instead of just offering them a couple gold coins.
True, but if I also had guns too, then it's a barter thing, right? That's what I meant. Where gold, if the end of the world was happening, that's the only use case for gold. Instead of killing each other, hey, let's trade.
Well, I don't think that Peter Schiff really
more like value in other things than gold. Oh, sorry about that.
I don't think Peter Schiff really believes that he can buy a ton of stuff with his gold. I think he understands that gold is pretty illiquid compared to cash, or I don't know, maybe even cryptocurrency. I think, but he does. I think his main argument is that gold is a better store of value because it doesn't have as much fluctuation as cryptocurrency or the deflation like the dollar does.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean,
it maintains its buying power over time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like he doesn't buy gold to appreciate in value, although it kind of does that. He buys it to keep what he already has. It's a way for the rich to stay rich because it slowly goes up and it doesn't deflate like
it doesn't let
the
anyone
dollar.
else get rich. That's also the problem. Like it like locks in one hand, and yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's like staking for them in a weird way. Yeah, I hear you.
Well, and like Richard Hart flat out said, what are you going to do? Keep it in your closet and then pass it down to your kids, and they're going to pass it down to their kids. You're not going to walk around with pounds of gold. No one's going to accept it. I can't wait for the debate. It's going to be great.
Well, that's true too, and I wonder if he comes at it at an angle, because kind of like he'll even say, like, hey, if you love Bitcoin and you would have got Hex, and Bitcoin went down 50% and Hex did a 13x, you could have bought way more Bitcoin with those gains that you'd ever have. Or there's a lot of people in Hex now that's been in Hex for 2 years. They could buy more Bitcoin than any regular person shilling Bitcoin on Twitter would ever have. And so I wonder if he does it almost like kind of like gold. Like, Peter, if you would have got into Bitcoin at $1 when you were calling it a scam or whatever, or anybody else in gold got crypto, you could buy more gold than you ever have. Or, you know, somebody in crypto could buy more than Peter ever has. And I wonder if he tries to use
That's
that
what
argument.
I was going to say. Why doesn't Richard just be like, I just bought all your gold, man. Like, see ya.
Yeah, have a big pile of gold in
Yeah,
behind
why doesn't
you
he just come
and just
in
go,
with
look what I just bought.
Well, he's got the diamond, didn't he? Like, it probably goes up in
I
price.
I hope he's wearing that diamond on a necklace when he walks out. I could see that. It's just some Flavor Flav looking, just to completely throw him off.
I don't think
The 555 diamond.
is it?
Yeah, I don't think he's had his payment get through because they lied about accepting crypto, I think, or something. I heard him say.
Yeah, I think they only had like one exchange, and they didn't have the exchange that he wanted to pay to or something.
Oh,
So-
that's what it was. You're right. They didn't accept the. Yep, that's true.
Does anyone know what the final purchase price of the diamond was?
Was it 4.2 or 4.3?
Yeah, I thought it was 4.2. I heard.
Yeah,
Did he
I heard
take
him say
possession of it yet?
4.2. I think no. I don't think he took. I'm pretty sure he would have told us if he did, but yeah, I think he said he bought it for 4.2, and he expects its actual value right now to be worth something more like 6.2, though. So I don't know if that's true, but he seemed pretty happy on the fact he got a deal.
Yeah, because that's what the people selling it, like that was what the estimate was, like 6 or something, like 6.5.
What are
That's
the
they were-
odds that it's 555 on pretty much all aspects of this diamond? That's
the only reason he bought it. That's the flat
I
out the only
know.
reason, and it's admirable. The guy's a fucking god.
but that's if I heard right, that's the largest diamond in the world so
Largest-
far, right?
Largest cut diamond.
Right, largest cut
Yeah.
diamond, right? Largest finalized, like ready to sell retail.
And it has properties and minerals in it that are only found in so far in the world in one location. Otherwise, it's meteorites only. Osbornium is one of the main elements.
Yeah, the day after he bought it, I saw a tweet. I could not find the fucking tweet again. I looked hard for it. Is that he was going to get that diamond, get a rocket from Elon, and send it back to space because they say it came from space, but it must have just been someone just tweeting bullshit. But fuck, that would be, I don't want to use the word epic, but it would be epic if he could get Elon to fucking shoot that back out with a rocket. I mean, his 4.3 million is $100 to us. It's nothing, right?
Yeah, but this is Richard. He wouldn't do that. No way.
I feel
I don't know, man. He
he
buys
gets more
airplane
followers
purses.
by attracting people in with like, oh dang, what is this diamond, and having possession of it, kind of like his Hex medallion that he was made for him with the diamonds and everything. I think it attracts people of like curiosity.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what is that? Is that,
Yeah,
is that the
he
largest
knows
diamond?
they
Who owns
want it.
that? It's called the Hex.com diamond. What is Hex? Let's look it up.
Genius.
Hex.com, and then they go into the Hex website. I feel like it's a smart strategy for marketing. If he keeps it.
It was his vertical integration plan, right? Like he knew that would get to every country, every dime, like that. It reached a different audience that we normally wouldn't get to in the news. So that's why I think it was his perfect play, because every country, every language seemed to have heard of that, you know. So that was pretty
And
cool.
you can use that as a tax write-off, right?
Wouldn't surprise me, my man. I don't know, but that.
Yeah, he got places where you can't. He got places where you can't get adverts.
You know what? I think there is people that have big interest in like mining that. So it wouldn't surprise me if he does know that people need that and that it was probably subsidized in some country by some program. Who knows? It would not surprise me.
I'd still like to see him put that on an Elon rocket and send it back into space. The head astro.
Well,
Oh,
I
did you
went
guys-
to I was in Dubai and I saw a Rolls Royce that had a license plate with literally just the number 1. And I looked it up, and that license plate was worth 13.6, around there, like 13.6 million, or it was like somewhere within $1 million of that, just for a piece of metal that had the number 1 on it in Dubai. And I was like, the only way that I would buy something like that is if it was a tax write-off, but it's also like a marketing strategy. Like, right, you have the number 1 license plate and people are curious about it. Like, it got me curious enough to look it up and be like, how much is that license plate worth, right? So I feel like it's kind of the same effect with the diamond. Oh, that's the largest cut diamond. It has 55 facets. It's the 555 carats, and the most expensive cut diamond.
Yep.
Definitely used for a marketing strategy. And if it's used for marketing, I mean, depending on your country, it should be able to be deducted as an expense.
I think it's like kind of falls into play with like this. I've kind of seen it within our community. It's this new idea where we need to start doing our own things and then bringing in Hex as a secondary thing, because people are so bombarded with the upfront. So if it's the first thing you come off with is just bang right to the sell thing. So like, to add what you said, Jonathan, you need to like attract them to something they like almost first, and then move on to that to intrigue them. So it's like it's a second level marketing technique that I'm not sure the name for it, but I know it's something that's been studied, and it's
I'd be interested to see how many followers Richard Hart has gotten just because he started wearing Louis Vuitton.
Well, even what's interesting about that is it's only a year old that he's really started pushing that, and his follower count over doubled in that year. And so it's not that you can directly attribute it to what he was doing, but I'm sure it had an impact.
Yeah, I'm sure he was looking at numbers and charts, and I remember videos him screaming out like, why do I not have the followers that these people have? Like, I remember kind of those days, and he's been experimenting himself, and that's why I think a lot of people that see some of his newer videos, they're so thrown off because they don't understand that this man is on a mission of transitioning him. Like, look at some of his early, I don't want to say they're funny, but there's a couple of them in the beginning, I'm like, whoa. I was like, I kind of chuckled at myself, and then obviously I listened to it, the guy, and he starts spitting just pure truth knowledge once again. Like, so yeah, it's that's one of the main things I end up having to do to a lot of like the people I onboard nowadays is they come back to me like, what I do not like how he's presenting himself. And it's the kind of the same thing that threw me off, but I was lucky enough to know that was a move he was doing intentionally,
Well,
so
he tried to be the nice guy. No one likes
him.
Yeah.
When he realized he had that kind of community behind him, and I think he was finally comfortable, he's like, all right, let's, we got to vertically integrate. He keeps saying it, it's like, that's the move. I think that's part of it. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I was going to mention, like, look at me, for example. I feel like I'm a confident guy myself, and that's what I read off of Richard Hart. I didn't really look at it because in my mentality, I don't judge people based on material, but it also showed me that, like, hey, I don't know what it's like to be a billionaire. So how the heck am I going to have a comment on what this guy has? Because even everything that he sees, it's going to be so flashy to me. It's chump change in the end to him. And so, like, I always see these memes of people like with Mark Zuckerberg and like Bill Gates, and it's like, look at these guys, there's no Gucci belts or nothing like that. And they make these stupid memes. I'm like, yeah, but that blank t-shirt is probably worth $400, and you probably spent more on breakfast than a Rolex. But you guys are trying to say like, don't be flashy, but in the end, it's like, yeah, they might not be, that's not their personality. But in the end, with Richard Hart, it's like, it makes sense. He's just having a good time. He's living out his fantasies. That's fine. Let him do it. He deserves it. He made this crazy invention that's like a genius technology that he deserves anything he wants, in the end.
Also, they're in completely different industries. right? Apple and Facebook, being CEOs of those companies with thousands and millions of employees, it's a completely different dynamic of, okay, the success of my company does not correlate with how many followers I have. Like the amount of followers that Mark Zuckerberg or Steve Jobs or Bill Gates has doesn't necessarily correlate with the success of their company. Whereas in crypto, it kind of has a bigger correlation. Now, they do have lots of followers, but mainly that's just because their company did so well that a lot of people wanted to hear their ideas. It was kind of like company first and then the CEO second. Whereas with cryptocurrencies, and especially if you're making your own coin, it's how many followers do you have, which will funnel people into the products that he has. And so that's kind of my own opinion on like,
I think
his followers are a little bit more important. And so his portrayal and the marketing that he does for his own personal like appearance matters a lot more than a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, for example.
For sure. And Richard, once again, I keep saying exactly what he says on his live streams. He flat out said, I have the biggest TV. I have a Ferrari. I'm not doing this for this. I'm doing this for the glory. And once he said that, that's when I sold. I had a lot of XRP and I sold it all. I'm like, I'm with this guy. He's not doing it for money. He's doing it for glory. And I've never heard anyone ever say that before. And that right at that moment, I'm in, all fucking in.
Oh yeah, I remember the quote. He's like, I'm literally trying to create the greatest performing financial asset ever created in human history. And I heard him say it, saw the look in his eyes. That I remember the hair standing up on my neck, because I kind of felt that, like, that's what I want to do. I want to make the name, you want to make your legacy. Like, what kind of inspiration could you possibly want more than that? And to follow up, Jonathan, on what you were saying, I think Richard was fascinated with the whole algorithm with Twitter and YouTube, and he kind of got to a point where he wanted to figure it out. Like, as a community, we tried to use that to our advantage. I believe it was kind of like there's been several videos where we kind of came together and would use certain hashtags to see if we could funnel algorithmically use their own technology to our advantage. So that's kind of what you probably saw with the push in that. I don't know if you're aware, but there's been a lot of go ahead, Mad Hatter. Good to see you today, man.
Hey, good to see you too. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off at all. I think I breathed a bit too heavy into the mic there. Do you want to finish out your point?
No, that means that you got something good to say. I know.
What I was going to say is if Richard didn't think that buying all of this Louis Vuitton crap and all this Prada stuff, if he didn't think that that was having an impact, a positive impact on his follower count or on getting the message out there, I'm sure he would have stopped it a long time ago. So there are clearly some type of analytics that he's seeing or that he's comparing to where it's a net positive in terms of the followers he's gaining for the money that he's spending to buy, overpriced designer goods. And so, to me personally, yeah, it's a huge turnoff. I don't care about any of that, but I understand why he's doing it. And I understand, there may come a point of diminishing returns where he stops doing that. It just depends on, is his follower count growing? Is he getting more engagement on those videos versus crypto videos? I'm sure he's looking at quite a bit, but that's just an assumption, and I'm basing it off of kind of his response to the NASCAR event that just happened in terms of what works and what doesn't work. So I just imagine that he would stop doing it if it wasn't effective.
100%. And I think we should bring up, just because it's kind of cool and important, I know Orca and Funding Gym and this entire space, Sean, everybody I see every day in here up top, Mad Hatter, even right now, we're kind of trying to capture in time, who's in here, who's talking good ideas, what kind of follower accounts are in here, how are these people coming in here, what are their interests? Because I mean, we're going to the next level. I mean, we're trying to really reach out to people that we know want to find out about this instead of informing people who have no interest at all or could care less. So, yeah, just a shout out to those guys too. Just, I mean, this community is amazing, and it's only a matter of time before we figure this thing out. So, anybody, what we got? 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours till the debate? We're getting there.
Hour and 58 minutes.
Yep. Wow.
Okay, so with this,
really
with the debate, there was like 3 different places. Is that where they're doing 3 different debates? Like
first
in
they
3
fight
different
on top
locations?
of a skyscraper, then they will kind of like parachute down and fight on top of the back of a rolling 18-wheeler, which will eventually crash into the harbor, where they will have an underwater, holding their breath fist fight.
Yeah, with the enclosing spike cage,
and of course sharks circling. So
sharks.
I think that would
pretty interesting.
I think that would attract so many people to this event if that was the case.
You know, it'll be interesting to see how the audio equipment works out. This is kind of a first of its time debate / fist fight, so it'll be fun.
Are you describing the Peter Griffin chicken fight? Because I mean, I swear I saw a couple of those videos back.
I definitely went there.
There's a lot of things going on here.
I went there for a minute, and then I tried to bring it back to Joe Rogan Fear Factor, and was thinking about Joe Rogan throwing in a Peter Schiff, Richard Hart Fear Factor episode. We could bring in whoever else for the contestants, and well, that would be I don't even know what the word. It's like too politically involved with everything going on. But
I do think that there should be small breakaways, just to keep everybody's mental acuity in check. Have them do like a quick Connect 4 between topics, just so that they have to challenge each other on multiple intellectual fronts.
But when you register, the audience can ask questions, right?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea how that works.
Is it not aren't they doing the first run where they just record it? And I'm not sure.
I would imagine so. And I wouldn't imagine like,
I don't think they're allowing just bombardment like that this time.
No, but I saw a number you can call when I registered. It said you can call to ask a question. So I don't know if that's going to be a live question or it's going to be someone else
sure they would.
question.
Yeah, probably jot it down, get a list of good ones, crowdsourced.
It'd be cool to watch them play chess.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. A chess game. That's cool. I did see somebody ask Hexologist in a post if we, like, as a community, we could make a collection of questions to ask Richard Hart, like, before, so that he doesn't have to, like, filter through. So I don't know if maybe that's what that is, Hex dude. That it very well could be Hexologist already in process of making, like, a good list of questions for Richard to read so that he can attack the questions we want to have answered versus just random nonsense every once in a while.
Honestly, from the mind Richard Hart has, he does not need help from us. The guy has it fucking covered.
I hear you, but I know he's busy, man. He's got a lot of, like, I just mentioned that thing the other day about how the T-share price surpassed the gold price. I literally heard him scramble for pen and paper to write it down. So
yeah, that was an exciting one.
Surprised.
He, it's one of those things where Richard by no means lacks the mental faculties to have this debate, but he's also working on a ton of other things, so it is a challenge when you're entering a formal debate domain and somebody's preparing for you, because if you don't do the preparation or if you have a mental lapse, the other guy's not going to hand you his notebook, right? So there is something to be said about, well, Richard's smart enough, he can handle this and that, but lights turn on, pressures happen, unforeseen questions occur, mental lapses occur on the fly. So this is really it's not somebody that you would want to take lightly. Whereas I think Richard has unfortunately been matched up with some guys that weren't so great.
He kind of flat out warned us, stop, because people were trying to fucking throw all this shit at Peter. And he was like, guys, stop.
Yeah, I think he really was like, just don't give him anything you shouldn't, like, be smart about what you say. But at the same time, I heard him say the reason he joins Orca's Spaces is the perspectives he can learn, even on I think he said it that just the other day again. Like when he came in, he's learning on the fly too. Like that's the best part about him. He's not done learning. He knows he can learn more. It's a beautiful thing.
I think Richard's the kind of person who has enough confidence in himself that he understands the level that he expects of himself. And so when you're entering these competitions or these man-to-man events, he's probably the kind of person who's looking to enter that arena with the least amount of ammunition pouring in from the crowd. Whether it's for him or for Peter, I think he's done well enough for himself. And I bet Peter is in a similar mental space where they feel they can enter these arenas empty-handed, and that is all the advantage they need. But in that vein is you don't want somebody else coming in with undue amounts of inside preparation, knowing your points, knowing the angles that put you into a tough position. So I think they both would rather come in. I mean, obviously, you'll take all the advantages that you can get if you can hear something in the grapevine. But for the most part, I think they would prefer that their opponent not be given any fuel to the fire because they feel competent enough to handle the debate walking in off the street.
Does anyone know about how long the debate's supposed to go for? Whether it's 30 minutes or 2 hours?
3 days.
Oh, come on, man. 4 days or bust. GTFO.
There will be no sleeping on this debate.
I think I had a little button that adds it to my Google Calendar, and it blocked out an hour and a half.
On some of the previous videos that interviews they've done, they've lasted anywhere from 15 minutes to like 2 hours. So somewhere between that range, I guess.
I woke up this morning, this is kind of a funny thing. I woke up this morning and somebody had a post of Peter Schiff talking about Hex. It must have been something in the past I hadn't heard. But it was like him saying like Hex is basically Dogecoin but turned up a notch or something like that. And I woke up so angry. I literally turned it off, like threw my phone. I was like, that can't, I missed it. And that's what he said? No way. Like for the first 30 minutes, I kind of slept in late, but first 30 minutes of today, I already thought I missed. So I'm really happy I didn't, but I hope he brings more to the table than just comparing us to a dog coin, like I heard him say in that prior talk. I'm not even sure what that was from, but.
So for me, the thing I'm most excited about is that this puts eyes on cryptocurrency. Like, I'm a huge fan of Hex. I have it in my Twitter handle. But if nobody ever bought Hex again, that wouldn't stop my passion for crypto. And this is an opportunity for people who come from the traditional asset markets and from kind of traditional couch logic of how to handle their retirement. And this is going to just put cryptocurrency in a very valid light for upwards of an hour with somebody who is speaking to some of the oldest financial vehicles that we're familiar with. And so it's like taking this hexagon and putting it on stage against the wheel and saying, we think that our design actually merits having a conversation with a design that has been globally accepted as par for the course or as an effective means of achieving the outcomes that we desire. So this is really an opportunity for crypto to take the stage.
Yeah, I will say that I just watched a video by Crypto Coffee, and he compared not the utility, but the price charts of Dogecoin versus Hex. And they look very similar, other than the fact that Hex did what Dogecoin pretty much did. Dogecoin did in 8 years versus what Hex did in only 2 years. So only comparing the price charts, when you look at it linearly, Dogecoin just looks like this flat thing and, I could have bought anywhere. And then it pumps and then dumps, right? It hasn't gone up really. It's almost at an all-time low for Dogecoin. And with Hex, with a linear graph, it kind of looks like the same thing. It's just a pump, and for the last couple months, it's been dumping. And so the way that Crypto Coffee says is, if you change it to logarithmic, then Dogecoin really has just been going up and to the right over the last 8 years. and Hex has done what Dogecoin did, or Bitcoin, or Ethereum has done in 2 years what it took them a lot longer to do. When you're arguing about the utility of what Hex does and how it's been able to get people to delay their gratification, that's a completely different conversation. But going back to what Peter Schiff says, as far as price chart goes, I mean, Hex is pretty much a Dogecoin in terms of price chart, just on a 4x faster time scale.
I think that's one of the features of Hex that doesn't get talked about a lot. And to be fair, we don't have that much data on Hex. Over 2 years is a long time in crypto, but it's not a long time in finance, and it's certainly not a long time in speculative investment timeframes. When you think like this is the future of something, well, when you look at biotech and industries like that, it can take 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years to go from the discovery phase to the research applications. So there's a lot of, we can look at the Hex chart and say, look at how well we've done for two plus years. But somebody else might look at that same chart and say, well, a lot of other things did well in that 2-year period. A lot of things haven't done well starting at about the same time that Hex hasn't done as well. And so it's not, to use a price chart is not a bulletproof argument. Shiba Inu has a really good looking price chart just in terms of appreciation from the bottom. A lot of shitcoins, because I'm not saying Shiba Inu necessarily is a shitcoin. It's got a pretty strong community. But a lot of shitcoins have the ability to benefit from market pumps when the BTC-ETH pair spikes. And so what Hex has built into it with the staking mechanisms is the ability to capture more of the good and insulate from more of the bad. So when we pump, we can pump harder because of our staking mechanics and the Truth Engine. And when we dump, or when the markets effectively retrace to more realistic buying zones for market structure, we don't have to take nearly as hard of a lump because we have so much of the potential selling pressure locked up. So I think that actually when we look at the Hex chart and say, hey, for 2 years we've been so good, as we continue through this bear market, we're going to find it, much like any other asset and investing asset class, it's going to be really tough to make gains for the immediate term. That's the reality that we're looking at across legacy, across crypto. It's a global geopolitical situation right now. We're in for a pretty tough bear market. But that being said, when you're able to earn yield in the form of the underlying asset that you wish to hold, when you have the ability to restrict the potential maximum sell pressure, which is something that tends to tap into during emotional times where markets run together because of sentiment, Hex really sets itself above with these internal mechanisms that are simply designed to create equitability throughout the distribution of finance over the long time horizons, hence the appropriate inflation, the way that it's distributed to those that restrict the supply with staking. Hex has so many beneficial financial features that looking at the last 2+ years doesn't do it very much justice, because what you're going to see moving forward will continue to recognize compounding benefits of always dumping a little bit less, pumping a little bit more, incentivizing the correct behaviors, and producing the harder to follow on a price chart, which is unit bias yield. So you're earning your yield in the asset itself. You're not earning it in dollar form. You're not earning it in these fractional dividends that come out every 3 months. You have this trustless DeFi yield. And that's going to continue to be more and more obvious to see when we do compare these price charts over 2, 4, 10, 20 years.
I agree, Orca. It's kind of mind-blowing to think that, even cryptocurrency has only been around, 13 years. One of the most interesting arguments that I heard for gold, and back in 2008, 2009, 2010, I was completely aligned with Peter Schiff in terms of something's wrong with the monetary system. We have to find a form of sound money. And I put my eggs in the gold basket, in the silver basket, the precious metals basket. I bought it hook, line, and sinker for a couple years, up until 2013 when I heard about Bitcoin. and I said to myself, I don't know which one of these is going to be better. One's brand new. There's not really much of a track record, but it seems to have promise. So I started half and half my bag between Bitcoin and between gold and silver. And, I see that the gold bugs constantly point to this, multi-thousand-year track record of gold having value. And that's valid. That's true. But we've also never been in a situation prior to 13 years ago where we have the ability to store value through cryptographic signatures on the blockchain. And so I think that's one of the most interesting things about this entire debate is, we can't, you can obviously debate thousands of years versus 10 to, 13 years or so. But there's so much money flowing into cryptocurrency. And when you look at it generationally, even when I talk to my nephews, they have no idea that gold has any value at all. If I were to offer them Bitcoin, they understand it. If I were to offer them an ounce of gold, they have no idea what that is, why it's valuable. And we're starting to see this shift in generations where maybe our grandparents, I don't know how old everyone is in the room, but some of our grandparents or great grandparents lived through the Great Depression and they understand the sound money concepts, and that's slowly dying off as these younger generations start coming to age. They're working and they're putting value somewhere different than where our grandparents did. And while we see nation states buying gold and accumulating gold, I do wonder what happens when these Gen Z type people and the generations after them, when they come into power and they're making those decisions, where are they going to see the value? Where are they going to place those dollars or those assets? I don't know, but I think it's an interesting thing to contemplate. And I think two people have their hand up. So sorry for hogging the mic there. What's up, Chase?
I was just going to add to that and what we said about how you could now buy gold. I mean, if you really wanted gold, I mean, I love the idea that you have both. This whole idea that one has to disappear and the other one that isn't real to me. I think gold always will have its purposes, but I don't think there's any way someone could try to compare it to the stats you're bringing with the future generations coming up. And I think they're well aware of that. So once again, I come back to this. I hope they don't battle it out this one's going. I don't think Richard Hart thinks gold's just going to disappear. I mean, that just how would that even happen in reality? To me, it doesn't seem logical in the first place. But yeah, once again, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, and speaking of older generations, if anyone has read Robert Kiyosaki's books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Cash Flow Quadrant, Rich Dad's Guide to Investing, Fool's Gold, and some of these fake. He has one book called Fake, about fake teachers and all this different stuff. One of his arguments about why he likes to buy gold and silver is that gold and silver, being tangible objects that hold some type of value almost pretty much all the time, and has been proven to hold value throughout centuries, it is a lot harder for the government to control the value of what gold does versus what a piece of paper can do. And the main reason is because the government has control over printing presses, over dollars. And so in his book, he talks about that the reason why he buys gold and silver, apart from that, is that gold and silver are God's money, right? So, whatever you believe God is, it is God's money, that it is pretty much eternal, right? It's an eternal compound or eternal material that you can't necessarily destroy that easy. And there's always going to be gold on the earth, and it's always going to have some type of value. Whereas a dollar or a peso in a different country, or the currency in Germany, when they inflated away and they're a bucket full of cash could only buy you so much at a marketplace, a couple loaves of bread and all that stuff. And so you see the argument of gold has always had its value. It's God's money. That's the reason why we buy it. And it's a way to store value. And one of the other concepts that Robert Kiyosaki talks about is his rich dad saying, okay, you want to be rich? Yeah, I want to be rich. All right, the first thing I'm going to have you do is go and talk to a financial advisor and make a plan to become secure. He's like, why would I do that? That's not fun. But he goes and does it, right? He goes and makes a plan with a financial advisor to be secure. Then he goes and makes another financial plan with a different advisor to be financially so secure. I think it's like safe, secure, and then to be rich. Right? So there's three, or comfortable. Comfortable is the second one. So secure, comfortable, and then make a third financial plan to become rich. And I think that instead of having this debate of which one is going to be and the other one has to be destroyed and go to zero, it can kind of fall in the parameters of one of those three categories, right? Secure, comfortable, or rich. And I think that to be financially secure, you have to have some kind of place that's boring, a plan in place that's boring, that will allow you to just hold its value. And maybe gold falls into that secure or comfortable category. And to get rich, it's going to be high risk, high reward, right? And so a lot of the things that he talks about are based off cash flow and all that stuff. But his cash flow, he'll go and put into gold to store its value. And the government can only do so much with gold. They can put regulations in place. But the fact of the matter is that if you accumulate your wealth in dollars versus gold, the dollars is a lot more susceptible to risk of deflation or losing its value versus what gold can do. So I think those are valid points, and I think those are points that Peter Schiff will all agree with, that it's a store of value. A store of value isn't necessarily a place to get rich, but it's really that. It's to hold the value that you've worked so hard your entire life to keep.
I like to say that we are officially the tailgate party of the debate.
Do we want to create a Richard Hart bingo card for phrases that he may or may not say during the debate?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm picking up some caffeine real quick, and then I'll start slapping together a little bingo board and post it up at the top.
You got to put the Matty all-in quote on there for sure about the T-share price surpassing the gold price.
And a double, and a double, and a double.
Personally, I signed up last week, but I never got a confirmation email. And then I just re-signed up again, and I got one of my emails. They sent me a confirmation to secure my place, but I've yet to receive the link. So if anyone else is having that same issue, anyone who has received the link for the video, please eventually probably just tweet it out and just share it if that's okay.
I did tweet it out. I'll pin it up at the top.
Yeah, I also did. I didn't receive an email either, I don't believe. But yeah, if you pinned it, thank you.
I'm pinning a new tweet right now, right up at the top. And that will have the URL is the top link right underneath the words URL for live debate.
What should be our official tailgate party drink or food?
I mean, I was just gonna fill up, get some floor cleaner, fresh mop out, and I was gonna clean my floors while he was.
Come on, let's eat. Let's barbecue.
I'm fasting for the debate as my sign of strength for Richard Hart.
Should we all fast in solidarity?
That would be good. A 2-hour fast. What a health conscious decision too.
I actually was already fasting from 6 p.m. yesterday, so I've had a green tea so far, and I just made a black coffee. So I'm gonna go till 6 p.m. today, and then.
Damn it. I had a Pancheros burrito. Is that close enough to a green tea?
Yeah, sure. If that's what you want to call it. Everyone has their own metaverse, I guess.
I'll just go with the one meal then. I'll do intermediate fast for it, something like that. I'll wait at least 16.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not encouraging anyone to fast unless like it's their time to fast. For me, it's like I just needed to take a break, and it's kind of nice to fast. You don't have to worry about food. It opens up your mind, and like you're not wasting your time thinking about what you're gonna eat or anything like that. So sometimes I do it just for mental clarity and focus.
Also, I'm almost certain it has immune. But like if you're ever feeling sick, don't overload yourself with heavy foods. And I'm almost. I mean, I even see it when I watch like late at night when I get bored. I just need something put on TV. I'll watch like the Animal Planet. And it's just ironically the other night I was watching, we were talking about how like eating might, use up some of the energy your body could be using for other processes or whatever. But these animals that, it was like these little, what do they call those things? Not ferrets, but whatever. One of them got bit by a rattlesnake, and it survived by just 3 days straight. They monitored this thing, and it literally just laid there and just like took the pain, and then by the fourth day it popped up, and it was amazing to see how it literally didn't eat or drink a thing even, and it just healed itself naturally. It was bizarre.
Yeah, I found fasting kind of like, it was like years ago. I read a study, I probably mentioned this before, about the Nobel Peace Prize. A scientist won, kind of breaking down the importance of human fasting. And an easy way to understand is that anytime you go to eat, your digestion is taken care of by your white blood cells, but those are also the same cells that help you heal. So if you never take a break from eating, you're constantly digesting, you're not giving your body enough time to heal. And that's why it's very important to fast often, not daily or anything like that, because then, you could do it daily, it'll have its own benefits, but if you there's a balance, right? So for me, it's like I fast for mental clarity, for healthy weight, and to keep my metabolism in check. So if you start fasting daily, then it will mess with your metabolism. But just for like a health reason, fasting could be huge for most people. But in North America, there's just this 3 meal a day system where it's like eat, and like most people don't even get like 12 hours between their meals or their last snack, or even like a sugary drink, right? So during fasting, you can have green tea, like no sugar, no milk. Same with coffee and water. So water, green tea. And before my fast, if I'm planning it, I will, start it with like a little bit of lemon juice, like a half a lemon squeezed, like a couple teaspoons of apple cider vinegar and some water to dilute it. And I'll just pound that at the beginning of my fast, and it really helps enhance the fasting benefits.
You're making me hungry.
I heard you mention the other day too, Sean. I wanted to chime in, but my phone died or whatever. I heard you say that like a cold shower in the morning, and I remember Quant Gang with Matty All In talk. Sorry to keep saying his name, but we were talking about, we had some health professional in there, and we were talking about how like finishing with a cold shower. Kareem was talking about it too, about that. It like gives you a mental clarity in the morning. And I started doing it from when I heard them say that months ago. And I don't just like get in the shower freezing cold. Like that's a little absurd to me. I live in the winter, really cold area. So that's a little absurd, but just towards the end, I encourage people just to crank it down for a bit and just stand there and just, take a final rinse with cold water. It just brings me like an unbelievable, awareness and clarity to the start of my day. And I heard you mention that, and I wanted to point out it definitely works for me.
It's huge for I think it's your endocrine system, or I can't pronounce that right. Endocrine. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And it also helps you drain your lymphatic system. So it's like the shock from hot to cold. And if you can't deal with the cold, you have to remember all it is controlling your breathing. That's the only way you can really deal with cold. If you notice, your human body, like, it's all about comfort. Your mind is all about being comfortable. It's just programmed into us. So you have to kind of mentally tell yourself, like, it's okay for me to be cold. And you have to trick your body, because what happens is people start like ventilating. They're shivering and their breathing speeds up, because it's like the mind tricking the body to be like, you don't like this, get out of this, and you have to like control your breathing. That's the only way I'm able to do it. If I don't breathe in through my nose and take slow breaths, as soon as a cold hits me, I'm going to have a struggle trying to get through it. So I just control my breathing, and that's the way I do it. Also, like watching Wim Hof, using his techniques, things like that. If you guys haven't heard of Wim Hof, he's pretty insane, pretty cool. And yeah, I feel like, it's just like crypto, like information is just shared, and you have to kind of look into things and not just kind of, I'm okay with if I'm not being called the normal guy, right? Like if people think I'm a weirdo because I do these things, I'm like, that's fine, man. I'd rather not be a normal food pyramid weirdo. So that's just my take on it.
No, I can agree with you for sure. My life has drastically changed since beginning meditation and also the cold showers. The two of them are two different sides of developing, like yourself, really. The meditation is good for centering and being able to actually, separate yourself from your thoughts and be quite mindful and heighten your awareness. But then the showers are more for like your mental toughness, and it fucking sucks. But it really makes a massive difference.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's awesome. And more people, you can't really knock it till you try it. That's anything. I think the craziest mental clarity I've ever had was like doing a 3-day fast where I didn't eat anything for 3 days, and I had just had this insane like sharpness in my mind. But it quickly faded once I did break my fast. And that could also just be like human survival, built-in survival, things like that. But we do have a new speaker, July. How can I help you?
Hey guys, just tuning in with you guys. Love what you guys are talking about, clarity and making space for good ideas and thinking. Because at the end of the day, if we could all just sit down and take a little bit of time and really think through what we're doing, what we're planning, what we're organizing in our lives, it's definitely key. You got to think about it. Your time is the most precious thing you have, is the most valuable thing you have. You'll never get it back. Once it's gone, there's no way you could ever get it back. So it's definitely taking every little moment that you can in your free time to be able to gain that clarity is key, to living a healthy life and definitely living a successful life.
Yeah, becoming aware of your shortcomings and where you are in need of development or what you can do better, and being able to actually admit that you aren't good in an area or you need work in an area is an amazing skill to learn. And I think everyone should try and learn it at some point in their life. I think we all kind of naturally do, but yeah, like you were saying, the mindfulness and meditation and these cold showers and actually having a focused specific reason or a lot of time in a day to practice that is amazing. So I definitely agree, Julio.
Yeah, is there any specific podcasts or authors that you like that talk about it? Like personally, I recommend this book called Food Fix by Mark Hyman. If you're into just understanding like the food system and FDA and how it all works, and his theories on it. He's very educated. He's been a doctor at the Mayo Clinic. He was like the head of Mayo Clinic for like a long time. So, he treats his clients or his patients with food. He calls food medicine. And I totally agree. It changed my life when I followed their methods of like ketogenics and low carb fasting, and really not just like low carb. People kind of take that down to a different level, and they just think they could eat cheese all day, when it's really anti-inflammatory is like the best nutrition in my mind.
I think one of my favorites would be probably like Dr. Sebi. I learned a lot from Dr. Sebi, just reading through his medical examinations and diets and, you know, certain herbs that you can consume.
Wait, Sean, are you saying that you can't eat cheese while you're on keto, or just in very low moderation because it is somewhat inflammatory?
Yeah, like I try to avoid dairy when I'm keto. I usually will have like goat cheese as my cheese when I am, because there's something I see that I can't remember why, but like I've already been doing it for so long that I forget the facts sometimes. But I'm glad we're talking about it, so it kind of goes in fresh in my head again. But there's something about the antibodies or something in goat milk and goat cheese and buffalo that's not as inflammatory as from cattle or cows. And yeah, that's the one thing. Also, like when I'm keto and I'm trying to do anything inflammatory, like I'll have for breakfast, I'll have like an avocado with like 3 egg yolks and 2 whites, because egg whites are actually inflammatory because they contain antibodies for chickens, but they're actually not good for humans.
Hello, I've got a recommendation. Can you guys hear me?
Quite a bit of background noise, but yeah, we can hear.
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, from a psychological standpoint, Dr. Rick Hansen and his son, Forrest Hansen, they've got a YouTube channel. Highly recommend them. They mix Buddhism with conventional psychotherapy. He's written countless amount of books, so I find him really useful. I've been following him for about 10 years and it's really been beneficial. So I thought I'd share that with you guys.
Thanks for sharing, man. Yeah, Rick Hansen, probably someone I've only like watched one video before, and meditation and Buddhism is something that I picked up. It's funny enough that when I was doing fasting heavily and I really jumped into like nutrition back in 2020, and like that was like my cure to pandemic, is like figure out how to be the healthiest version of myself so I don't care about whatever virus comes at my way. And I actually started indulging a lot of Eckhart Tolle, and kind of got a lot of insight from that. Also, like I read a book called The 5 a.m. Club by Robin Sharma, and it was very insightful as well. It was like a story. I heard it on Audible, so it was pretty good. But I'll definitely check out Rick Hansen. And just a friendly reminder to anyone who has yet to sign up for the Richard Hart Peter Schiff debate, just go to the link that's posted in the name, gocoevents.com, and you can register there to get your unique link for the debate. And also wanted to let everyone know that it is an open mic. We are welcoming everyone who would like to have a comment or bring up a topic or ask a question. Doesn't matter how important or anything. We're here to help explain crypto security, details about how to be ready for the Pulse chain launch and get all your airdrops for all your existing ERC20s if you're not aware. So please feel free to come up.
I'm getting so many good recommendations for this bingo card. If you have any, please just tap that pinned tweet and just write it in there, and I'm going to use a little bingo card generator. So hopefully we can get more potential phrases than like a traditional bingo card holds, and then that way there can be like some true only winner opportunities. Because I'll have it shuffle up all the spaces and stuff.
Yeah, these are really good.
Hey, Orca, I'd like to see "I'm the greatest man in crypto" on there.
Absolutely. I just saw your tweet. Yeah, man. It's like this is one of those times where he's talking to a gold guy, so he's probably going to use more generic crypto. Like, I know Peter Schiff wants to try and pin the conversation into Bitcoin equals crypto, crypto equals Bitcoin. So I think it'll be tough for Richard to, like, Richard will have to probably interject Hex. I don't think Peter's going to ever hand him a softball where Peter brings up Hex, because then he's immediately giving the expertise over to the opponent, and he's there's no chance that he's as well researched in Hex. So, like, I don't really see Hex coming up a whole bunch, other than when Richard's able to take benefits of Bitcoin and build upon them, and negative externalities and remove them. So, like, maybe his typical phrases won't be as common.
I reckon the I raised $27 million for charity will be definitely in there.
I didn't even know he had done that. Richard raised $27 million for charity? Unheard of.
Wait, what?
There's even something to be said about being able to buy Hex on a double or something, and you still could have made money.
No way, what? That's
yeah, it
crazy.
happened once or twice or something.
Never heard of that.
No, it should be really exciting. Such a weird date and time, though. Wednesday, late evening in UTC. So I wonder, I guess these two old wrinkly bastards don't have anything better to do on hump day, if you know what I mean. They're both just old men finding that perfect time to come and shout about young kids in their lawn.
Yeah, I think, they probably made it to where 5 p.m. Eastern time fit their schedule. In the end, it seems like Peter Schiff's been on his channel a couple times, so there is some camaraderie there, most likely. And in the end, when it comes to the debate, I was planning on watching if he's ever had another debate on his channel, but it seems like it's just been hosts and like talking about. I saw something about 6 months ago. It said Bitcoin's going to 200,000 on their videos. So I'll see. We'll see what happens. But Robert Kiyosaki's been on his channel quite often, so it seems like that's a good connection, and that would be cool to have Robert Kiyosaki invite Richard Hart onto his podcast. I think that would be a good step next.
Well, Richard is in Europe somewhere, isn't he? So the time is not. It's pretty early in the morning somewhere.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, somewhere in Europe, I believe. But that's probably when when Peter Schiff probably say, "Hey, I can do it at 5 p.m. at my house. I'll be there on Wednesday." And then they coordinated with everyone to make sure it fit. I feel like Richard Hart has just kind of his own schedule. Hey, sorry, Nicole. I tried to add you, but I couldn't get you on.
That's all good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my connection is pretty bad, I think. But yeah, Sean, I just sent you a DM. Super interesting. I just came in late here in the room. Hear you guys talking about some good doctors, healing foods, all that good stuff. Super interesting in that. But yeah, or you can just DM me back if you want.
Is there only going to be one debate with Peter Schiff and Richard Hart, or multiple?
From everything I've been told, this is very likely going to be a one-time only debate. While they both have a lot to gain from one another, they are by no means collaborators in their industries, so there are likely going to be opportunities for each person to create a little bit of division between the two particular sections of the audience, the gold maximalists and the crypto maximalists, or Richard Maximalist. So I wouldn't expect this to become some kind of a powwow that they do every year. That said, if everybody shows support, if we use these sign-up links, if we're respectful on social media, which that damage may already be done, I'm not sure, then maybe we could look at getting these things to occur more in the future. And that's just a little side note for anybody who's coming in. Please feel free to use like a junk email even, but the sign-up, if you go to gocoevents.com, and the links are up above pinned in the Twitter space, then that'll help drive a little bit of traffic metric. I'm not saying like your location or your name or anything like that. Even a junk email from some server that's not even hosted in the same country as you is fine, but it just shows that there are real people who are actually interested in this content, and that allows the people with the budgets who align these events for us to have something to show when making their decisions in the future that say, hey, people are really into this cryptocurrency conversation. They really like Richard Hart as a guest on the show. Those kind of things will help put us in positions to compete, time and time again moving forward.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think he knows this is his chance to touch base with these gold maxis, may you want to call them, or whatever. It's just, I agree. It's a once in a lifetime chance to reach out to these people and present his version without them having to go through Peter Schiff to hear about these beautiful technologies. So yeah, it's going to be great.
I just got the email from my other email for the link. Just wanted to confirm with anyone else if that. I think it's the same link for everyone. It ends in DUBW, so I don't know if that's the same link that everyone else got. Let's see.
Yep,
Yeah, it's the same. So at least we know there's no specification on the link. It's just better in general for everyone to just sign up. But like if you don't get the link, then it's pinned, the second pinned tweet up top on the space. If you click that, it says it's pinned there. So there's about 420 people waiting, and 70 minutes till the debate starts. And I do recommend, if you guys I have about 8,000 connections on LinkedIn. I sent it on there, and Facebook, anywhere else. Might as well share it out there. I'm sure there's a lot of different aspects, and if you share Peter Schiff, people know who he is. I think it's going to be a great, could be a great onboarding tool, this whole debate, for people to kind of hear the details in a more professional manner.
Do we know if it's getting recorded and maybe played on Richard's own channel afterwards?
Yeah, there's a production team that'll be recording on both ends, I'm pretty sure. And I think they're both aware it's going to be part of the documentary. So we were talking earlier how we hope that might kind of direct the narrative to as a little more professional style versus maybe just full out attack like some of them seem to find their way. But yeah, Richard seems to be preparing himself very well, and I like how today he's been quiet. That tells me that he's got his bandana on backwards and he's he's ready to clean the floors. So I can't wait.
I'm excited to see him pull a couple rabbits out of that Louis Vuitton airplane bag. I'll tell you that.
Let's hope he got some strings for that thing hanging from the ceiling above him.
I got a good feeling he's going to have an interesting setup for this one.
If he's got a production team recording it, anytime I see him where he's on video and he knows he's on video, he's definitely bringing the heat. So it's going to be fun.
I think it'd be best to have him like where he's most comfortable. So I think it's his new setup with his red chair and nice background. Like the same situation he got rug pulled on YouTube. I think he's going to be somewhere like that.
What if he dressed like Peter Schiff and like set up like he was going to? Oh, that would be so epic. And just like come in with his style. Oh man, that would be good.
It's Peter Schiff, so I expect Richard to do something special for him.
Yeah, I think he's gonna. It might even be too special to where like we'll kind of understand. It might be. He's so intelligent, so we'll see if it goes right over the guy's head a lot of times or not.
Does anyone else think we're going to see a wager? Some kind of wager?
I agree on that one. I was thinking about that right now too.
100%. I agree as well. I think it's just going to boil down to it. You know, I can already hear the words, I bet you this or something like that, you know, especially from Peter Schiff. You know, I could hear him saying that. He won't shake on it though, I bet.
Yeah, that'd be a good one for the bingo card. Some sort of a betting quote.
So I wanted to just add on to this thought from what I brought up earlier. I actually still believe that gold is sounder money than fiat. But one of the things that kind of woke me up to the fact that gold isn't really a good investment is the ability for the paper market to literally dump, unbelievable amounts of gold on the market, driving down the spot price, right? So the gold market isn't really settled, the vast majority of it. It's not settled in direct like gold for fiat payments. It's actually settled in contracts for gold, right? So basically paper representations. Imagine if Grayscale got so out of control that Grayscale was the one factor that controlled all of the Bitcoin market. And that's essentially what's happened in gold over time. So it's kind of allowed this fiat money paper system, Ponzi scheme, whatever you want to call it, to endure so long. Is because of these gold contracts that get dumped on the market. So anytime you see like a 2, 3, 4% rise in gold on the day, you can bet your bottom dollar the next morning in early market trading, you're going to see massive contracts dumped on the market to bring the gold price, spot price back down. I hope they talk about that too, because I'd be really interested to see, manipulated markets and kind of the drawdowns for investors.
To add to that, I remember Kareem breaking down, you said Grayscale. He was, in some video, he had some unbelievable like statistics where like the 5 to 10% moves that we see in like the Bitcoin price, he was able to like capture the sell-offs from Grayscale, kind of like what you were talking like the day before. Or it was absolutely, he called it out for like 2 weeks straight. I remember just kind of following it after he had that video, and it was, he didn't really do a follow-up on it and brag about him being right, but it was definitely chillingly accurate. One hour and 5. Oh, shift. Woo!
Getting ready, man.
Get a priest on retainer, just in case.
He's got to be shifting his pants.
Yeah, man. I think we're gonna get all kinds of crowd. Like he's probably gonna get his son and his following, and all the people that have had him on the show, and You know, it's just going to be a pretty, but it looks like the chat is open, right? So everyone will be chatting in there at each other, and the trolls will be going hard, most likely, you know, trying to rile up all the Hexicans that are in there. You know,
I wonder if we could set like a pro, like don't say anything Hexicans, like just go silent on it and just let them just, would that ever be like, no, probably not, but we have way too many wise, clever Hexicans for that to ever happen. But
hey, Padallac VA, what's up, man?
Yo, yeah, I was just had a bit of a conundrum on the topic of gold and pulse chain. So you can hold tokenized gold as an ERC20 token, and like under the ticker PAXG, and that represents, you know, some physical gold which is held in a vault in London somewhere. So like anytime PAXG holders can look up the serial number, value, and physical characteristics of their vaulted gold just by entering their Ethereum wallet address on the PAXG lookup tool. And like, how is that going to work come Pulse Chain launch? And, you know, like with the duplicates of these ERC20s, I was just kind of like scrambling my brain over that one.
Well, you have to take a look at it. I mean, the PRC version is the PRC version. So no matter what, it's going to be the PRC version. So when it comes to like a coin like PAX, I think that like the value asset of it is technically you can go into some specific locations and trade in your PAX for actual gold. And at least that's what I learned recently about it. And with that said, I believe that, you know, they're not going to take the wrapped version or the PRC version unless, you know, there is a value to it. So in the end, you know, that's pretty much the difference between the copies, is that they are specific on what chain they are. And if you do try to bridge it over, it will be a wrapped version. It won't be the actual. So I really don't think it's going to change the tokenomics of the ERC version, just due to the fact that maybe the PAX, the PPAX won't really retain their value because their basis is the value of gold that's locked up, centralized in that coin.
Yeah, got you. Thanks for clearing that up. So it's like you'd be able to, you know, trade the value of, but never be able to redeem the physical gold kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Unless, you know, the team at PAXG says, hey, we are going to now support the Pulse version, and we've bought this much gold to offset it, and this is our PAX, like their Pulse PAX, you know, asset value. But it will tell in time. And I think that most projects that are on ETH, if they don't really wisen up to Pulse Chain, it's going to be a socially irresponsible for them to continue on supporting a proof of work system when there's a better environmentally friendly copy that they don't have to redo anything on.
Yeah, I love the fact that it twists the arm of the players in the space in that regard, like what you just mentioned. It's going to take almost negligence at certain levels for it's forcing them to show their hand. And I kind of have the same question about a lot of like the USDT and the USDC copies and how they were going to like come over to the Pulse. But yeah, I think you're right. Once they adopt it, that's when the value will be realized. I mean, if I'm not correct, you know, like it's going to be interesting to see.
Exactly. Yeah. So time will tell. Patience is king. And all we have to do is just educate, spread the word, and get more people to be users, so those players understand that there's a big user base that supports low fees and environmentally friendly projects. I mean, just the amount of people that can come on and increase the value of the entire ecosystem, because someone with $20 now can come and join the projects, where before it's like you don't have $30, you can't even make a transaction. So you better have a few $100 if you're going to play on ETH. And I think that's going to open up a lot more, because a billion new people coming in with $100 is still $100 billion. So I feel like that'll increase the market. But hey, Karster, I know you just joined. Do you have something to add?
I'm driving. I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Peter, this isn't a free engagement. He's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He's getting paid, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, I don't think he's getting
No?
paid. What
guess
the opportunity is to be in this documentary.
That's good. That's good. It should be fun to watch or listen to at least.
And I don't even want to downplay how big it is just to get a proponent against what Richard Hart is about in this documentary, right? Because if it was just a circle jerk of Hex is great, I'm trying to change the world, and there was no opposition, you don't really have much of a story there. And so I think it's really important and key that they were able to, or that Funding Gym was able to get this set up with Peter Schiff, just to have that opposing voice, right, for this documentary. I think it's a real net positive.
It's critical. I mean, and you've seen it in his last interview. I mean, he can't help him. I mean, I know there was a lot of info to be taken from that. I can't help but think about that with Kevin, that other big influencer that's really smart in real estate. And it was as if they were speaking different languages or something. It was like there was a lot you could take from each side, but you could just tell what is the word? Like the information literacy was so different that they weren't even arguing the same points. It was like they were, it was weird. It almost seemed like they were attacking each other, and because they were so far off on their ground level of what they were talking about. So yeah, it'd be interesting. I think the most interesting thing for me with this debate is going to be where they start. Like, how are they going to set down? Like, do we both know what we're both talking about here, or are we just going to have our guns loaded and, bring it to the table? And I'm hoping that since this is funded, and Funding Gym and whoever else helps set this up, it's on production, could be documentarized. I think it, like Mad Hatter just said, it's absolutely vital and crucial to this being as important as it is and is going to be, I'm sure.
Well, and the documentary team was having a hell of a time, believe it or not, finding anyone that would go on record, right, for this documentary to say anything negative about Richard Hart or Hex, which is crazy. As much hate as there's been over these last 2 years, they literally couldn't find somebody that had a reputable enough reputation to come on to this documentary and have a debate or, give the opposing viewpoints. I mean, it was kind of fascinating just that they were having such a hard time.
I think a lot of them are being sued. I think a lot of them maybe can't. They might be in trouble. I mean, let's not forget about Mr. Johnny Chaos in the background. I mean, he's not short on work either from the tweets I see him represent. Like he's keeping control of that slander and the stuff behind the scenes that a lot of people forget about. And yeah, I think that has part to do with it. I think people are scared and they're starting to see, okay, well, some people, I honestly believe them. I think they just really didn't know because of just what they did, the way they censored it, the way they geared it towards it. So I think, I don't know, it's hard to say why everyone is so hateful about it, but I can see some of it. So yeah. I disagree. I think that's part of the reason why. I think a lot of people are intimidated. Some can't legally, and some probably have a lot of learning to do. How's the bingo board coming, Orca?
Pretty good. I've got 30 different cards. Probably
awesome.
Probably like, they're 5x5, so that's 25, and so a free space, so 24 phrases. I probably came up with like 30 phrases, just so that there's a little variation among the different cards. And then I'll throw them all in like a Google Drive link or something like that. They're just JPEGs, and then
Are you gonna NFT them?
Oh yeah, dude! It'll be an exclusive NFT. Anybody who holds one of these will automatically be entered into a drawing for a free subscription to my $19.99 monthly gold newsletter.
Beautiful.
Which actually last night we gave away several discounts on that subscription service. So.
Good, love it.
I think we talked it all the way down to like $9.99 at one point.
What a steal!
Oh my gosh, I know all the information you could ever want. Hey, the price of gold is going up.
I know.
Hey,
have you seen Hex
price
on
of gold
sale?
hasn't done great.
Hex is on sale today. What a deal! Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, how about that? I think
what a wonderful opportunity for everyone who would like to tip the toe in, knowing they're going to get the copy, and now they get a little more value for their bang with the buck.
So like I'm cool to shill with the best of them. Like I'll shill Hex if that's what people want to hear. But like I do think it's important to discuss that we're in a bear market. We have been in a bear market. Been pretty vocal about it. Buying opportunities should really be looked at as dollar cost averaging opportunities. There are a lot of different unique angles that you might be looking at an asset from, because we all have different financial circumstances personally. But even when you do see these discounts, some discounts are different than others. So right now, traditional markets, the legacy markets, look really beat up. We obviously understand some of the macroeconomics that are playing a part in that, some of the monetary policy that plays a part in that. Crypto is not going to serve as this one-for-one hedge against any shitty geopolitical efforts that take place in the next 10 years. So if you're in it, you got to be thinking about longer time horizons. And I think that's why Hex does make a lot of sense, is because even if you're not an expert investor and you don't know how to buy bottoms, newsflash, very few people do, being able to stake and just kind of dollar cost average through the form of acquiring yield is a really good way to come out on top if you do have the patience to be a buyer when other people are fearful.
Well said. And by doing that, with Hex, we mean that by our Hex is designed with a staking process in it, and if by long term, if you are willing to, invest in this and read up, do your own research, but you will find that you can earn up to 38% annual yield if you stake for roughly 10 years or more. And our average that most people stake out of the 80,000 or so staking wallets that we have is like 6.25 years, I believe, roughly. So there's a lot of promise in this. A lot of people clearly already believe in the system. They have been earning this APR. If anybody's aware and seeing the price of it, the reason it has been pushed so low is because clearly people are cashing out. I mean, there's people that need money, and if you want to use any of the community's websites that we have available, you can kind of even see, when stakes are coming out. You can plan yours around when that happens so that you can give yourself a little better return on the timing of it. So there's a lot to take into consideration, but staking Hex is one of the true ways that you can kind of hedge yourself against some of these upcoming markets we could see, in my opinion.
Just want to touch on, like you said, everyone's so afraid to say it, guys. You're in a bear market. You have been for months. Like it's not gonna slowly creep up over the next couple of weeks. Like you've already been in it. That's why everything that you own is down 20, 30, 40, 50% right now. You've been in it. This isn't the bull run that consolidates into the bull run, into the next bull run. Chill the fuck out. You've been doing really well for the last couple of years if you've been buying and holding valuable things. Those similar things that were valuable during that time will probably be valuable again. but you're going through a bear market right now, and that's the facts. So if that's something that makes you uneasy, that should tell you something about your tolerance for risk. If that's something that, you're looking at all of this dry powder you have on the side, and you have a couple of items on your shopping list you want to go look at, you're now in the season. This is shopping season, but that does not mean that the discounts cannot go lower. So it's just something to keep in mind. There's no point in fooling yourself and saying that we're on the next run to 100K Bitcoin. Everything is the next run to the next thing, but that's disingenuous with regard to what's immediately in front of you. And what's immediately in front of you is the tapering of the repo program, and there's going to be political power balances that have to be shaken out between major first world countries. Those are going to cause stresses in financial circumstances. The world's not going to end. You're not going to have to find fresh water tomorrow because this debate's going to, take the head off of the state. So everybody just needs to face the facts. You're in a bear market, and then don't allow those facts to imprison you in fear. Bear markets happen all the time. Bull runs happen all the time. Identify which one you're in, behave accordingly. You'll do very well for yourself if you stop avoiding the reality that's immediately in front of you.
I do love getting paid daily during bear markets, though. I'll tell you that. It eases that pain that you were talking about, Orca.
Sure.
That risk tolerance. Yeah. It's a nice little
People do the same thing with
consolation
indexes,
story.
man. People do the same thing with dividends and growth stocks. They convince themselves, or at least the money managers that get paid 2% a year to show them this highly diversified portfolio that's super strategically and personally built. They explain to you that having dividends is a way to buy the dip, dollar cost average over time, accumulate critical mass in your investments, have your assets have positive cash flows, own money that makes money. Well, Hex can do something similar, but I got news for you, man. A dividend stock that buys you twice as much weight in a share while the price gets cut in half is still only worth as much as it was before that 50% drop in price and the dividend that bought you another doubling. So the same idea is true in Hex. And when people say, I love making money in Hex during a bear market, I do too. But I also think that it would be hard to believe that you're making more money today than you were at 52-cent Hex, because you're probably very similar to the same daily payout in Hex terms. But what I do think is important is that Hex allows you to blur the lines of your decisions from the point of view of, well, did you really buy at a bad price, or did you just begin your staking clock? Because I got news for you. Whether you bought 20-cent Hex, 50-cent Hex, 7-cent Hex, or you were in Hex from day one, if you want to stake and you want to accrue yield and you want to use that as a means of realizing excise gains, well, I got news for you. There's 24 hours in every single day from here till forever. So don't always beat yourself up on price if you also have the understanding that you intend to stake for any amount of time. Then the real variable to keep your eye on is 24 hours a day, every day like clockwork. It's not changing. So if you want to get going on a 15-year stake, but you're waiting to buy the dip, you're also waiting to end your stake. And I think once you start to recognize that relationship, it illuminates what the time value of money really is. And I think it creates an easy path for migration, for money to recognize, hey, this is an opportunity for me to, no one will ever be able to escape bear markets, but this will be an opportunity for my money to at least go further, even if I can't deploy new amounts every day. And that's something that we just don't have in Bitcoin. We don't have it in Ethereum. You have it in Legacy, but if you're expecting to do 100x in Legacy, I hope you live to be 100,000 years old. It's just you're fighting these similar battles with different rules, and I think crypto provides a much more intimidating battlefield. But when you understand what you're looking for, you can seek out rules that are more beneficial to the players involved than what you're going to find at Wall Street.
I think a good analogy or way to look at that idea is staking Hex is like a bear that buries food right outside his hibernation cave before he goes into the bear market, into hibernation. So that when he comes out, he's stronger right out the gate. He's going to have more weight to him when he comes out. So if only a bear was smart enough to know to do that, Hex.com, staking it provides that light. I don't know if that animal analogy can resonate to anybody, but it's kind of like an easy way to look at it.
Hello, Oka. Hello, everyone.
How's it going?
I have a question. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
My strategy is I'm ready to stake, and I'm very new to this project, and I love this project, and I love this community and Richard Hart. And I was scammed 3/4 of Bitcoin when it was $9,000. And I lost almost $20,000 when I bought a cryptocurrency. It jumped from $1 to $220 within 3 days, and I didn't even know what's going on, and down to $20. So I'm kind of tired of that, and I'm not a trader. So my question is, I do have some hacks, and I'm just waiting for Pulse Chain to launch. Then my hacks will be doubled. At that time, then I'll just do a stake altogether, which is doubled amount of my hacks, which leads me to have more T-shares. So nobody know when is Pulse Chain going to launch. Probably two months, 3 months, we don't know. But I'm just waiting for it to be doubled before I do the staking. Is it a good strategy?
It's a strategy that I actually lined out in a video that I had made. But I'd need a little bit more information. First of all, nobody knows if it's a good strategy or not because nobody knows what the price is going to do tomorrow. But if we start to plug in a couple of assumptions for variables that we don't know the value of, then we can probably start to look at the efficacy of the strategy, at least with some measure of confidence. So are you intending to, let's say that you wanted to do this double T-share kind of trick, if you will. Are you intending to make that stake on the Pulse Chain side or on the Ethereum side?
I think I would prefer to do it on the Pulse Chain. Does that make sense, right?
Yeah,
the fee is lower.
Mm-hmm. Now, the fees are significantly lower. I think that's a huge value proposition. Do you think that other people feel that same way? That because the fees are lower, they'll be more likely to participate staking in Pulse Chain side?
Definitely. Why not?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. So,
but my point. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
But my point is, I just want to get. Well, everybody is saying it's the biggest airdrop. So why? Because I get double the amount of hacks, right? 1-to-1. When I am I right? Breach all my hacks.
That is true, but the difference when the fork occurs and you get your 1-for-1, that's from a volume perspective. So if you have 1 hex on Ethereum, you'll have 1 hex on Pulse Chain as well. You'll have a total of 2 hexes, but the value of either is not necessarily identical, and that comes down to the concept of price bonding after the fork and after a bridge is established. Will people bring in Ethereum hex, bond it to Pulse Chain hex? Will enough transactions and market sentiment bring the price of the two together? That's the prerequisite that's required for that strategy to occur. Because what you're describing is being able to swap one of the chain's hex 1-for-1 into the other chain's hex. That would require a price parity.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So I didn't know that. I thought will be when it's launched, I can just do a bridging all my hacks from Ethereum to Pulse Chain, which means if I have 10 there, then I'll get 20. Then I just stake that the quantity,
right,
20, and get more T-shares. So which means I have to wait until their value are equal before I can do that. Is that right?
Correct. And then you're also looking at the sunk costs of bridge fees and the staking fee. Obviously, you understand that. The bridge fee is probably a more significant consideration to make at that point. But yes, you're correct. So in my video, I kind of described it as if you have this hex and you're wanting to try and do this kind of like gaming of the T-share rate, the only time it'll ever be possible to do that. You'll have to wait for a price parity or something that's close enough that when you take into consideration the swap fee, the swap ratio, the bridge fees, the staking fees, do you still come out ahead of the T-share count of just staking what you have on each side? So there's just a couple of variables to keep your mind on or your eye on. But as you get closer, I think it'll become more obvious whether or not that's a good strategy for you. Because maybe you're sitting on your Ethereum hex and the fork happens, so you've got hex on both chains, but they're not the same price. Well, there's only two things that can be true if they're not the same price. Either A costs more than B or B costs more than A, right? So either hex on Ethereum costs more than hex on Pulse Chain or vice versa. Now, you wanted to do all your staking on the Pulse Chain for the fees. Well, if there's really inexpensive hex on the Pulse Chain out there, do you have any intention of going and gathering more or acquiring more hex on the Pulse Chain?
I actually, it doesn't bother me to pay for a certain amount of fee, but I prefer to have more hacks to stack it all together rather than many little transactions. You understand what I mean?
Sure.
So let's say if I do one stake, whatever amount I have today, I'll get T-shares too. But then I will do another one. Can I do another one when it's launched, even though the price is different?
So the key is you can only stake hex that isn't currently staked. So if you have the hex right now, if you just keep it liquid at the time that the fork goes to mainnet, then you'll have liquid on both sides, and you can stake, all of the asset. You can stake a portion of the asset, and that's the same on either chain.
So if I have 100 in hacks, if I have 100 hacks in Ethereum today, when it's launched, and I will have another 100. So I have to do 2 staking or 1 staking. I'm still confused.
Sure. So just keep it as simple as this. You have hex on one chain and hex on another chain.
Yes.
Each chain the assets there can only be staked on that chain.
Oh,
so
okay.
If you have, one of each, then from that position, you could stake on either or both chains, but you couldn't just simply do the 2-for-1 stake on one chain, right? That's where you have to bridge or swap and do that kind of process.
Yes.
Can I ask one question that may help? Coolman, are you aware that you have your T-shares will also copy over to the Pulse chain? So anything that you stake now, that will all copy over for you automatically, so you won't have to do another stake. And then you could take advantage of today's T-share rate, which if you wait, that could go up and will go up every day. So that's another thing to keep in mind. I don't know if you're aware that with the beauty of the staking hex now is you will get 2 stakes of hex when the copy happens, and you're set then. So you won't have to do anything. You won't have to mess with any of the bridges if you don't want to.
You mean if I stake it today?
Today, yes.
Let's say if I have let's say if I have 5,000 hacks. Well, I have more than that, but let's say 5,000
and you can do a portion. You don't have to do it all. So if you want to keep some liquid, but yes, ask the question you're going to ask. Because I think we kind of reached what you might have needed to hear.
I totally didn't know that. Okay, so you mean if I stake it today, then I have a copy in Pulse Chain, which means I will get double T-shares already, right? But
yes.
Okay. So I don't know why I've been waiting.
If you're trying to get the most T-shares you can, you could lock in the price now because the T-share rate went on the chain. It'll be the same. The T-share rate will be the same price on Pulse Chain as it is. So it will rise together. That is the one thing that will stay constant.
that mean the day when I ended Ethereum, when the end state in Ethereum chain, and I don't have to end the Pulse Chain, right?
Correct. You would have 2 separate stakes, so you could end either one whenever.
Wow.
You could let one bleed out, or let one. If that's what you mean, amazing. I'm not sure. Yeah. And any
Wow,
stakes you do have already, you will get a copy of.
oh wow, that is unbelievable. You guys are
Yeah,
genius.
so
Hart
yeah,
is genius.
that is genius. That is the beauty of this man's mind.
It's just I'm so dumb.
No, you're not. You're not. You're learning. That means
Yeah.
you're intelligent. And thank
Yeah,
you for
but
asking the questions you did.
I actually as soon as I found out this, and I watched a lot of YouTube video about Richard Hart, and he's amazing in Christmas time, right? The 3-hour live stream and all this stuff, and is an amazing human being. So I actually on board my brother without asking him if he liked it or not. I just bought it and gave it to him. I actually bought a lot. I actually created MetaMask account, wallet. I just give it to people.
Yep. And if you have just a MetaMask wallet, another thing you should look into now that you're going to be getting all these doubles, you need to go and get yourself a hardware wallet. And I would look into the security videos that we've been preaching that really hard lately because we've had a lot of community members.
What about the brand new one? Is the most expensive one? It's like almost $500 pound called Engrave. Is that a good one?
I don't know about Engrave. I know we're big proponents of the Trezor wallet, or I've heard Nano Ledgers or the Ledger wallets be used, but I do know that when you buy one, you need to make sure you buy it from the manufacturer because there's been scams.
I actually ordered one. Sent it from France to me, and it was defective, and they wanted me to send it back to them with the original receipt. I lost my receipt, but a few weeks ago I plugged it in, and then it was back to normal. It doesn't show the batteries won't charge.
Careful using that.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'm just lose $250 for that, and I just forget about it and order another. Do you guys recommend Trezor? Is that what?
Yeah, I would go to Trezor.io, and I don't think you even need to buy the most expensive one necessarily.
Okay.
They do say to maybe buy a couple of them, so that way you can maybe put your stakes for one chain on one, or your longer stakes on one, and that way you can spread your risk out a little bit.
So it's basically transfer everything from the MetaMask wallet to the Trezor. Is that what it is?
It'll take your MetaMask seed phrase, and then you'll be able to offline. You'll put that into the Trezor when it's new, and it will give you a new seed phrase through the Trezor offline.
Yeah,
and that way that Trezor seed phrase, you never want to have it online. You know, that's why they call it a cold wallet. It's offline.
It's like hooked up you hook it up with your cable, and so you.
It's a USB drive.
Richard Hart, the debate is almost. I said in alarm.
Yeah. I'll just say I'll add you as a friend, and I'll send you a link that you can go to and learn all about that. Because I'm not well worded enough to probably even give you all the information I should. I just know that it's a vital thing, and I don't want to see you get wrecked anymore.
I know. I actually kind of need to do that, but I'm kind of very nervous that if I did something wrong and all my money.
We have awesome step-by-step video that a community member made, and it's at howtopulse.com.
Okay.
Howtopulse.com if anybody wants any info. But I agree with you.
I gotta pipe in here.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
So, How to Pulse is a great resource, first off. So, appreciate you sharing that, Chase. And really, the best person to listen to is Papa Boner, and then Crypto Kool-Aid knows a lot what he's talking about when it comes to security as well. Specifically, Papa Boner, he's kind of the security guru in Hex. And you can find a lot of his information, like on YouTube. He's got his own videos, like step-by-step guides on how to set up like your Trezor and stuff. I also did an interview with him. I asked him for about an hour and a half, tons of questions from like A to Z on like the best way to set up your security when as far as crypto goes. I posted that on Sunday, so it's called The Ultimate Guide to Crypto Security. You can look at it on YouTube. You can YouTube Crypto Fitness and see that.
I did not know that. Thanks for that, dude.
And he has like 25 years in security. He's been in the space for a long time, not just crypto, but like back in the .com bubble. He was involved in like the Snowden stuff. So he knows a lot about security, and he has like a step-by-step. He goes with me through like a step-by-step guide on like why you want to protect it this way and different ways. There's a process called Shamir secret sharing where you can split up your seeds in a way that even if somebody gets one of them, you're still not compromised. So I would say watch that. And just front to back, it's about an hour long. It's all edited. It's meat and potatoes. So it's like gold. It'll literally save anybody protecting their crypto assets. And then the other thing I wanted to say is I wanted to push back a little bit on the whole. And I don't really. I mean, I listened to most of the conversation, but I wanted to push back on the whole staking pre-fork and post-fork, because if you look at the stakes now, I understand the whole T-share. I get a lot of pushback for this from the community, but it depends on like what kind of investor you are. For small fish, your strategy might want to be different than if you're like, an orca, a whale, a shark, or a whale. But for the majority of people, if you're staking a smaller amount, it's hard to justify staking it on Ethereum even now pre-fork. Because the gas fees are insane, and we honestly don't know when ETH 2.0 is going to come out. We don't even know if they can even solve those problems. Right now, if somebody had a stake, a 15-year stake, a 555 that matured today, it would cost about 1 Ethereum today to unstake that and mint all your rewards.
No way.
We don't.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
we don't know if that's going to get worse or if it's going to get better. Like, there's really no way of knowing. The only benefit to staking now is the fact that you're going to get your essentially your stakes doubled. You'll have stakes on the Ethereum chain, and you're also going to have stakes on the Pulse network when it goes out. So the problem, obviously, is that, I mean, that's one question you have to ask yourself: is do I want to do it for the doubling of my stakes? I would argue that if you just hold Liquid Hex, you're going to get those double. That you're going to get your coins essentially on the Pulse chain either way, whether you hold Liquid or you stake. And so I say this because it's going to cost a lot less for you to set up your stakes on the Pulse chain. And if you just hold Liquid Hex, there's going to be a bridge that you can swap your eHex into pHex once the fork goes live, and then you can use that to set up your stakes. And if you're going to get copies of your eHex anyway, it might be something to consider to wait for the fork and then set up your stakes after the fork to save you on gas. Now, the pushback on that is, well, the T-share price is always going to go up. I agree with that. The T-share price is going to go up, but you have to just weigh it for yourself, like the opportunity cost, I guess you could say, of staking on Ethereum versus Pulse chain. Personally, I'm waiting for the fork for that purpose, because I don't want to necessarily have a bunch of stakes on Ethereum if they're going to cost me a shit ton of money down the road to unstake and mint my rewards. The other argument is, well, if you have your stakes now, you can unstake on Pulse chain. You can mint those rewards, let's say 15 years down the road. You can mint all your stakes on Pulse chain, then come back over to the Ethereum network and then use your gains, your minted rewards from the Pulse chain to unmint and to mature your stakes on the Ethereum. So that is an argument as well. But I did an entire video breaking this strategy down and my strategy moving forward, like on once Pulse comes out. It's called the Hex Snowball Ladder. If anybody wants to go view that, it's on my YouTube channel. It has almost 85,000 views, I think, now. It's an interesting strategy that it pushes back on the narrative of just setting up like a 555 stake all the time. It allows you to diversify your risk a little bit more. So if anybody's interested in that, and there's a way to front load and back load your ladders, so that if you're somebody who doesn't necessarily want to stake for 5555, if you feel like maybe you're not going to be around in 15 years, whatever the case is, I set the strategy up in a way to where you can front load the ladder so that a lot of your money comes out earlier rather than later. I also set it up where you can do it in a backloaded way, where if you want to really delay gratification but still take some profits along the way, you can set it up that way too. So it's like best of all worlds. So if anybody's interested, you can go on my channel and check that out too.
So my question one more time. So you guys were talking about the value, the dollar amounts when it's 1 hex to 1 hex is different. One E hex and 1 P hex is different, but the quantities are the same, right? So if I bridge 10,000 hex E hex to P hex, then I will have 2,000 P hex. Am I right?
It depends. It all depends on who provides the liquidity pairings for that.
So that's not 1-to-1.
It not necessarily, no. Especially early on, it's known that it won't be one. I mean, at least for the trading port, like your copies, though, the quantity is 1-to-1.
Okay, so that means
but the price you got to keep in mind. It's two separate markets up front. So.
But if the quantity, so the quantities on my Pulse chain is throwing 20,000 P hex, right? So with that 20,000 P hex, regardless, I don't know the value of it, and then I don't care. But I have 20,000, then I can do a stick, right?
Correct.
Is that
yep. And you would need pulse. You would need pulse.
Right?
Sorry, what'd you say?
That 20,000 P hex, if I stick it on, then that means give me double the amount of T shares, right? I don't care about how much is the hex cost at that time, but because the T share is accumulated by the amount of hex that I have, right? So if I have 20,000 T hex, because I bridge it from E hex to P hex, it's double it, and then I stick it, then I will have more T shares, right?
That could happen. That is a possibility, but I think what you're asking is I'm trying to word this properly. It's a good question.
Yeah, no, it's.
I don't care. I don't care about whether
it's a complicated question because this has never happened before, really. So it's a lot of speculation from a lot of different areas, but
there's no speculation because
you will have the copy of P hex equal to the amount of E hex you have liquid in your wallet. Yes.
Yeah. So the
part I'm confused about is how that's going to get you double.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, let me. Hey, Cool Mint. Do you mind if I hop in just for a second? I might be able to help.
Yeah, please do.
Sure. So when you receive your copy, if you have 100 hex on ETH, you'll get 100 hex on Pulse, right?
Yes.
What you'll actually be able to do is take your 100 hex on ETH and bridge that in.
Yes.
And there will be a pool, most likely, between EHEX, wrapped EHEX, and PHEX. So you can swap that wrapped EHEX for more PHEX.
Okay.
And then technically you'll get a nominal doubling. Not necessarily the value, but you should get more coins to be able to stake on Pulse.
I see. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got you now.
Yeah. So that means
I'm sorry.
will be
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, will be double, right?
We don't know exactly what the pool is going to be, but it's going to be more than zero, right? So I don't know if it's going to actually exactly double your coins, but it's going to be more than zero.
What you want to keep in mind too, though, what I do know, Pulse Chain will be much cheaper, but I do also hope that when Pulse is launched, a lot of the pressure on the Ethereum chain should also decrease. So I'm hoping that the future of both of these see light, and it's going to allow people who maybe don't have the resources to switch over to Pulse Chain to still interact on a chain that was successful once ago. Like none of us would be here today with this chance or this option or this ability if it wasn't for the Ethereum chain in the first place. So just keep that in mind too. You don't know the future of that either. When Pulse Chain launches, it's not like the fees on Ethereum are going to stay at the price they are. I mean, you'd be silly to think that.
Hey, Cool Mint. I just want to make sure that we got your question answered to your satisfaction before we move to another hand that's up.
Who was the one who talking to me? Was it Orca? I don't know.
So I think it was.
Okay. I'm gonna let you guys go. So I'm still kind of a little confused about because to my understanding, first thing I'm 100% don't care about what hack's gonna cost. E hex, P hex. I don't care whether they are 1 to 10 ratio, whatever ratio. I only care about the quantity of the hex that I have after I breach it. So from what I understand is after I breach it, I get double amount of hex. So if I got double amount of hex, and when I get that, and when I do a 5, and because it's the bigger the better, the longer the better, that will give me more T-share, then I'll get more gain. Right.
Coolman, can I step in here, please?
Please
I
do,
think
Omar.
I would like to make it. I would like to just make it really clear. I think I need to let you know, Coolman, very specifically. The problem in understanding here is that when you bridge from hex onto the pulse chain, so when you're moving your E hex to the pulse chain and you're using the bridge, we don't know right now if you're going to get the same amount of hex on the pulse side, if you're going to get 1 for 1. So you might bridge in 100 E hex, but actually you only get 10 P hex or maybe 100 P hex. You might get more, or you might get less, but it's not going to be exactly the same number depending on how the pool is set up for that bridge.
Okay. 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 All right. So, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. So it is possible
Because
to do
somehow
your strategy is a good one. I'm not saying that. It is possible to do exactly what you're thinking about, and that's why I say you're not dumb. You are very smart to be thinking game theory ahead like that. So
because I asked a question about 1 Ethereum equal to 1 PRS, which is dumb, right? But then I saw another one post, it's 1 E hex to 1 P hex, and I say, oh wow, here's the way to go. But now I just have to wait until they get close. Well, nobody know. Well, we'll see. I think they're gonna get really close. I really think they probably get 1 to 1.
Hey, Coolman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pin up a tweet to a video that I had made, and I would just. It sounds like it's something that you're interested in trying to game the best way to get the highest amount of T-shares.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because what do we want to do so many little stake, right? I just one and then go to sleep.
I hear you. I think
I push back on that argument, but I'll digress.
Sure. There's no guarantee on how to game the system if it's going to require uncertain timetables in the future. Like, when's the fork going to happen? When can price parity be reached? All those things. So, but I do appreciate that you're trying to find kind of the best way of maximizing your bag. So I'm going to post a link to a video I had made. Feel free to check it out sometime. It describes the strategy you're referring to.
Okay. Okay. Can you send it to me?
Yes,
Can you
I'm
send
going
it?
to. I'm trying to find it real quick. My Twitter feed is kind of garbage. I'll pull it off my YouTube channel real quick and just DM it to you.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. You guys are wonderful. You guys are great. I really appreciate it. I love this community.
Thank you. Yeah, it's awesome having you. I love hearing people that
I
are
want to hold
trying
you guys
to
because
figure out
the
best way
debate's
to-
going to start.
yeah,
Yep.
awesome, good idea.
I just
And
sent you the link in a DM.
Your questions enlightened us too, so please come back with more like that, Coolman. So yeah, it's always good to double back and refresh on important topics like that. So
Hey, Orca, could I make a request? If it's cool, sometime before the debate begins, could we go over what the boxes and what every box in the bingo card says? I've got the screenshot from your retweet of Jay Future's picture there.
Oh yeah. I'm still coming out. Excuse me. Still putting out some. The JPEGs will be here shortly because I have 30 different variations of the bingo card, so that you can all randomly pick one or not randomly. I don't care, but just gives you a little added fun of does someone else have the same card as you?
You have 30 different cards.
yeah,
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 man.
we're making a
Where
huge
are they?
game out of this, my man.
I haven't dropped them yet. They are
They'll
all-
be where?
Not only that, though, so
I'll
he's
be
doing
tweeting them out
that.
here in just a second.
There's going to be like a cool individual winner card. Then it's a genius idea. I
Maybe.
want to try that.
I mean,
out.
because there's only 30
in the chat
variations,
for
someone's going
bingo.
to pick the same one.
Are you putting them all on Twitter?
They will be. Yep, there will be an easy link to grab.
Dude, you're the fucking man. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you bet.
Omar, I think you've had your hand up for it. Go ahead, man.
Cheers, just a simple one. I registered for the debate and I'm in a different time zone and I'm a bit lost. Did anyone receive the link yet in their email? Because I really don't want to miss it.
Yes, and I can tell you it comes from Greg Owen. So you might want to check your spam folder.
The one thing I do think may have happened is, based on the time, because I think it was sent out earlier. Because I signed up once sort of a while ago, and then I signed up again with a different email. The one previously, I received a link to connect to the Watch It, but I haven't on my most recent one. So if you've signed up recently, you might not receive the email.
Yeah, Sean. I think Sean K, the co-host, had the same exact problem. I think up in the links, maybe one or two to the right, there should be. If you go to Goku events, we're saying either to re-register, maybe. Otherwise, I think he has what the correct link is up there. I haven't looked at it myself. Sean, do you have any more to put into that?
Yeah, if you go to What's Not News, like What's Not on the News, it's linked in my bio. The last tweet has the exact link to go to the debate.
Does anybody know if this is a different subject? Does anyone know if Richard doesn't want this to be streamed, or Funding Jim say this shouldn't be streamed or something? Does anyone have more info on that?
Yeah, they said not to stream it, so that it's on their sort of YouTube and they got all the sort of demographic and stuff like that.
So not to stream it?
Yeah, not to stream it.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe there's a production team that has been put together by Funding Jim and company, Hexagon Community Company, I mean by that, and they are, sounds like, going to do a pretty amazing job of covering it and possibly putting it in the documentary. And we were talking a lot earlier in this space a few hours ago about how cool this could possibly make the dynamic of this discussion versus some in the past where they were just kind of thrown together. It's going to be very interesting to see how they react when they got cameras on them, and it seems they both realize the potential this could have for the future of our financial system. I think they're both in the same kind of realm of trying. They know something's seriously wrong, and I just hope to whatever universal power out there is that they find a way to find common ground up front so that this can be productive and not more of a dick swinging contest, is what they like to say.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, I'm on.
What's up, man?
All good. I was just gonna say, if anyone is trying to access this, just like go on YouTube and type GoKo group, GOKO group, and that's like the main channel that's gonna be.
It's just that the video is unlisted, so you won't see it on there. You have to have the link, and that's why I posted it in the What's Not on the News. I'll post it in mine too. It's just it was easy on my computer.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah, so maybe because I clicked on it, then when I search that, it pops up.
Yeah, I think it's user specific.
Yeah,
No, it's the same link they're sent to everyone, but you can only see the video on a link. You can't search it. You won't find it on YouTube. It's unlisted, so you have to use like the exact HTTP link.
I just retweeted the link if anyone needs it quick on Twitter.
Awesome, thank you.
There you go.
I'll try to retweet that. Yep.
Yeah,
I'll post a link in my chat too.
Pin it to the top of the space.
Okay.
I'll do it right now. Someone do it.
Thanks, that's worked for me. So the link that you posted in the notifications above works great. Cheers.
There, should be there now.
I figured for the sanity of the space, I'll probably avoid piping the audio in. Twitter Spaces is not audiophile friendly in terms of like getting quality. So I'll still be in here. The space will still be up. It'll probably be up for another 24 hours or so. But just keep that in mind. It's probably best if we all utilize the link and go watch the video, because I don't want to be dragging sandpaper across people's eardrums in here.
Both of them are only backed by.
Are you gonna
the
mute
shared
everybody?
fiction
Probably be a
of
good
humans
idea.
Believing that they have value.
Oh, no way, man. I'm going everyone mic open. 104 deep
Then
open
Richard is
mics.
God. I'm in crypto for glory. I want
Yeah,
to have the best
let's get
cryptocurrency
the
that's ever existed. I want to have the
reactions.
best performing asset that's ever
Live
existed.
commentary.
And so
Yo,
I
guys,
think
you
of
started?
blockchain as like the internet. In the 90s, everyone thought the internet was just
They've
for
gone
email.
live.
Yeah, it's live now.
I was gonna say.
They're imaginary
Intro.
characters, like-
I was gonna see.
like
Did you see
playing
they already have an
Monopoly.
email to people who are registered to tell them to be more polite? Because it sounds like they can't text the Morgan already.
All over house money.
Have a life, you guys. Screaming about how dumb other people are is a
This is a
huge
force
waste of
that is
time.
not going to go away.
I knew it. I
Cryptocurrency
had a
is not
feeling
going
that
away.
would come.
And at some point, the people that you met,
It's all
that
right,
you
man. You're never gonna be able to stop all the trolls in the world, but I also just get a little bit fatigued of watching people complain while they then go and spew vile attitudes towards people and then wonder why it's so hard to improve their reputation in the community. It's like, well,
It's one of the most.
if you go and tell
disturbing things,
everybody
man.
how stupid their investments are, maybe they don't want to listen to you anymore. So, something to keep in mind.
When you go on, you go on a journey when you first discover Richard Hart, okay? And the first thing is you see all this talk about how it's a scam, okay, and how it's no good, all right? And then you go and then you start to look into him, and then you think, is this guy absolutely crazy? Okay, has he lost his mind? And then you ask yourself, is he a genius? And I think he's probably the last two are close to being quite correct when you get to know Richard Hart. So no, I can't wait for this documentary to come out, and I'm sure it will actually clear up a lot of people's points of view on Richard.
Maybe Peter Schiff may not say those same words, Jonathan.
He might think it's the first two, but
He just may. Darren, what did you think of the film, my friend?
Yeah, look, I saw that
Okay,
quite
30
some
bingo
time ago,
cards are
and
finished.
it actually got me excited
Google
from
Drive
someone who personally got invested into Hex. Feels like over a year ago now. So maybe I'm going to be a bit biased, but yeah, I got really excited.
He's got one of those rolling
I saw
ball
that
cages.
and I thought this is awesome. This is great.
My address on
and you know, to a lot of
Etherscan
people, like I said earlier,
on
Greg,
Pulset,
you know, Richard might seem
MetaMask
like the
has
guy
got one
that's
capital
the
and
flavour
one
of the month,
small letter.
whatever
Does that
words
make
you
a
use,
difference?
but he's actually been doing this for quite a long time. The buzz is now. However, he's been doing this for quite some time, and I mean the proof is in the pudding. You saw.
I'm just new to this, and I've looked through my address on Etherscan, and one of the letters is a small b, and when I looked at my address on PulseX, it's a capital B. There's one small difference between them. Will that cause any problems?
I don't believe so. When you sacrificed, did you copy paste it in, or did you type it in manually?
I just copied and pasted it in.
I think you should be okay then, my friend.
Yes, but how would it be saying one? It's like GE, and one's a capital and one's a small. How would that be?
Well, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen because in
maybe
previous
a
fights
minor
with
refreshment
really done
error
a whole
on
lot of research. Okay, he hasn't really looked into it. All he's basically said is that cryptocurrency is fake money. There's nothing behind it, and he's not a fan. He would rather buy gold because you can actually do things with gold. That's it. But the thing is, that sort of an argument is not going to fly with someone like Richard Hart, okay? Richard Hart is going to eat him for breakfast if he hasn't done some solid research. Now, that's not putting down Peter Schiff, because I got to tell you, Peter Schiff can hold his own. I have seen him debate some of the best and smartest, brightest people in the world, okay? And he has definitely wiped the floor with him, but he has not debated anyone with the likes of Richard Hart. So it's going to be very interesting to see, has he done his research? Does he know what he's talking about? I have seen recently that he's thrown out a few jabs against Hex itself on Twitter just recently. So that leads me to believe that, yes, he is actually doing some of his research, and that, you know, he might be bringing his A game. So that I'm expecting a very, very heated debate, especially if Peter has gone and done his research on Richard.
Yeah, very good. And, well, Darren, what do you think? How is it going to play out?
Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it? Because we know that Peter is very good at debating, but they're both very passionate about you know, what they're backing, you know, what they're fighting for. You got on one side you got Peter, and he's all about gold, and he thinks that cryptocurrencies are, I think he used the words imaginary friends, and that cryptocurrency will go away, and Hex is a Ponzi scheme and a scam, and all these kinds of things that he said. And then you got Richard, who believes that cryptocurrency is not just the future, but it's the present, and then that gold just doesn't even compare. So when you get these guys going head to head, I think I'm going to be biased because I'm a crypto guy, right? I'm a crypto educator, and I'm invested in Hex. So I'm probably not the best person to ask, but I will say this: Peter will put up a damn good fight. It'll be close, but I think Richard will take it.
You know, this is an emotional subject, isn't it? You've got two absolute opposites. You've got, you know, on the one hand, some guys saying cryptocurrency is going through the roof, people are going to make their millions, tens of millions, and you've got the other guy saying it's going to completely disappear and it's a con. I mean, it's a very emotional debate, don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, Gregor. I definitely think it is. And like, you just have a look at the comments already, just in the chat, and it's solidly gold versus Hex. Although I think the Hexicans have definitely shown up in numbers here today. But I got to tell you, Greg, I think you should be happy that you don't have Richard Hart and Peter Schiff in the same studio with you there today. Otherwise, I think chairs might be flying. And I think it's good having them on opposite ends of the world and keeping it online so no one gets hurt.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good show, John. Oh, damn it, we should have had them both here. No, that would have been great. Darren, what are your thoughts here, my friend?
Yeah, I'm hoping for some aggro. You know, I want to see some shouting, some yelling, fighting. I mean, we want exciting TV, right? But look, maybe it'll just be, I'm thinking they'll start off calm and composed, and then someone will fire up, and then it'll be on. And yeah, get the popcorn out, grab yourself a beer, whatever you do, and just enjoy the ride, because everyone's really excited. This has gone viral on the internet. So many people are talking about this right now, and there's so many people here live already, and we haven't even started. So can't wait.
Yes, I must say, very interesting. So many people tuning in before the event. We put on a lot of events. We very rarely see that, so that's amazing. And by the way, yeah, do a thumbs up and share it out there, because let's get as many people on this as possible. It's going to be a one-off. We may never see this again. This is a one-off. Now, we're getting very close to having to pause for 30 seconds and then bring these two champions on. Now, you two guys are going to come back afterwards, is that correct? And we'll have just maybe 10-minute chat at the end, because the event will go for about an hour, I think. And then we'll come back and just have a quick debrief. So just before we go, Jonathan, who's going to win this bout?
Oh, look, as I said, Greg, I think it's going to be very close. It does depend. You know, has Peter done his homework? But even so, I don't think he's ever debated anyone like with the likes of Richard Hart. Again, you know, me being full on into crypto, I'm going to have to side with Richard Hart, but I do think Richard is going to have to work for it today. Absolutely.
Oh, there you go. Did you check Sportsbet? Was there any?
next debate, we need Sportsbet on there for sure.
Yeah, they may too. Come on, Darren, what's going to happen?
I think Richard's going to knock him out. I'm just going to say it. I think Richard's got this, and I don't think Peter will be able to go toe-to-toe with him, and, yeah, knockout blow.
Mate, I'm staying with the guy my own age, I think. I think he's classy. He's eloquent. He's intelligent. He has the battle scars. He's been there. He's done that. He's got the T-shirt. I think Peter Schiff will surprise everyone. So there you
We'll
go.
see. We'll know very shortly.
Now, I know that about 90% of the people here are all Hex fans, so they might be throwing things at the screen, but that's okay. I think Peter will hold his own. Okay, that's good. Any final comments from you, Jonathan?
No, nothing yet. But I'm really, really looking forward to it. I know we're just getting Peter online and set up, so we will be having just a short, 30-second break while we get Peter Schiff on the stream. But I got to tell you, I'm here. I've got my pen. I've got my paper. I'm ready to take notes, and make sure everyone that's watching this on YouTube, put in who do you think won at the end. I'm very, very interested to see, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we think. It matters what everyone else thinks, because if everyone's buying gold, gold's going up. If everyone's buying Hex, Hex is going up. So what really matters is what the masses think. And we're really, really interested to know who you think has won and who has got your vote of confidence for the future. So make sure you use the chat and let us know.
Good on you. Fantastic. And Darren, any final words?
Not really. I mean, Jonathan said it all. Just make sure you guys let us know who you think won, and we will be jumping back on at the end, Jonathan and myself, with Greg to do like a post-debate wrap-up show. And yeah, we'd love to hear your comments. So don't be shy. Use that comments box below and let us know what you think. And we'll see you then.
I got my computer set up here, and the comments are going so fast. How does one read all that?
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's amazing. So fantastic. Everybody out there, well done. Keep sending through your chats. We love it. Thank you for being part of the program. Just hang in there. Give us 30 to 60 seconds while we wire everybody up, and I'll be right back.
URL to the YouTube event, and the tweet right behind it is if you want a bingo card. There's 30 unique bingo cards. You can pick one just for fun. They've got some phrases that Richard has used a lot in the past, just to see if we can, have a little game, see if people
and are you
win
Hex
a bingo.
Orca? Are you Hex Orca? Is that where they're pinned on your bit, Hex Orca?
Yep, I'm Hex Orca. So the first one pinned says URL for live debate. And if you click that tweet, the top link is GoCo Group, and that's where you'll find the link to the live debate.
Hex Orca live. Well, I'm really bad at this.
It's all right. If you want to shoot you a DM with the link, so you can just click it.
I've just followed you, so see if I go into you, will it be there?
I just shot you a DM, so if you open up your direct messages, you can just literally tap the URL there, and it'll take you right to the event.
Is that the wee bell?
Say again. I'm sorry.
Is that DM the bell or the message? An actual message? What, a picture
Yep,
of the message?
it's an actual message. Actual message.
I've got it. So what do I do? Just
Yeah, you just tap that message and it'll open up the YouTube player with the video. They're currently on just like a waiting screen, but there's a live YouTube chat as well.
Oh, thank you very much. I've got it. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Hey, what's up, MC?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm pumped. I'm sitting at my computer, anxiously waiting. I
know. Let's get the show on the
I
road,
know.
man.
Shit. But I saw this. Keith sent me and a buddy a funny text message. Apparently, Richard has already. Wait, somebody quoted something that said, "quote unquote," we're busy getting ready in the studio, and Richard Hart has already started attacking his opponent, stating that Peter Schiff has a lot to learn, and also called him a pleb. Supposedly that came from what's his name, Greg Owen.
Hey, can someone send me the link as well, please?
I have it tweeted on my page if anyone wants to check it out real quick. I can pin it if that's easier.
And who said that? My bad, I can't see.
Hexographer here.
Hey, it's pinned to the top of this space already. It's the first pin.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, they're both there.
Trying to get some speakers added in here real quick, y'all.
Yeah, sorry. For some reason when I joined to watch YouTube on my phone that I'm looking at this Twitter, it seems to, I don't know, I'm sorry if that like messes everything up, but it definitely rug pulls the shit out of you if you do that. Heads up to anybody.
Yeah, if you're on the YouTube app, it mutes your like calls, because technically this is like a call.
Correct. Yeah, it definitely has troubles with that.
Have you guys seen the in the Goku YouTube stream, the live chat right now?
Oh, yeah. Can't even read it.
Oh yeah,
Fastest live chat I've ever seen in my life.
I've been putting tons of stuff. I put FU Peter Gillespie and Steak Hex 100 already, but yeah, you can't even read it.
That's hilarious.
A bunch of people are just spamming 5555.
Oh yeah, it's out of
hilarious.
control.
It looks like a like a video game streamer's like live chat.
Exactly.
Great analogy. That is perfect.
Yo, what's up, MC?
Mad, what's up, bro?
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Jace, what's happening, brother?
Always good to see you, sir. This is getting fun. We're all talking, wish they'd speed this thing up, but
I know. I heard them saying in the thing before they needed 30 or 60 seconds to get Schiff like set up. Wouldn't that be hilarious if the gold guy, if the if the gold guy can't get it figured out, that'd be hilarious.
I was saying kind of similar thing. Like, I guess I don't know the setup, but if they're like separate and they're able to like look up information on the spot, like there's no way that guy ain't typing into a computer and having a debate with a mental genius like that. There's no way. I mean, they're gonna have to like handicap Richard, like to not be able to use. You know what I mean? They're like, no computers or phones, Richard.
I mean, I think regardless, this, Peter Schiff's going to get wrecked. I don't see another outcome.
I heard the announcer say he thinks it's 95% hexagons. Is that what I heard him say? That's funny. He thinks, I know my grandpa can't copy paste a URL into a PC, so it probably is pretty close to that, but
I think the biggest disadvantage that he has is that however much he thinks that he's done his research, it's really complex system, especially when it comes to hex. And he's not gonna be able to fully be on top of it. And he's been doing other streams in the past few days, so he's not having enough time to do enough research. And I think that will show.
Has anyone noticed the already apparent red-blue
Hello
theme they've
and
put
welcome.
into
I'm
the
Greg Owen, the
names
CEO
below?
of the GoCo
Yeah,
Group.
that's
I'll be your
nice
host
and
today.
subliminal, isn't it?
I've got to tell
So
you, it has
I
not
can't
been
help but see
easy
it, but
getting
I was
these
like, there we
two
go.
men together.
Versus,
This event's been
we're trying to
on,
have a
it's
discussion
been
between
off,
geniuses,
it's been
and
back
we gotta
on,
make it a
it's been
political
off.
debate. Like
I'm
they
pleased
got
to
to
tell
squash.
you it's on.
That's why
We
coming
have
up to this for
two
the last 3
heavyweight
days, I'm just like,
champions
please don't
in
make
Richard
it
Hart
that.
and Peter Schiff going head-to-head today. This may never happen again, so let's sit back and enjoy it. Let me introduce these two gentlemen to you. Peter Schiff. Peter is an American stockbroker, financial commentator and radio personality. He's a regular on television programs throughout the world for his economic commentary and opinion. Peter has been a financial commentator for over 30 years. This is when Richard was still wearing short trousers in primary school. Peter is a man who has seen all the major economic ups and downs. He certainly is a scarred economic general who has always been on the front foot of economics in the world. Peter has a reputation of going head-to-head with some of the most powerful people on the planet, and I can tell you he doesn't lose very often. Richard Hart. Richard's a bit of the flavour of the month. He's the creator and founder of the highly successful cryptocurrency HEX. He's said to have a very high IQ and extraordinary ability in mathematics. This man has a herd of people who follow him around the world. He's like a god. However, many call him a gunslinger, a scam coin owner, a Ponzi scheme creator who can be very rude, very abrupt, and very narcissistic tendencies. He's living somewhere in Europe, but nobody really knows exactly for his own safety. So, ladies and gentlemen, just before I do that, I want to say something. When I was a young boy, 16 years of age, I want to tell you a true story. Everybody loves a story. And I remember there was this fight taking place, 1974. And I was 16 years of age. And I huddled myself into this pub to watch this fight against a former world heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali. And he was fighting this new, young, brutal George Foreman. They called it the Rumble in the Jungle. I can still feel the electricity in that pub as I speak to you now as a young 16-year-old boy. There was George Foreman. He had brutally, viciously mauled everybody he came across. And he was the world heavyweight champion. But Muhammad Ali said, I'll take you on. All the critics said Muhammad Ali could not win it. He's too old. He's done. He's over. Now, you all want to know what happened in that fight, don't you? Well, I can tell you I can still remember it. I don't need to read anything. I don't need to Google anything. Muhammad Ali came out and defended himself and didn't throw any punches for many part of the fight. And George punched himself out. And then all of a sudden, about the 8th round, Muhammad Ali let loose. And he knocked out this young 23-year-old world heavyweight champion, George Foreman, in the Rumble of the Jungle in Zaire. How will today turn out? Will this old fox win? Or will this young gun actually turn the tables and mow the older economic man down? We're about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome, and I've got here Richard Hart and Peter Schiff. Are you there, gentlemen?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. Maybe you could just stop talking about how old I am. I'm not that old, you know. Plenty of people older than I am.
Well, we're kind of a similar age, mate. So I'm feeling, look, 60 is the new 40 or something, isn't it now?
Well, I'm not even 60 yet, so.
Well, I am. So I'll
all
take,
right. Well, so you see, you're the old man here.
Steady. Anyway, Richard, it's good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, pleasure.
Good on you.
Pleasure. Love to be here.
Look, what I want everybody to know that how this event started is that Richard, he put a tweet out and he said to Peter, I challenge you. Would somebody take it up? We took it up and we brought you two together. It hasn't been easy, but we've brought you both together. So I want to thank you both for making the effort and giving us your time. Gentlemen, I have a series of questions. We'll run through them. Don't know how far we'll get with the questions, but I'll try and get as many done as possible. And you'll both have a chance to talk and rebuttal. Maybe if we don't scream over the top of each other, give each other a chance to explain what's going on. That'd be nice. Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
You both believe in your respective investment vehicles, and please, I'm going to read from some notes here, so please forgive me. Peter, you're about gold, and Richard, you're about cryptocurrency. Peter, where do you see gold going in the next 12 months? And Richard, where do you see cryptocurrencies heading in the next 12 months, including Bitcoin? So I'll start off with you, Peter. Where is it all going for gold?
All right, well, first of all, let's put gold in its proper context, because I'm not all about gold. I mean, I'm an investment manager, and I've constantly or consistently recommended that people hold maybe 5 or 10% of a portfolio in gold. But the remainder of the portfolio is in, income-producing assets, companies that I think have good fundamentals, that are growing their earnings, that are paying good dividends. I look at gold as a proxy for cash. A lot of people are talking about holding cash now, not for the yield, because there is none, but for the optionality, because if stocks go down or real estate goes down, you can use your cash to buy these assets on sale. Well, I do the same thing with gold. I would rather be holding gold, waiting for better buying opportunities in stocks that I like or real estate that I like, rather than fiat currency, especially in an inflationary environment where it's the fiat currency that could crash rather than the assets. But if you're holding your liquidity in gold, well, then you're protected from inflation. And so that's why I like gold. I mean, I like gold as an alternative to dollars, as an alternative to euros, yen, any of the fiat currencies, and as an alternative to any of these crypto fiat currencies. If you think stocks are expensive, if you think real estate is expensive or bonds are expensive, and you want to have dry powder, then gold is a great place to keep it. Gold is an excellent store of value. It's maintained value over the years, over the decades, over the centuries. It's been money for thousands of years. So I believe that gold is a good, it has a position in a portfolio to act as as a store of value and as a source of liquidity. But over the long run, I mean, gold doesn't produce any income. It's not like real estate where you get rents. It's not like a stock that has earnings and pays you dividends. It's not like a bond where you can get interest, although today bonds pay very little interest, which is part of the problem. So over the long run, no, you don't want to just have all of your wealth in gold. You want to own other assets that will perform and deliver income. But over short time periods, if markets are expensive like they are now, and there's a potential for a rather substantial decline, having an allocation to gold makes a lot of sense.
Richard.
Yeah, everything he just said was very stupid. So this is going to be a very easy debate. I'm sorry for you guys that we're hoping for something very exciting. He just crushed his own argument in the first minute. I'm facing a guy that owns 10 to 20 times more not gold things than gold things, because he knows that those things are better assets. He says that gold holds value over time. It doesn't. Here's a chart of gold adjusted for inflation where you lost money for 40 years. 40 years you lost money. 40. If you had bought gold 10 years ago, you're down today. You lost money from 10 years ago, not even inflation adjusted. So for a guy that doesn't even talk his own book, literally starts the conversation with, I don't even like this stuff enough to own more than 5 or 10% of it, it's going to be a very easy debate to win. And the charts, the facts are on my side. I got good news for you. Just because gold is a terrible investment, I may even own more than Peter with my $250,000 gold watch or my gold trinkets. I understand what gold is supposed to be used for. Gold is used as jewelry for 50% of its market cap. Go on Wikipedia, look up gold. You'll see that 50% of the sales of gold is for jewelry. And what is jewelry? It's just vanity. And what could be more willy-nilly and prone to fancy than vanity? So gold that he doesn't even believe in enough to own more than 5 or 10% or recommend anyone own more than 5 or 10% is backed 50% by people flexing and looking silly. I look silly on purpose, right? So, I mean, you want to see the hex chart? You want to see what the hex chart looks like? It ain't looking like this. Here's what the hex chart looks like. Only up and to the right, forever. By the way, copper beat gold. You bought gold 5 years ago, you would have been better off with copper. Copper that you can actually use. Peter says gold, well, I don't want to crush all his arguments ahead. I could just beat all his arguments now. What he's going to say is gold has value, Bitcoin doesn't have value, which is instantly defeated by the fact that you can exchange Bitcoin for gold. I remember back when Bitcoin cost less than an ounce of gold, now Bitcoin costs 20 times more. You could have bought, in the top of, I bought Bitcoin at 30, I mined it at 50 cents. In 2013, it went up to $1,300, which was the price of gold. An ounce of gold was worth less than a Bitcoin in 2013, 2014. Now, an ounce of gold is worth 20 times less than a Bitcoin. And so the fact that you can turn Bitcoin into gold at any time you want, I think his company even accepts Bitcoin to turn it into gold, disproves his idea that Bitcoin has no value. And I don't even like Bitcoin. Bitcoin destroys the environment just like gold does. 50 to 60 people just died yesterday mining gold. Yesterday. How many people died mining Bitcoin? So this is the reality that we live in. I've already won the argument. It's just a question to the audience.
If you're finished flattering yourself and congratulating yourself, first of all, yes, I just because I think that gold should be a small part of a portfolio doesn't mean I don't like gold. I just said that gold is not an investment. Gold is like cash. And right now, I think there are a lot of very good investments around the world that I want to own. Now, if I had a choice between just the NASDAQ and gold, I would own all gold. But those aren't my choices. If my choices were all gold or all Bitcoin, I would own all gold. If it was all gold or all hex, I would certainly own all gold. I would own no hex. I would own no Bitcoin. But when I look around the world and I see a lot of good companies trading at very low valuations and paying very good dividends, I want to own those assets. I don't want to have everything in gold. Now, if things were a lot more expensive, I might want to up my allocation to gold, but I would never include hex in my allocation. I mean, you want to talk about what gold's done over a particular period of time. Well, yeah, if you bought gold 5 years ago, you had a great return. It's up 90% over the last 5 years. Over the last 10 years, no, it's about flat over 10 years, but go over the last 20 years. 20 years ago, gold was less than 300, and now it's 1,900. So that's a pretty good return. Now, if you want to say, oh, what if you bought gold at its peak in 1980 at 800, you have a lousy return. Go back 10 years earlier, and you bought it in 1970 at $35 an ounce, and you had an incredible return. So you can always pick and choose whatever time frame is convenient for you. But the reality is you're so excited about how much hex has gone up. Hex is down about 70% from its peak. So there are people who bought hex who are down 70%. Nobody is down anywhere near 70% in gold. And the people who have made money in hex haven't made anything because they haven't sold, because they've locked up their hex in your scam of a CD. You've conned people into taking a worthless currency that you create for nothing, and they've agreed not to sell it so you can keep unloading yours to the people who are foolish enough to think there's a free lunch and they're going to get rich in your pyramid scheme, but they're not. They're going to go broke, and eventually they may come looking for you, because all the money that your followers are going to lose is the money that you're making. And we'll see how the authorities feel about that, when you end up in a court of law, because I know a lot of the people who lost money are going to be looking to have to try to claw back some of their losses from your winnings.
So what Peter here is doing is called a parade of imaginary horribles. So to the best of my knowledge, no cryptocurrency founder has been imprisoned for creating a cryptocurrency. Satoshi, who created...
I didn't say imprisoned, but I think you will be sued. But go ahead.
Okay, so let me give you an example of a company that created a cryptocurrency and got sued. Unregistered security offering, Tezos, got sued, settled. EOS, unregistered security offering, raised $4.2 billion, settled for $27 million, and got a waiver to continue operating their business. And the reason the SEC is friendly towards and settles with these companies is because they actually do care about the investors, and the investors don't want their money back because they all made money. People that bought EOS at the ICO made money and are still up today. People that bought Tezos at the ICO made money and are still up today. And so this idea that people are going to want their money back is factually false, provably false by SEC jurisprudence, by SEC case law.
They're only going to want their money back after the coins crash. See, nobody wants their money back when they're winning. It's after they crash and lose their money that they want it back. So we haven't finished this game yet. Right. The air hasn't come out of this bubble yet.
Peter's talking about buying gold a long time ago. Gold was down. If you had bought gold in 1980, it dropped 70% until 2000. You were down
because the 10 years before 1980, it went from 35 to 850. So it had a spectacular rise, and it never went back down anywhere near $35 again. So you can't just look at these time windows and talk about, and I've already said, gold is not a long-term investment. I never recommend gold to anybody as an investment. It is a store of value. It's cash. Instead of sticking dollar bills under your mattress, you can have gold coins. They are much better to hold than fiat currency. But over long periods of time, you want to invest your money and let it grow. Gold doesn't grow. It just holds its value. It doesn't accrue value. It doesn't gain value. But it doesn't lose value.
You're down versus 40 years ago, inflation adjusted. You're down versus almost every time frame. Coins.
No, you're not down to versus. Gold is up this year. Bitcoin is way down. Your hex coin is down this year. Gold is up year over year. Gold is up
this year. No,
yes, it is.
It's up this year. No, it's not.
What did it end? What did it end last year? I saw it was as high as like 49 cents, and I just checked it. It's 15 cents. So where did it end last year?
Hex went up 1,000,000%.
Where did it end 2021? Where did it end 2021? December 31st, 2021.
Here's the hex chart. December 31st, 2021 was 6 cents. Actually, half of a cent. Actually, based on
it went down from 49 cents to 6 cents, and then it snapped back up to 15 cents.
No.
Well, I just looked at the chart on CoinMarketCap. I don't know. Is that not the actual chart?
It's a good site. Yes, CoinMarketCap actually has an accurate price chart, but you have to click log in the bottom right corner, or else it doesn't make sense. So when you compare an investment that isn't even an investment. Peter just told you not to invest in gold. It's not an investment. It's just a risk-off asset to just sit in until you get into.
Well, it's a store of value. It's a monetary equivalent. It's like holding cash, except instead of dollars or euros, which are just fiat, creations of a central bank, you can hold real money, which is what central banks used to hold. All these currencies used to be backed by gold and redeemable with gold. But the world has moved off a gold standard to a fiat standard. But if individuals prefer the gold standard, they can do it themselves. They don't have to hold government paper as money. They can hold the real thing. They can hold gold.
But the thing is that you suggest people do hold government paper. You just may not be aware of it.
When do I suggest that?
You'll see. I'm going to show you. Peter and I actually agree on some things. We both think that the government printing money left and right forever is disgusting and steals from savers. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. We both think that the value of the dollar over time is going to zero, literally zero. Charlie Munger agrees with us on this. Do we agree on that?
Well, it may go to zero, but it may approach it. It's already practically zero based on what it was worth in 1913. So,
I think Peter and I both agree that we like people to self-custody their funds so that they can't be robbed by their banks. So there was some political activity going on in Canada where if people even sent money to other people so that they could buy food and eat, their bank accounts were seized under emergency action, as though there was some giant emergency, like a war was going on. Everyone else has it bad everywhere else in the world right now, and yet there's no emergency actions in those countries, but Canadians are having their bank accounts seized, and I don't think Peter likes that. You don't like that either, right? It sucks. We agree on that?
No, I do not like what the Canadian government is doing. Not at all.
Yes. So Peter and I are both for self-sovereignty. We're both for people not being robbed by the government by holding the government's dollars. By the way, Peter's camera's frozen, so if you want to pan to me, my camera's not frozen.
It doesn't look like it's frozen to me.
Oh, you just came back. Yeah. Okay. And then Well, it's just when I'm talking, they're showing you. It's weird. No one sees me talk. Unless they're seeing something different on YouTube, whatever. So the point is, there's things we agree on, right? And we both agree that stocks have been wonderful investments, which is why he promotes them. But there's a trick to stocks that people don't understand. When you used to buy stocks, you used to get shares in companies, and they were physical printed shares. And now when you buy stocks, you don't get the shares. Your broker gets them. But guess what? He doesn't even actually get them. A giant company in New York called the DTCC actually holds everybody's shares. And every once in a while, they do an audit and they discover, oops, people have been trading shares that didn't actually exist because neither you have the real shares nor your broker. And then the DTCC, maybe they have them, maybe they don't. And it's a giant house of cards. And you just hope that if when you go to get your money, they don't give it to you, now you have to sue them. And you're basically relying on the government to handle custody for you. And it's very similar to gold. I've got $4 million of watches. They're mostly gold. I know that platinum's a better metal for making watches from because I can use 95% platinum to make a watch, why it says 950 on it. But on a Rolex that has gold, it's only 75% gold because they have to alloy it with actually more useful metals to make a watch out of it.
They're not more useful. They have different properties. They're not more useful than gold. And by the way, if you have $4 million worth of watches, maybe in those watches there's $40,000 worth of gold. I mean, it's maybe about 10%.
That's right.
Yeah, so it's not, they don't, so you don't have most of the
appreciation of gold as well.
But most of the value in a watch is due to the craftsmanship, the making of the watch. The gold is used because of its properties that make the watch better, that make it last longer, that make it look prettier. You can go swimming with the watch. It's like, it's going to resist the water. There are a lot of characteristics of gold that make it appealing in jewelry. It's not used in jewelry by accident. It's used because it's very good.
Than you do. Like literally.
Who cares?
Own more gold than you.
I don't know. How much do you own? I don't know. You talk a lot. I have no idea.
Right now, if you go on my website, I name my YouTube videos, and you scroll down to the info, I have the model numbers and prices of all the watches I own.
Well, who cares about how many watches you own? I got gold watches too. Who cares? I don't splash them all over my website. I mean, I'm wearing one here. I'm wearing one, but I don't like flash them on my YouTube channel to show everybody that I got gold. But I wear them.
Okay, well, I've got another question or two.
I don't have a big gold pendant around my neck.
Let's move to the next question, gentlemen.
You know what? Why don't you wear some hex? Where are your hexes? Get yourself a watch made out of hex or Bitcoin.
Cryptocurrency was invented to solve custody.
Peter.
Because right now you don't have custody of your shares. The DTC.
Yeah, but when you have custody of Bitcoin, you have custody of nothing. So what? Who cares when you're custodying nothing?
Peter, I've got a question. I've got a question for you, Peter.
You can only sell it because there's a fool who wants to buy it. But eventually the fools will run out of money, or you'll run out of fools.
Gentlemen, let's get out of the jewelry shop. Let's have a chat about a few other things. Peter, can you keep ignoring the mass adoption of cryptocurrencies? We've got big institutions getting on board, countries accepting Bitcoin as legal tender. You've got Bitcoin representing the fastest adoption of any technology recorded in human history. It's growing at 113% a year. Peter, do you feel you missed the boat and regret
first of all,
not investing in cryptocurrency?
Okay, so first of all, as far as ignoring the mass adoption, I don't have to ignore it because it's not happening. There is no mass adoption of Bitcoin for anything. You're talking about countries accepting it. Okay, El Salvador is trying to experiment with it, but that's one little country. You can't say that that's some kind of wave of countries making Bitcoin legal tender. Is Wall Street in it a little bit? Sure, because Wall Street thinks they can make a buck on it. I mean, they don't give a damn. And most of these big investment banks that are allowing their customers to trade, they don't trade it themselves. I mean, they're just trying to make a buck. They're operating the casino, and if people want to gamble, they're like, well, we're going to let them gamble at our casino because they may gamble at someplace else. What I will concede is that there are a lot of people that are gambling on cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin being one, but there's almost 18,000 others if you count all the altcoins, and then you can throw in all the NFTs. But what Bitcoin and other digital assets are used for is gambling. People buy them because they think the price is going to go up. People don't sell them because they think the price is going to go up. So it's all a bunch of trading. It's not being adopted for anything. That's all pie in the sky hype to try to justify the appreciation that all the pumpers are claiming is coming, and that's why people are buying it and holding on to it. Or in the case of Hex, they're getting paid to hold it and penalized if they sell it. As far as regrets, do I regret not buying it? Well, look, obviously I'm not an idiot. I mean, there are a lot of things with the benefit of hindsight. You can look back now that you know everything that happened and say, well, I could have bought this and made all this money. Of course, I could have bought Bitcoin when I first learned about it. I don't even remember where it was. I'm pretty sure it was below 10 bucks. I don't think it was below $1, but who the hell knows? It was so long ago, you know, it's hard for me to remember. But all the problems that I had with Bitcoin when I first noticed it, I think are all valid. I mean, in fact, one of the things I didn't like about it, I said, well, what stops somebody from coming up with another cryptocurrency? And of course, nothing. And that was part of the problem. I didn't see any real scarcity in an asset that had no intrinsic value and anybody could replicate. I also didn't think it was particularly scarce just because there was 21 million of them. 21 million is simply an arbitrary number of Satoshis. There's 100 million Satoshis in each one. And I know people say, well, you know, but you can break a gold down into little tiny grams, and that's true, but they're no good to you. I mean, if you want to make a watch, you need a certain amount of gold. A little speck isn't going to do anything. But as far as Bitcoin, whatever I can do with a Satoshi, I can do with 100 Satoshis or a million, because I can't do anything with one, so I can't do anything with a million. So I never bought that there was any real value. What I missed was that you know, this would become like tulip mania, that this would actually catch on and become a massive speculative mania. I did not have the foresight when Bitcoin was, you know, 10 bucks to see this happening. And, you know, but when it did get up to 1,000 and then it pulled back for 200 or 300, I looked at it for a while and I thought, you know, should I buy this crap? You know, it may have a big run. I could see all the hype and all the nonsense that people were saying about it, and a lot of people were actually believing it. But then fundamentally, I still couldn't get it. And I knew that I could never advise other people to buy it. That's what a lot of people do in crypto. It's all pump and dump. You just get in it, and then you pay celebrities to promote it. You give away free coins. Hey, pretend you want your salary in Bitcoin. It's all hype, because the only money that is made in crypto is the money that's lost. Somebody has to lose money for somebody else to make it. It's a zero-sum game. In fact, it's a negative-sum game when you figure out all the other costs, the trading costs, the marketing costs. You know, think about all the money that was spent last year advertising Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. They spent a fortune pumping it up, yet, you know, everybody who bought is way down. I mean, the market's been killed despite record amounts of publicity and advertisement for Bitcoin. Now, so do I regret not taking advantage of other people's greed and ignorance? Yes, I could have made a lot of money had I bought some Bitcoin and sold it. I have no idea where I would have sold it. Had I bought some years ago, it's, you know, you don't know. Would I have still held it if I bought it at, you know, 10 bucks or 20 bucks? Would I still own it at, you know, 38,000 or 37,000, wherever it is right now? I have no idea, because I didn't do it, right? And there's a lot of other speculative investments that I didn't make. That I could have made a lot of money on. Fortunately, there are a lot of them that I did make. I mean, I've made money in other things, and I've done well on other investments. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin would have been the best investment I ever made had I bought it at $10 and sold it at $69,000 at the high, sure, or even if I sold it today and bought it at $10. But I didn't do that. But what's going to happen to other people, what they're going to regret is not selling, because that's one regret I'm never going to have. But a lot of people are going to watch their paper fortunes completely evaporate. People are going to go from millionaires to nothing, and people are going to have a lot of regrets over the paper profits that they never realized.
To that, are you okay?
Am I in the video when I talk? Do I show?
No, it was my question. So.
Oh no, but I never see myself on this feed.
Oh,
you guys never switched my camera, or what?
Showing Richard. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And can you bring the mic closer? It's just crackly.
It's going to clip more if I bring it closer, bro. I'll try and talk quieter. I'm clipping it by talking too loud. So, first of all, Peter describes a problem that people do have in cryptocurrency, where they sell on a 1x or a 2x or a 3x and think that they're smart, and then it goes up 69 million X. So you could have bought Hex on January 5th of 2019 and sold it when it doubled, 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 when it doubled again, when it doubled, when it doubled, when it doubled, when it doubled, or when it doubled. It doubled 13 times in 2 years. And so you could have hopped off the magic carpet ride at any time that you wanted with insanely mad gains, and you could have been one of those red candles everybody hates so much. And people run into this problem when they reach cryptocurrency, they're not used to seeing millions of percent returns. Hex did 1,000,000% return from the bottom of the top, 623 days. And that's without staking. If you'd staked, you would have made 2x. If you'd staked longer, you would have made less if you staked for shorter. He describes a problem where he wouldn't have known whether he would have held or not. And Hex specifically stopped him from his own weak hands selling his future gains. And this happens to investors time and time again, where they try and time the market only to discover that what matters more is not timing the market, but time in the market. Time in the market with markets that have product market fit, they're on-ramping new users, they have a durable walled garden. Peter seems to think that you can copy paste a coin and instantly it's valuable. It's not true. When you copy paste a coin, you have a different ticker symbol, which means you have a different order book, which means you have different liquidity, which means you have different exchanges that it's traded on. The things that affect the price are wildly different. Now, look, whether you like Hex or not, fine. I'm also solving a lot of other problems. I don't like how electricity is destroying the environment. I used to mine Bitcoin. I used a lot of electricity to do it. It wasn't renewable energy. I think Bitcoin destroys the environment. I think gold destroys the environment. I think Ethereum destroys the environment. And I've already solved that. Pulsechain.com gets rid of all the proof of work destroying the environment to maintain a consensus network and just uses proof of stake. The same way that Hex doesn't require you to destroy the environment to earn inflation rewards. It just requires you to delay gratification to earn inflation rewards. So we have less negative externalities, which is why we have a superior price chart. This is gold versus Bitcoin. Gold goes up, or gold goes up a little bit, Bitcoin goes up a lot. This is Hex. It just basically looks like a giant up and to the right. You got to click log for it to make sense, or it just compresses everything into a flat line here, which is useless to reason about. A flat line isn't helpful in a chart. Now look at from launch. He wished that he had got in early on Bitcoin and Ethereum because he would have made hundreds of thousands of percent returns. This is Hex versus Bitcoin and Ethereum from their launch. This is the hardest possible time to try and compete with those currencies. This is when they had the maximum appreciation, the maximum up and to the right. We're beating both of them today after a 66% or 70% dip. When you zoom in, it looks like this. This is on a log scale. These are really big numbers. And so, you know, we're up versus Bitcoin at the top, 500x. That's 500, it's 532,000% versus Bitcoin at the top. Now we've dipped. We're only up 150x now, 1500x. That's why I bring charts, right? We did the same thing versus Ethereum, but Ethereum pumped harder than Bitcoin, 3 times harder. So our gains versus Ethereum are about 3 times less. I have to hide my eyes from the camera. And then this is us versus the dollar, about 1,000,000% versus the dollar. Now he's going to tell you these numbers aren't real, but guess what? They are real. When you create those red candles that everybody hates, that's you cashing out. And then you could go buy whatever Peter does like. He likes stocks that you don't own the shares to. By the way, as far as the utility and stocks go, you realize that if you get a 40% share of your local Burger King, you can't change the prices. You can't change the hours of operation. You can't add an item to the menu, and you can't pull cash out of the register. And so this concept that somehow owning shares in a company is somehow more wholesome or better than owning part of a cryptocurrency, which may give you rights to control the consensus of the network, which may issue you trustless dividends with no middlemen whatsoever. And so I created something that solves a lot of problems that Peter hates. Peter likes self-custody. I solved it. Peter likes yield. I solved it. Peter likes delayed gratification. I solved it. But he just doesn't realize I've solved the things that he cares about. So I'm making people literal millionaires. And he says other things which aren't the case, such as some people have to lose in order for other people to win. It's not true. It's 100% not true. When your house goes up in value, who loses? When your gold goes up in value, who loses? When a baby is born or a tree grows, who loses? They're created out of thin air. Trees are created out of thin air.
All right, you've raised so many things that I got to talk about. I mean, first of all right, when I buy a house, I'm buying a place to live. It's not about winning or losing. I get to use the house. I get to live in the house. It's a place of shelter. I can raise my family. And so, the price is going to be what the price is, but the value of the home is the utility as a place to live. When someone buys gold, whether they bought it at a higher price or a lower price, people buy gold and they use gold, right? There's a use for it. When you're talking about something like Bitcoin or Hex, you don't do anything with it. The person who owns Hex doesn't get any enjoyment out of the Hex while they own it. It doesn't throw off any income. It doesn't pay dividends. It doesn't pay rent. You can't turn it into a watch and wear it. All you can do is hold on to it. And so the only reason somebody would buy something like Hex is because they think the price is going to go up. There's no other reason to buy it other than the fact that you think the price will go up. And the only way the price is going to go up is if someone comes around and pays a higher price. And why is that person going to pay a higher price? Because he is of the same opinion. He believes that there'll be somebody else to pay a higher price. But that doesn't work. That dynamic, that pyramid Ponzi chain letter dynamic, does not work. It has never worked. I don't care if you put a chain letter on a blockchain. It doesn't make it work any better. And you can go backwards and you can say, yes, look at all the money people have made in Hex. Yeah, this is money on paper. Most of the money has never been realized. It's just still sitting there. And what you do is you keep inflating the supply of Hex, creating new Hex out of thin air, which costs nothing, and then you give all the people additional Hex. You don't give them additional money. They're not earning interest the way a CD because you're not making loans and earning anything. You're just creating more Hex. I agree with you. I don't like the whole concept of proof of work for Bitcoin. It is a waste of resources, a waste of energy. It's like digging holes and filling them back up again and claiming, well, I worked. Yes, you worked, but you produced nothing. What's important is not that you worked, but what you produce. When you mine an ounce of gold, the world actually has an ounce of gold that it can use for something. Gold is a very useful metal, and when you mine gold, you are helping the world because you're giving the world a metal in a form that it can be used. When it's still buried beneath the Earth's surface, mankind has no access to that gold. But once you bring it out and you refine it, and you have it in a way that you can add it to those mirrors. We just launched the biggest telescope into space, and they were able to coat the mirrors with gold so that they would work a lot better. Gold has a lot of value, and it's worth the resources that we expend to get it out of the ground. And you're talking about stocks and saying, oh, there's no difference between owning a stock and owning Hex. When I own a company, I own a piece of a business that I like, and I'm entitled to my share of the profits of that business. Now, I agree in this casino of a stock market that the central banks have created, you have a lot of people that are not buying stocks for the same reason I'm buying them. They're just buying them because the price is going up, and they think the price will keep going up, and they ignore the fundamentals. They ignore the losses. They ignore all the things that I pay attention to because I'm looking for value. I'm not just buying hype. I'm not just buying momentum. And in case you haven't noticed, that bubble has popped. The momentum is left all these stocks. They're imploding every day, and the same thing is happening with cryptocurrencies. I think what you're going to see in the world of crypto is people selling their fool's gold and going into real gold, which is why the price of gold keeps going up as Bitcoin and other currencies keep going down. There's now actually a negative correlation between Bitcoin and gold. In fact, you can tell what gold is doing on any given day by looking at Bitcoin. If Bitcoin is up, gold is down. If Bitcoin is down, gold is up. That's how it's trading. So it's clearly not digital gold when it's the mirror image of gold. It's fool's gold. It's anti-gold. And the people who think they're holding digital gold are going to wake up and realize they've got nothing.
Gentlemen,
Yeah, so
I will go to the next question, but thank you for that. Listen, just from a technology side, there's a bit of a sound issue. Peter, can you turn your sound down a little bit? Can you ask your people to do that?
Am I too loud, or should I lower my mic?
It's a bit too loud and it's interfering on either side. And on the other side, Richard, is your volume able to come up a little?
Sure, but I am already clipping. So
he seems pretty loud to me. I hear him pretty.
I am clipping, so I don't think
okay.
you want me to be any louder.
Just Peter down a little bit. Richard's good. That's what the technical people are saying. Okay, I've got a very, very important question for you, Richard. I want you to listen to this very, very carefully. Hex has been called the fastest growing asset ever. but also been called the greatest con of all time. Richard, you have a lot of loyal evangelists, but you also have a lot of detractors and people calling you the biggest scammer of the century, running the largest pyramid Ponzi scheme in history. How can we believe you're not the greatest scam artist to ever live? And I want to add one other thing. Richard, I'm an old financial planner. And I've sat around the family kitchen table with the mum and dad in the suburbs of Sydney after there's been a market downturn. And I've seen the wife cry, and I've seen the fear in the husband's eyes when they've had their superannuation wiped out. I've seen the darkness and I've seen the pain. Richard, do you understand the responsibility you have to people around the world with what you're putting together?
Yeah, what you just described is called a security, and that's a regulated activity. So when you put your money into a common pool with the expectation of profit solely from the work of others, or there's critical entrepreneurial or managerial effort, you have a regulated activity. That's called a security. Hex is the opposite of that. If I die right now and Hex.com goes offline right now, it doesn't affect anybody. You mint your own rewards using your own labor, your own effort, very similar to what a Bitcoin miner does, except instead of destroying the environment, you just delay gratification and wait a little while. You mint your own rewards in Hex. No one else gives them to you. So I don't do any work for you, none whatsoever, which is why you don't see me doing the things that other cryptocurrency founders do. Talking about fake partnerships, like they shop for their employees at McDonald's, and then they say, we're partnered with McDonald's. No, you're not. You're scamming. Or they say, oh, we're going to add these features, Litecoin's like, oh, we're going to add confidential transactions. Never happened. Scam. And then you go look at the wallets. Vitalik sells Ethereum. Chainlink sells Chainlink. Charlie Lee, Litecoin, sells the top, right? Makes the top. Both Vitalik and Charlie have sold the top on their respective coins. But then you look at the Hex market and you analyze all of those coins that were tied to the origin address, and they've never been sold on market, never. And so everything that we do in Hex is better. We have a 100% uptime. Does your bank have 100% uptime? No, it doesn't. Does Visa and MasterCard have 100% uptime? No, they don't. And cryptocurrencies obviously have value because they replace payment networks like PayPal, Visa, MasterCard that you are slave to, that if they don't allow you to transact, you have no more freedoms. The freedom of transaction is the basis for all other freedoms. You don't have freedom of speech if you can't drive to where the speech is happening. You don't have freedom of assembly if you can't drive to where the assembly is happening. You don't have freedom of movement if you can't pay for them to print your passport, which is getting more and more expensive. If you don't have the freedom to transact, which less and less people every year, all of us are nearly banned at every moment. You say the wrong thing on social, you're banned. You say the wrong thing in Canada, they come to your house and knock on your door and beat you up about it. And by the way, in Canada, did you know that if you try and buy gold, you have to pay GST? And there's only a very, very, very minute subset of gold, which is finer than 99.5% pure, which is exempted from that VAT or GST that you call it. But when you buy cryptocurrency, does the government beat you up for 20% on the in? No, they don't. No, they don't. Because cryptocurrency is a superior product. And Hex monetizes time. Pulse Chain removes all the destruction in the environment as the world's largest free airdrop. A lot of people forget Hex was given away for free. If you had Bitcoin, you were given Hex for free. And at the top, it would have increased the value of your Bitcoin by 20%. 20% free extra Bitcoin. And Bitcoin ran up 15x from the COVID dip. Ethereum ran up 50x from the COVID dip. Hex ran up hundreds of X. We're outperforming everything. And that's just one of my products. You know, the Hex chat room's only got 40,000 people in it. Pulse Chain's got 65,000 people in it. Over $1 billion has been sacrificed to support freedom of movement and freedom of speech. And we just do absolutely everything better. And at some point, people have to realize it and recognize it. I have invented solutions to things Peter cares about: self-sovereignty, removing middlemen, efficiency, getting rid of environmental destruction, giving people yield, getting people to delay gratification, putting people in charge of their own finances where no one can stop you from paying yourself your own rewards. I have solved all these things.
Richard, you solved the problem of how to make yourself richer, but you haven't solved any of the problems that I'm concerned about. And you know, I agree. You know, you're defending yourself by stating that based on the Howey test, hexes are not a security, and I agree with you. I don't think you're selling unregistered securities, but what you are selling is a pipe dream. What happened was you gave away a bunch of free hex but the majority of the supply of hex were retained by you. And what your goal was to get the price of hex to go up so that other people would buy the hex that you want to sell. And you've done a good job of promoting the coins that you want to unload. It's basically a pump and dump. You want to pump up the price of hex so that you can sell. But of course, you don't want competition. You don't want all the people who got free hexes to sell theirs, so you convince them not to sell by promising even more hex if they wait. Well, while they're waiting, you're selling. And eventually, they're going to get left holding a bag of worthless hex because the supply is going to keep on growing, and they're going to keep on holding and hoping. And one day, people are going to want their money, or they're going to need their money, and they're going to try to sell. And all the paper gains are going to evaporate. And the only people who would have made money were those who didn't wait, those who cashed out earlier. And that was the point I made earlier.
I wanted to agree. I used to feel the same way Peter does. I really did. I was a Bitcoin maximalist. I was like, you know what? Everyone's going to fall into one thing. And then reality proved me wrong, and I had to change and update my worldview. In fact, the more altcoins there are, the more useful, fun things there are to do with your Bitcoin, then it just stays in the ecosystem. So when you go to a casino, they never show you the clock because they want you to stay and keep playing. And so designing systems which accrue value for shareholders is very similar to designing an economy or to designing a cryptocurrency. And yes, I appreciate your compliments that I've designed something that is extremely sticky, that gets people to delay gratification, that gives people hopes about the future, which is why I have seen people whose lives have been saved by hacks that I couldn't save with my self-help books. I give away.
Well, how many hacks have you sold personally?
If you look publicly, it looks like 0, but I can't tell you because how
so
right?
No, that doesn't.
And you follow the OA wallet, it appears to have never sold anything. But
so you've never sold any. You've never sold any hex and taken any cash. You just have all the hex you started with.
Let's go over the rumors. Let's go over the rumors.
I'm just asking you a question.
I'm answering your question with more words if you relax. When Hex launched, you used to be able to turn Ethereum into Hex directly in the contract. There's a rumor that there was like 1 million Ethereum generated. There's also a rumor that I got all that Ethereum. There's also a rumor, which I can agree with this one, that I've been mining Bitcoin, or was a Bitcoin miner back when it was 50 cents, and mined full 50 Bitcoin block rewards more than once a day by myself with no pool, because that's how easy it was back then. I've also been a retired multimillionaire for about 20 years now, having a 150 employee marketing company in the United States, where we sold mortgages, miracle cleaners, sex toys, cash advance loans, you name it. So
what does that have to do with my question?
Well, your question is, have I ever sold? And what I'm telling you is, if you look at all the coins that were associated with some type of founder thing, none of them were sold.
So your answer is no.
As close as I can to getting.
Well, it's a yes or no question.
Howey test. I can't tell you.
No. The Howey test has nothing to do
with value based on what I do. No, if you think
no, but I'm not asking
what I do. It's an expectation.
No. The Howey test has to do with work effort that you are expending on your part. If you simply tell people how many of your own, but if you just simply
giving people
admit
assumptions about your future behavior is
I'm not
fucking bog standard.
I'm not asking you what you're going to do in the future. I'm just saying, have you sold any of the hex that you created and gotten cash for it, or some other cryptocurrency? It's just a yes or no question, and you're not violating the Howey rule by telling me. No.
So you think the price went up 1,000,000% because I was dumping my bags? That's what you think? Because
I think personally,
you said that I wanted the price to go up. So you say
so you can sell. You want the price to go up so you can sell. Why else would you want the price to go up?
Why would I sell the world's best performing asset when I own other?
So you can do something with it. You can't do anything with Hex. Obviously, the people who are buying
$7 million for charity.
Why? Good for you.
Wonderful reputation.
The people who are putting their money into Hex intend to sell one day. They want to buy something. They want to buy a house. They want to buy a car. So they have to do it. But you're telling me you haven't sold any. You don't want you just have all your Hex.
I've been retired for 20 years, bro. This for me isn't about the numbers. It's about doing more. I want to change the world. I want to make the world a better place.
Well, I don't think you're going to make it a better place by conning them into buying Hex.
Because you're the guy that's been wrong for 20 years. You've been wrong.
I haven't been wrong.
20 years.
No, I haven't. I've been right. I've been right a lot. I've been pretty right over that time period.
Uh-huh.
Have I gotten everything right? Have I gotten all my
20 years ago? You're still breaking your balls. Okay, I have
Wow,
more money. I've been a success. I've been a larger success than you.
If you don't count your hex, I don't know that. I don't know if you have more money than me or not. I'm not counting the value of your hex.
Let me know when you raise $27 million for charity. Listen.
What 27
You don't even
million?
understand how Hex works. Hex is virtual lending, but you don't understand that it's virtual.
No, there's no lending. Who are you lending to?
Yes, there is. Listen, when you lock up your coins, do you think that value just disappears? No. That value is transmitted to the only people that can harvest it, which are the people that aren't staked. And the people that aren't staked get diluted, a form of payment, a form of interest.
Right, but they can sell. No, they can sell.
That are staked. Correct.
Yes,
right.
but it's you're just transferring. It's a transfer. That's what I said.
Correct. That's what lending.
You're transferring it.
Yes.
No, but there's no real value being created. You're just transferring it around among the various people who own it.
Why don't you understand that your virtual concept of value in your head is not as real as the price that you can sell things for?
No, because you're
price
confused.
Chart is real. Your fantasy is not real.
There's a difference between price and value.
That's right.
Price is not value.
Value is what you get.
Right, and when you buy Hex, you pay a price, but you get no value. There is no value in Hex. There's no value in Bitcoin. But there's a price because there's somebody willing to buy it, sure. But that price might not exist tomorrow when people no longer want to gamble, when the illusion wears off. I mean, at some point...
I called the top on the day. I called the Bitcoin top on the day, and I've done this 2 cycles in a row. While everyone else is telling you about $100,000 Bitcoin, $1 million Bitcoin, I'm telling you that this is the top, and I published the chart. And I've done that 2 cycles in a row. You call the top every single day because you're a noob speculator that doesn't know about technical analysis, that doesn't know about fundamental analysis.
So where's the bot? Okay, so what's
business is me?
All right, so where's the next low then for Bitcoin?
Traditionally, Bitcoin dropped 85% after a parabolic blow off top. This cycle, because the government, it should go down to about 11K.
So all right, that's a reasonable expectation.
Yes, agree.
And
yes, because it's what it has been doing for decades.
And what's going to happen to Hex? What's going to happen to Hex?
Well, Hex continues to have giant dips like it always has, but it also makes new all-time highs. You got what if 80% dip only cancels out a 5x pump? And when you have 1,000,000% pump, you would have to drop 999999999% to cancel it out.
But just because Bitcoin or Hex has come back from a previous crash doesn't mean it's going to come back from every crash, because one crash may be the final crash. There's scientific. So you're saying that so Hex is guaranteed to go up?
No, it goes up and down all the time. It just tends
to
go up more than down. It's
right, but it
like 5 or 6 times.
But it could drop 95% or 99% or 100%, can't it?
Yes.
And it may never come back, right?
Literally, it's unlikely, that last part. The last part's unlikely.
Well, yeah. Well, what are the odds? I mean, I think it's more likely than not. Well, very low. Well, based on what?
Well, I'll tell you. There's a coin that was literally made as a joke in an afternoon that is inferior technology called Dogecoin.
Yeah, I heard of it.
Dogecoin is a copy of Litecoin, and Litecoin is a copy of Bitcoin. And basically, the difference between Litecoin and Dogecoin is they changed the logo, and they made it inflate more. And it's actually, they don't even have their own miners. They're merge mined with Litecoin, and Litecoin's trash on its own. So it's a copy of trash. And I don't even like Bitcoin that much. You know, people say Bitcoin's never been hacked. Yes, it has. The network was forked once. Somebody printed 6 billion extra coins. There was another hack that could have been executed 2 years ago where anyone could have minted as many free Bitcoin as they wanted, but the developer responsible disclosed it instead of just minting all the free Bitcoin. I tell people the truth about the prices, that every cryptocurrency drops 85% more often than people wished, except for stable coins, and they have huge counterparty tail end risk. I'm very honest about the price risk. I'm very honest about what these things can and can't do. Bitcoin's trash technology. It has very low throughput. You can never do all the transactions of the world on it. It has a very conservative roadmap. They almost never improve it. The price performance is garbage. So from the COVID dip, Ethereum outperformed Bitcoin by 3-fold, and Hex outperformed.
So with all those flaws, why do you maintain it's better than gold?
Well, because the price chart of gold sucks. And the problem with gold is,
no, you're just looking at a 40-year price chart. You know, so why don't you look back at
40 years old, bro? How far back should I go?
Well, if you were my age, you could go further back and see gold. When I was born, gold was $35 an ounce, and now it's $1,910. So it's done pretty good over my lifetime. No, I'm not.
You can't start. But you know what? By saying I don't suggest anyone invest in it, and then come hard later.
No. I'm gold is a better store of value than fiat currency. And so if you want to save, I recommend saving in gold. There's a difference between saving and investing. An investment.
A weaker opponent than fiat. That's the weakest comparison imaginable.
Well, that's what gold competes with. It competes with fiat.
40%. Used cars are up 40%.
But you know what? Gold, to me, I think gold is actually pretty cheap right now, which is why I have about. Well, you know, that may be the case. I mean, platinum is normally higher than gold. Platinum, I agree. Platinum looks pretty cheap, but I think gold is. There is. I think gold is so low right now that, you know, in my personal portfolio, about half of what I own is in gold and silver mining stocks. So I have made a big personal bet. I think gold is so cheap right now, I'm investing in the companies that own it and mine it. And I do think that a mining company that owns gold and mines it and pays a dividend, that is an investment. Now, over time, gold mining companies are not the greatest investments to hold for a lifetime. But if you think there's going to be a big bull market in gold, which I do, I think over the next 5 or 10 years, we're going to have some spectacular returns in gold mining stocks. And so I have a much bigger allocation there than I do to the physical metal, which I just regard as savings. And then my other allocations, I have overweighted other hedge areas. I have my second biggest allocation is to the energy sector. So I have a lot of money in that sector because I'm particularly concerned about inflation and about what that does to the value of fiat currencies and the impact that has on commodities, all commodities, not just gold. And so I want to own companies that are positioned to benefit from a huge bull market in commodities.
Let me just jump in there,
I agree with much of what you said,
gentlemen.
I think inflation's terrible.
I think we should just change gear a little bit, and I want to apologise to everybody. The sound quality is not great at Richard's end.
Really?
It's
is it too quiet?
At Peter's end, is it? I do apologise. So it's a little bit.
I'm going to turn my mic down.
Turn your.
No, he said it's on my end. I don't.
Peter's end. This is too loud.
Peter's too loud.
I mean, I see red bars. I know it's flipping.
Well, I can move my lapel mic lower on my lapel. Does that help?
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you. Maybe do that.
I just did it. Yeah.
I'm not clipping now. Am I good now, guys?
Okay, Richard's good. A little bit of a challenge with Peter, but thank you for moving it down. I asked both of you to submit a question to the other person. And so here is that question that you both asked each other. And first of all, it's Richard's special question to Peter. Peter, have you ever thought about how much money you've cost people that followed your advice over the years? Or the kids that didn't get to go to college? Or the bills, medical bills that were not paid? And the loss of lifestyle because of your bad advice?
Well, I don't think I've been giving bad advice over the last 20 years, so the answer to that question is no. I haven't thought about that. You know, I mean, over the course of 20 years, I mean, have there been investments, individual investments that I've recommended that didn't work out? Of course, there have been. And there have been that have worked out spectacularly well. You know, over 20 years ago, you know, what was I investing in? I was investing in, you know, energy stocks when oil was under $20 a barrel before it ran up to 150. I had a lot of gold stocks when gold was under 300 and, you know, went up to, you know, 1900 by 2011. I had big positions in emerging markets. I avoided the entire dot-com collapse. I spent most of the late 1990s convincing people to sell their dot-com stocks, and I built my initial brokerage business based on getting people to get out of the dot-com bubble. I saved people a fortune. You should see some of the letters I got from clients who would have been wiped out, but I got them out of the stock market before it crashed, and I got them in to foreign markets. I got people out of the U.S. dollar when the dollar index was about 120, and then it went down to 70. And, you know, we had a tremendous, remember, for the first decade of this century, 2000 to 2010, it was a lost decade in the U.S. stock market. And so we were able to make a lot of money by avoiding U.S. market. And in the middle of that, you know, I helped set up a hedge fund to short the subprime market in 2006 that paid off, you know, more than tenfold in 2007. Not that many advisors were shrewd enough back then to understand the problems in the mortgage market and to have positioned people short subprime. So I've done a lot of things that have been right. What I got wrong was the decade from 2011 to really 2021, I had assumed when I was forecasting the 2008 financial crisis and warning about the housing bubble, I thought that after all my forecasts came true, that we would see a drop in the US dollar. And so I built stock portfolios that were based on a weak dollar, and we didn't get a weak dollar, we got a strong dollar. I knew that the Federal Reserve was going to try to reflate the bubbles that popped in stocks and real estate. What I didn't know is that they would succeed. I thought the world would see through what they were doing, that it would see QE for what it was, debt monetization, and we'd have a dollar crisis. Now, I still believe I'm going to be right. And in fact, my investment strategy, which didn't do very well from 2013 through the end of 2015, has outperformed dramatically since the end of 2015. So from 2016 to today, I've done much better than any of my benchmarks, and I've beaten them by very, very wide margins. But I think my clients and myself are very well positioned now for the ultimate dollar collapse that I did prepare people for, albeit a decade too early, but we are well positioned and we've had good gains over that decade. Could we have made more money if we were just in, some NASDAQ stocks? Well, up until a month ago, yeah. Now I'd have to check again because we've had some huge declines recently. But I do believe that ultimately the people who have followed my investment advice over the years, no matter what time frame they picked, even if they happen to adopt my advice at the most inopportune of times, because a lot of it depends on when you start getting into foreign stocks and when you start getting into the gold stocks. You can get in at different times. But I think ultimately it's not going to matter when you got in. I think the people that follow my advice will be in much better shape financially than the people who ignore my advice. Sure, would people have made more money had they just bought Bitcoin 10 years ago? And sure, of course. I mean, it's obvious that's the case. But most people didn't do that. Most people who bought Bitcoin 10 years ago only put in a small amount of money because they recognized that it was a gamble. They only put in more money recently after the price went way up. And so a lot of those people are now down overall on their Bitcoin. Even though they have profits on what they bought originally, they have bigger losses on what they bought more recently because they put larger sums of money. And ultimately, I think people who follow my advice on Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are going to be much better off than the people who ignored it because the losses are going to be staggering in crypto. People are going to lose a tremendous amount of money. Most people are not only going to lose their paper profits, but they're going to lose what they originally started with. They're going to lose their principal. The only people who are going to end up making money in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies are the people who sold. And then, of course, they're going to have to defend what they got away with in court because just like when Bernie Madoff blew up, all the people who lost money were looking to claw back money from the people who gained. And I think the same thing is going to happen. Not that I necessarily agree with it or not, but I know how the world operates. And there's going to be a lot of people pointing fingers. And unfortunately, after the horses leave the barn's door, after the horses leave the barn, the government's going to try to close it. I think a lot of regulations are going to come, unnecessary regulations in the legitimate part of the financial industry, because so many people are going to lose so much money in crypto. It's going to give capitalism another black eye that capitalism doesn't need. And it's going to allow the government to say, you see, look what happens with capitalism. People get conned, people lose all their money, and they're going to say the solution is more government, which of course is not. That is simply going to make the situation worse.
Peter, you're still going to stand by the fact that you were stating very publicly that crypto, Bitcoin, will go to zero. Are you standing by that?
Well, I've been saying that for a long time. Eventually, sure, it's going to go to zero. It may take a while to get to zero, but there's not going to be much of a difference if Bitcoin goes to 100 than zero. If you bought it at 40 or 50,000, if it gets anywhere near zero, it's going to feel like zero.
Richard, did you want to respond to that?
It's very simple. Peter has a lot of parade of imaginary horribles. Everything's going to go wrong. You could listen to Peter, or you could just look at the chart. Does this look like everyone lost their money? There's dips. Those are people taking profits. Those are guys getting cashed out. Those are guys getting rich and buying yachts and golf courses and jets and Ferraris and Lamborghinis and you name it. That's what those dips are. And these are big dips, guys. These are 60 and 70% dips hiding in here. But 60 and 70% dips don't matter when you overcome them with 500 and 600% gains. Cryptocurrency is the world of free money. Free money. As a Bitcoin holder, you got hexed for free. When I mined Bitcoin, it was free. I double-clicked an EXE on my computer. As a hex holder, our community received free Uniswap token, free 1-inch token, because we used these products and we were just given the coins for free. We received free Git coins. We received tons of free coins out the yin yang, literally free money. And here's what's weird about crypto and about me as a person. If you see a guy drowned in jewelry and covered with all this spectacle, your brain would be right to say scammer. When you see charts of 1,000,000% returns in 2 years, you're right to think, oh, it's got to be a scam. And you'd be 99.9% right. It would save you a lot of money and a lot of horror, and it would save you a lot of pyramid schemes and a lot of scams and a lot of Ponzi's. It would save you all that. But you would also miss that one rare little sliver of world change that actually happened. Amazon dropped 95% in the year 2000, 95%. You could have pointed at it and said, look, late stage capitalism, Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme, greater fool. What can you do with these shares anyway? You can't do anything. You can't affect the company. You're just hoping to sell to the greater fool, which is all the shares, by the way. And guess what? They're over half of all the commerce in the United States on the internet now. Over half of all the money made on the internet goes directly into Amazon's pockets, even though it dropped 95%. And so this new paradigm of massive drops with massive gains is what the future looks like, particularly when the money is more and more fake. The reason all these charts are so easy to go up and right is because they're priced in the dollar. And the dollar just gets worth less every day. The dollar is mostly garbage. You only occasionally see it go up in value right when the stock market crashes. And the stock market used to crash every 10 years, but they decided to skip a cycle and just print their way out of it. So I've created something that is one of the few things in the world that can change man's relationship to government. You don't have to beg the government to give you their fake inflated money. You can use your own money that's peer-to-peer. You can trust math instead of
you can
men.
use your fake inflated money instead. But you know, you gave away
It's
a
like you
lot of
can't read a
coins for
chart.
free. Right, I can read the
Why
chart.
don't you make a crypto then, bro?
The chart's
See how it
not
does.
over. Wait till it ends.
Go make a
Because I don't
crypto.
want to scam people. I don't want
Right.
to take advantage of people. I don't want
That's why you don't have
to
any
make
gold
money
prices
at their
on your gold
expense.
website. So let me ask you a question. Since you're such a nice
But
guy,
let
when
me
I go to
finish.
your
I want
website,
you
you
can
don't
ask
put
me a
any
question in a
prices.
second. Let me just ask you this, or I want to make this point. You gave away a lot of free Hex, but the reason that anybody made money in Hex is because somebody came and bought it. There are people going into the market buying Hex with actual money or fiat currency, whatever they're using, Ether, whatever it is. And the only reason some people who got free Hex were able to sell any and buy a yacht or a mansion is because some other fool bought that Hex from them. That's the person who's going to lose money. They put real money into your fake coins and they're going to lose because that person thinks he's going to sell his at a higher price at some distant point in the future. But the reality is he's never going to sell them. They're not going to be worth anything because nobody's going to want to buy them.
Gentlemen.
Says the guy that's always been wrong about it.
Okay.
The chart doesn't lie, bro. The math is real. You can.
No,
if you don't like crypto, sell it for gold.
I'm not saying that Hex hasn't gone up from the day you created it until right now.
So,
but let's
we've
see
got
what
like
that
100,000
chart looks like.
stakers. You don't
Let's
think
see
we're
what
gonna have
that chart
200,000?
looks like 10 years from now. Let's see what it looks like. You know, I mean, because
Wait till
obviously,
all the opportunity's gone. There you go. That's a good investment strategy.
Yeah,
Great
you could have
speculating.
shown me a chart of Beanie Babies at the peak. You could have shown me a chart of tulips if we were in Holland and said, look, tulips never go down.
Yeah.
Look at this chart. The chart
Did
doesn't
those
lie.
bubbles come back?
Right?
Did those bubbles come back? Did
Tulip
those bubbles
bubble,
come
no,
back?
it didn't come back.
No.
The crypto bubble's not going to come back either.
I've
Once
got
it pops for
It's
good.
come back 10
Gentlemen,
times.
No,
It's never going
it
away.
never went away.
We're
It just
running
had
out of
big,
time.
big peaks and troughs.
We're running out of time, and I want to get this last question in. Peter's special question to Richard. Richard, how can any non-backed cryptocurrency be a long-term store of value if it has no underlying value to store? How are any cryptocurrencies really scarce when there are already almost 18,000 different coins to choose from and the supply grows every day?
Right. See, this is what people get so backwards. People think that inflation is always bad. It's not true. Bitcoin's greatest gains were when it inflated the most. As the inflation of Bitcoin has gone down, the gains have gone down. And so what matters isn't just looking at the demand side. You have to look at the supply side and the demand side both. And so when you look at altcoins, as a maximalist, Bitcoin maximalist, old one, I would say, God, all these altcoins, they're going to destroy Bitcoin. But then in fact, the altcoins and the Bitcoin went up and down together. And the more altcoins that existed, the more valuable Bitcoin began. Because they're not replacement products, they're complementary products. They amplify each other's utility in many cases. And so history shows and proves, by the way, as you add more stocks to the stock market, has the value of stocks gone down? Look at how many stocks you can create. It's going to drive all the other stocks down. It's the dumbest logic I've ever heard of. Here's other
They're
things.
different companies with different businesses, different revenue sources.
No,
but all these cryptocurrencies are the same. They're competing for the same market share.
Wrong.
Yes, yes, they are.
Wrong. No, you're 100% wrong. Bitcoin doesn't have stable coins. Bitcoin doesn't have smart contracts. Bitcoin doesn't have NFTs. Bitcoin doesn't have options. Bitcoin doesn't have leverage trading. Bitcoin doesn't have the ability to log into other websites. Bitcoin doesn't have play to earn games. Bitcoin doesn't have anything, which is why Ethereum outperformed at 3-1, and why I'm making a copy of Ethereum where you get all of your coins copied for free.
And how many other coins can do what Ethereum does?
And the value will keep going up because you think they're replacement products, and they're not. As more stocks and more companies were added to the exchange, all
as
of
you
their
said yourself, they started Dogecoin.
Bitcoin went up.
They started Dogecoin as a joke, and look what it did. Doesn't
and look
matter.
what it did. It beat Bitcoin. It beat Bitcoin.
Yeah, that just shows you how ridiculous
it is. Bitcoin.
No, because it's all a joke.
Why you have to learn.
That's the joke.
That's why you have to learn
there's
from the market.
There's no serious coin. The joke is on the people who are owning these things, who are hodling these things. They're going to wake up to a stark reality.
The joke is the dollar. The joke
is
is the joke is your bank. Everything's a joke now. Do you want to play the jokes that make you money, or that you can complain about all day while everyone outperforms you? Everyone's outperformed you. Coin started as a joke, outperformed you. Stop
they
crying
haven't.
And join us.
Yes, they have. Most people who bought Bitcoin are losing money. That's
Elon Musk owns more in Dogecoin than your entire net worth. Please be quiet. Elon Musk also owns, the richest guy in the world, also owns more in Bitcoin than you own.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe he did it as a joke.
He's smarter than you.
I'm not claiming to be smarter than him. But you know what? He probably doesn't give a damn if Dogecoin goes to zero or Bitcoin goes to zero. But a lot of other people do. I wish that he would stop promoting Dogecoin
because I feel it is inferior technology, whereas I have designed superior technology. Dogecoin is still proof of work. Why are you destroying the environment when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, proof of wait means nothing. There's no value to just waiting.
Yes, there is.
You're waiting for nothing. No, there isn't. Nothing's happening. The reason that there's value in savings is because you're delaying gratification and you're making your savings available to entrepreneurs who can invest it in capital formation and growing the economy. There is nothing that gains. When people sit there and hold on to their hex coins, there is no capital investment that finances. Nobody benefits because somebody is holding on to hex except the people who sell.
Yeah. So Peter doesn't understand how banks work. Let me prove it to you.
Sure I do. Yes, I do.
Peter, when you deposit your money at the bank, what happens to it?
Well, the banks, well, I put my money in the bank. Now the bank can lever it up and they can make, maybe $10 worth of loans or $100 worth of loans for every dollar.
See, he's changed his answer. He's been doing some debate prep. You're not giving the same answer.
I didn't change my answer.
So your usual answer is that they lend it out and then you make interest on it.
They lend out a lot more than you deposit. We have a fractional reserve system.
That's right.
Yes.
So what's funny is Peter must have prepared for this debate because usually he says gold's useful in times of strife like war. We didn't hear that argument, which I'm ready to crush immediately. He usually says that when you give your money to the bank, they lend it out, and that's the reason you make interest. But now he's saying they lever it up. He's changed that answer.
Well, but because they lend it out, they can pay you interest. That's where the interest comes from. But they lend it out.
Where the interest comes from is inflation. So your money never gets lent out. Your money stays at the bank. You give your money to your bank keeps your money, and it sits there, and it never gets lent out. And instead, what they lent out is inflation that the government gives them for free because you met their virtual fantasy rule of some reserve that they change.
Yes, you provide the reserve, and then they can lever it up. Right. Yes, I am not a fan of the fractional reserve banking system.
Exactly.
I've been a critic of
it. That's right. So we agree on this. Watch this. We're going to agree on this. The yield that you get from your bank is from the inflation that the government hands them. And so your yield at your bank account, which is pitifully low, is from inflation. And guess who else gets rewarded inflation? Bitcoin miners for destroying the environment, Ethereum miners for destroying the environment, which also luckily maintains the consensus network.
Yeah. And that's why I don't keep a lot of money in my bank. I recognize that. I don't want inflation to rob the value. I'd rather own gold, but I'd also rather get good dividends on companies that I think are good investment values.
So when your stocks go up in price, who are these greater fools buying your noob stocks that you don't even actually hold the shares?
Well, I don't even have to sell the stocks. I just collect my dividends. I get my share of the profits. The stocks I own.
Where do the dividends come from?
From the earnings of the businesses. People buy their products.
Greater
fools. Use their services.
People buy
they're not fools. They need the products.
Free, right?
So if I own
free,
stock,
there's no value.
Let's say I own a chain of supermarkets, And so I make money selling people food. You're telling me the people who eat the food don't need it? They don't want that food?
The reason people want food is because they don't want to feel hungry, and the reason people buy gold is because they want people to like them, and the reason people
they buy gold.
is
They
because
buy
they
food.
want to have freedom.
Right. They buy food because they don't want to starve, and they buy gold so they can buy food in the future.
You can just
because
starve.
you
don't
can't
have
store
to eat. You can just choose
you
to
can't
starve.
you can't store your food. It's going to rot. But you can store your gold and use that to buy food in the future.
Gentlemen.
But
you could also store iridium.
Gentlemen,
like
it is time. I'm sorry to stop you. I was hoping you could punch out. It was very nice. Richard and
we should show our stuff. We should say where people go. He's going to tell you to go to his website and buy gold medals, and I'm going to tell you to go to my website.
I don't think so. But listen,
I'll do it for him.
Oh, gentlemen, thank you. This has been a wonderful event. I loved it. I hope we can really do it again. You're both gentlemen. You're both tremendous in the way that you handle yourself. Congratulations to you both. It was a pleasure to work with you both, and I hope we can do it again. It was outstanding. So I'll let you both go, and thank you again, and goodbye from us now. We're just going to have a little bit of a chat afterwards, so I'll let you two guys go.
We'll high-five each other when Bitcoin's 11K. Me and Peter will be like, high five, 11K Bitcoin. We knew it.
On that we agree. It's going to 11K, and then it's going a lot lower than that ultimately.
I think it bounces.
Okay, fellas, we'll see you.
Well, it might bounce from 11 to 20 and then go to 5. Who knows?
Fellas, the fight's over. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
That's fun.
Right. Thank you so much. As I said, I'm going to bring Jonathan and Darren back. That was fantastic. That was 15 rounds, great punch. There was great information. I loved it. That was first class. Now I got the boys coming back. We're only going to take a few minutes. We might do a bit of... Thank you for all the chats coming through on YouTube. Honestly, you're doing so much talking, I can't read it. So I do apologise, but it looks... What I can read, it was magnificent. Thank you so much. Jonathan, can you hear me?
Could have been maybe more productive, but it had a couple of golden sections of relentless content in there.
Yeah, it was like I expected, how like he didn't know enough where he could Peter Schiff give any constructive arguments against Hex. He just had all the imaginary horribles and that kind of basic stuff that you would expect, like sucks.
Yep, I thought if anything, Peter did an excellent job of pointing out some of the useful features of Hex. Especially just with regard to an equitable system of storing value. So I thank him for that. The audio quality, I think I have a concussion, to be honest with you, from just being drug across the choppiness of Richard Hart's audio. So I'm still recovering from that.
I'm surprised they didn't do an audio check before this discussion. Seems a little unprepared on their side.
Really, the first half was very difficult to listen to. But yeah, like you said, he was destroying his own, argument. When he said that, yeah, you would wait 40 years. No, look at the 70s, look at the 60s. Man.
The good old days.
Yeah, look at it.
I was going to say, in the beginning, Richard had a great point. Yeah, look at the gold price. It's gone up, it's gone down, but it hasn't, you don't account the value of the dollar loss. So it was a really good point that I noticed he said in the beginning.
I love that Richard came with the printed out charts because he probably knew that he wouldn't be able to screen share. So I thought that was a power move, and it really kind of set the tone and kind of shut down gold from the start. But yeah, I'm definitely bummed. The audio was definitely choppy the whole time, but and unfortunately that Peter speaking loudly was literally his only defense mechanism, kind of talking over Richard. But yeah, Richard definitely won that for sure.
I thought it was responsible of Peter to clarify, though, that he is not a gold maximalist, right?
because I feel like with how many people are beginning to dip their toes into investing, when we start to create these tribes or communities or schools of thought, it can, give off maybe an oversimplified impression of the nuance that goes into even considering any kind of investment. So it's good that they weren't presenting this as a Bitcoin maximalist conversation or a hex maximalist or gold maximalist, but I do still feel like hex, in a very simple way, creates equity that very complex systems of socially constructed institutions have failed to achieve. So it's unfortunate that he doesn't get more of a platform to share with the audience why number go up and things like that, but that's okay.
Yeah, I found it really funny. I feel like one of Peter's biggest arguments was just like, overall, just like that he doesn't believe there's utility, in cryptocurrency, and that it's not providing utility. But it's so funny, rather than like speaking to his portfolio or stocks, he needed to use the example of someone buying a house, and that provides utility, and that's why people buy it, and then like use that as a fallacy against hex. I just find it I found it really interesting that he believes, who knows like what stocks Peter really owns, but the things that he was describing and trying to pin on hex is exactly the same as a stock market, and he tried to say that he only takes gains from dividends, which is like simply not true. Like he clearly is a trader. He plays the same game that any market plays, and so I just found it funny how he was trying to position his like superior motives in putting money to work in a market that produces value when it's pretty obvious that he doesn't. He simply can't do that at scale. But I thought that was interesting.
To be honest, I thought that Peter Schiff for the first half was stronger, if I'm being honest, than what Richard. But I also think that it was mainly due to like the audio issues. I think the audio issues like played a big part of it, because you could barely hear Richard. First off, his mic was clipping, so it made it seem like on the surface like Peter Schiff was winning the arguments, because first he was kind of talking over Richard, but the audio issues I feel like played into that as well. So kind of, I don't feel like it sheds an accurate light on the actual arguments themselves. And then I think toward the second half, I think Richard kind of he blew the top off. I mean, Peter Schiff didn't really have much to say based on what Richard's points were.
Right before I came in here, the announcer was still kind of talking about the debate on that GoCo channel, and he said it felt to me like Richard Hart was just getting started, and I think that adds to exactly like what you're trying to portray there, Crypto. I mean, once we finally pushed the mic back, I was like tweeting Hexologist, like do whatever you can to reach that man, to push that mic back, because it was clear that his like technology of microphone was far too good for the level of those two old guys' hearing aids and whatever the hell they were listening from. But yeah,
I just Chase, I just don't understand how they no worries. I just don't understand how they could not hear how loud that mic was. These are professional audio video guys on both ends. So I mean, were they not listening to the same thing we were listening to? I mean, it was absurd. It was absurdly loud.
Yeah. I've never heard Richard's microphone clipped like that before, and like all of his streams are all just really pure.
It was because of that narrator. He moved it back. I literally tweeted Hexo, and he pushed it like 4 inches back, and then they came back from a break, and the guy in the middle of the two of them goes, "Yeah, there's audio problems," and he like made it sound like it was Richard's that was the problem now, but he had already fixed it, and then he pulled it right back to where it was originally not a problem, and it was actually the other guy's mic, and we almost had it fixed for a second, I think. But on top of that, how weird was it that Schiff was like, "I'm younger than you," and then the moment it was about length and time, He's like, I've been since I was born. I'm 98 years old, but he wouldn't even admit he was 55 or 60. That was hilarious to me.
Yeah, I think the first 30 minutes with the audio, it wasn't that good. I almost wish it was another hour, and I almost wish instead of asking questions, it was like one question, talk for 30 minutes, ask another question, and obviously they're going to go back and forth. So topic one might have been gold and crypto, two might have been inflation, and three might have just been something else of whatever topic that they had, and just kind of let them go. Because it's hard to analyze somebody, when they're relaying a point. You don't really know when to cut them off. I think Richard was cut off a couple of times when he was going on his point. I think it kind of happened to Peter a couple of times too. And so, although I think the moderators helped from them going too far, I think it still should have been pulled back just a little bit so they could go back and forth just a little bit longer.
Yeah, in my opinion, there was too much learning going on for the people that were. It's almost as if they're interested, but they won't admit it. So even Schiff in certain times, you could tell he wouldn't admit it or show it in a facial, but it was very clear to me that he was having even his secret question, that was his number one thing, guaranteed, that he's unsure about. And it was something along the lines of how do you back value when something that has no value? And he struggles with that very dynamic question. How simple of a question is that? It's not answerable by one person, first off, so that's almost irrelevant in the first place. And I don't know, it just seemed like a weak question, but I feel like Peter Schiff learned more than Richard Hart learned.
I agree with you. He's really lost in terms of crypto knowledge or how any of these things work. But I don't know if you guys were paying attention to this. He initially said that I don't recommend people to buy gold. I only say 5% and all that stuff. But later he said that, currently I'm having a big bet on gold and silver, and I'm putting 40%. I'm not sure 40% of what he meant.
In the companies
of his portfolio.
Either that, so he either has 5 to 10% of his allocation of his net worth in gold, and then what I understood is that he had another 40% right now into companies that own, mine, or have something to do with gold, because he believes that gold is cheap and that that commodity or that genre of investment is going to go up and have a booming bull run here in the next year or a couple of years.
If you think that's the case, then why wouldn't you say then I believe that it's a good investment for everyone at the moment if you're putting that much money? If he meant 40% of his portfolio.
Yeah, one thing that I learned from Peter Schiff today was that he doesn't see gold as an investment, but more as a store of value that's better than the dollar. And so when he's talking about making an investment, he's talking about putting money into companies that produce dividends, that produce the income that he wants. That's the investment portion. And gold is simply a store of value to stay relatively constant, kind of like a stable coin is in cryptocurrency. That's what I got.
Perfect. Go ahead, Goldkey. I think you were going to talk right in.
That actually really threw me off, and I feel like it might have thrown Richard off too. To be honest, I felt like they were I don't know, the positioning at the very beginning, with what Peter said about being a store of value and not an investment, and it's something that you just keep under your bed rather than cash. I don't know, it changed the paradigm where it's okay, well, we're not comparing two assets anymore. You're talking about something else. And so I feel like the frame became Richard explaining Hex and then having to pretty much constantly defend the whole time. And so it kind of put Peter in somewhat of a power position to just kind of attack and pick apart the things that Richard was saying is better about Hex, and everything
yes,
that
I
he's
can
doing.
hear you.
Where Peter to me, Peter didn't really put anything forward that's better than anything Richard's talking. He was just talking about like I don't like this and here's why.
Yeah.
So the frame was always kind of like he was always on the defensive in my perspective.
Yeah, I feel like the conversation kind of shifted from, okay, I mean, if we were comparing cryptocurrencies, it'd be like, all right, well, is Ethereum better or Bitcoin better or is Hex better? And then after that point, Goldkey mentioned of when he was like, I don't think gold is an investment, it's a store of value. Now is kind of a debate between
the shared fiction,
not Ethereum and Bitcoin, but a stable coin. It's like, oh, you should buy USDC instead of Hex. But there's not really comparison because they're totally different use cases. One is to remain stable as a store of value, kind of like gold is, with more fluctuation than a stable coin. And so after that point, it really wasn't a debate on which is a better investment. You're comparing an apple and an orange. One is a store of value that's not supposed to go up and down a lot and has very low volatility. And the other one has very high volatility and very high appreciation to increase net worth of individuals rather than to just store under the mattress.
Yeah, it seemed to me that he created this like weird dynamic where like gold is his Ethereum or his Pulse chain to run on the network of fiat. You know what I mean? Like that was the weirdest part. Like he's like, I only use gold as cash, as my network token that I know has no fluctuation in value, and I know I'm going to get relatively what I put in. It was, I agree. The stable coin comparison he made hit home very much so for me.
He also said that the reason why a lot of people can buy gold and the utility behind buying gold is that if you use your money to buy food, you use it to eat, so you don't starve. And gold is a way for you to buy food, for example, but that doesn't rot. And so it's a way to postpone and elongate the time that you can use that money to buy your necessities. So that's kind of the thing that I learned that kind of caught me off guard is, okay, he doesn't think that gold is an investment, but rather a way to prolong or elongate the things that we need right now, but that spoil over time.
Well,
I
being
I
that
didn't understand that argument at all when he said that, because no one's accepting gold for food. So, you're using it as a store of value, but you're still going to have to sell your gold for money to be able to buy food. And so that argument didn't really make sense to me, like why he was
not necessarily if you're in Venezuela though, right? And I want you to keep going. I just want, because like if you see videos on YouTube, they got money in the street, so they're using crypto or they're using something. And that point caught me off guard too, because in that scenario it makes sense, because if you do the investment side, you're going to lose because it's a chart. But if you do it on this side, it kind of makes sense. But if you would hammer home like the Venezuela thing, so if their money's in the street, would they not use gold if they didn't have crypto? What would they do then? If it's toward Peter's argument in that certain scenario.
That's an interesting point. I think no one is going to be walking around Venezuela with gold in their pocket. I think that's like a weird scenario to think about. Like, if anything, I feel like that economy would move to more of a bartering system and kind of go back to before we had money, before people are going to be like obtaining precious metals and walking around with that in their pocket and not getting robbed. In my view, I just think that scenario doesn't.
Yeah,
really,
one of the downsides of holding gold is that it's heavy. Like, remember when Richard Hart, I think, tweeted that Peter Schiff said that he could carry $300,000 worth of gold in his suitcase, and how much that would weigh. So, I mean, one of the downsides that they didn't really talk about was, if you're really going to use gold as a way to purchase commodities or the necessities that you need, you also have to realize that it's pretty heavy, and it also costs money to transport that gold in large amounts.
Another thing that I think was missed, and maybe on purpose, is the fact that gold has been manipulated by central banks and governments for who knows how long. And maybe Richard avoided that topic on purpose, but I think that's another just fact to point out about gold.
Well, the only thing I would say too is, and I'm definitely not the gold advocate here, right? I mean, everybody knows I'm in crypto. That's what it was. But if to me, like, if people are going to come in these spaces, we want to hammer out the deal. So that's the only reason I'm taking this stance. But what I was going to say is if somebody's in Venezuela, they wouldn't have pounds of gold, right? Because at that point, they would just have Bitcoin and could travel. But somebody in Venezuela could have 3 little, gold quarters or whatever size that they come in their pocket. So I think when we're talking about weight, I don't, in Venezuela especially, I don't think we're talking about the same economic weight there.
Yeah, it all kind of comes down to value. One thing that I find ironic is they both agree that proof of work is destructive for the environment. Has anyone ever actually seen a strip mine or pictures of a strip mine? In terms of when you're mining gold, it literally strips the entire landscape.
I worked
right?
on my gold mine, and I can attest to that. It's fucking awful for the environment. The amount of oil spilled, the amount of antifreeze spilled, like the amount of unreported accidents and incidents that happen to the environment are beyond like what you will ever hear in any news. I can attest to that. I worked up in the Yukon in Canada for the past like 2 years, and it's horrible, and it goes unreported. So yeah, gold's horrible for the environment, way past what Bitcoin ever will be.
That's kind of an ironic point. I think
that is.
Might have behooved Richard to just raise that, because at the end of the day, we're looking at what has value, right? And how is value determined? And generally, it's based on perception and tradition. But as we have these technological advancements, maybe there's some sense. Oh, sorry. Maybe there's some sense behind moving to something like cryptocurrency. Doesn't have to be a specific one, right? On a proof of stake network that uses very minimal electricity, as opposed to strip mining or, a proof of work system. So just think that's an interesting point too.
Yeah, it's so funny that this conversation of like comparing cryptocurrency to gold, it just takes me back to like, at least when I came to understand cryptocurrency was through Bitcoin, and like I don't know if you guys remember the arguments for like why it's so much better, and like one of the things, one of the biggest things was comparing Bitcoin to gold, and like it was pretty clear that like Bitcoin itself was a better store of value just because of scarcity and immutability and all the things that were listed. And I thought that like debate died in like 2016, 2017. And so it's really funny that it's like, that's what we're talking about today. And I thought, personally, I feel like Hex, I've been living in like this evolved state of like, not caring so much about like a store of value, but a store of value that like immensely gains value and not just sits like how Peter described gold is like has no excitement to me. Like it didn't turn me to be like, oh yeah, I want to go buy some gold so I can put it under my couch and not accrue any value. So I don't know. I thought that was really interesting that we're like still having this debate 5 years later.
I think the thing that Peter Schiff fails to realize is like we as human species, like we were kind of talking about this yesterday, but we're always growing and evolving. Like evolution is for sure a thing. And you can't just like, yeah, you have these stores of value, maybe like gold, like what he's saying, that have been around for the test of time. But like as we evolve as a human species, like we need to evolve not just like ourselves, but our systems, our finance. Like there need to be new systems in place. And I think he just fails to realize that the direction of just humanity and intelligence, and even like artificial intelligence, it's moving at a exponential rate. And by him shilling gold like he does, even as like a store of value, as like a stable coin, it still fails to realize that exactly what Richard Hart was saying is like that sliver, like 99.9999%, of things that look like what I do and look like this, like probably are scam, and you probably be smart for leaving that alone. But when there is that sliver of something that has product market fit and is truly revolutionary, then eventually time will show us that those things are superior and will take over and create new systems and new strategies around those assets. And specifically when we were talking yesterday, I pointed this out, and like as we evolve as a species and we move to terraforming different planets, like we need something that's going to have that supportive value to transfer instantaneously from one place to another through space and time. And that's just something that Peter Schiff just isn't realizing.
Yeah, so to piggyback off of that, think about like hundreds and thousands of years ago, or I guess hundreds of years ago, the money system back then used to be bartering, right? The bartering system. I have an orange and you have an apple, and maybe at any given time, an apple is worth more than an orange. So you trade 3 apples for 2 oranges, right? And when we came across the system of having precious metals, or so bartering system to precious metals now have value, and then going from precious metals to fiat money, paper money, right? The fiat paper money did something that the gold couldn't do, right? One thing is that it costs to transport large amounts of wealth in precious metals, whereas in paper money, it's very light, very transportable. And a lot of, I'm sure that when the fiat system came out with paper money, that there were tons of critics that were saying, no, that's not going to work. Gold is still the, the light on the hill, right? It's the only thing that holds its value. But fast forward to today, everyone uses money, and it was first paper cash, then it started going into digital money that we all use. So bank accounts, going on your phone and seeing your US dollar value in digital currency, and now moving towards cryptocurrency. And so there's going to be critics that say that, oh, we need to use the previous form of payment. But just going off of what Crypto Fitness said is that as we start developing and advancing in technology, we're eventually going to start going into, further than this Earth. And if we do become interplanetary, or we start putting stations on the moon or into Mars, like Tesla's trying to do, we're going to need some kind of currency that can be transported instantly without having to send a rocket ship to send all the gold and, do transactions between different planets or even countries. Like there's lots of talk about the technology of smart contracts and being able to put a title of a house into either an NFT or the blockchain or a smart contract, so that you can now do transactions between countries without having to go through all the red tape and through the banks and all this different stuff. So there's utility that you can't have with gold or with fiat currency that crypto solves. And, they're just different use cases.
100%. The future is so exciting. And I just want to take a second and just congratulate everyone in this group and every Hexkin out there, because I don't know about how you guys felt after this debate, but I'm just so glad to be with the winning horse, right? Like I actually felt pretty bad throughout a few key points of that debate. Just really felt bad for Peter Schiff because he's just on the wrong train. And one thing I do want to point out, as I'm observing Peter Schiff trying to present these points that I don't even know if he truly believes, but Peter Schiff has become a public figure, and his ethos is being the old head and believing in this traditional system that is clearly, it might not go away anytime soon, but it's clearly being, outmaneuvered, outperformed by this new asset class. And one, he's attached to this old system. But two, now he has a public figure that he needs to support, and it's garnering him attention. And so he's going to keep doing that. And I kind of anticipated that he would come into that debate with that kind of persona that he needs to uphold this ego. And he's going to continue to do that. Right. So just take that with a grain of salt as well. This is his brand, and he's going to continue to do that in the future, unfortunately.
Yeah, mad respect. Just that
Hex and Richard Hart have even gotten to the level of having a debate like this. I mean, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, you might not have been able to see this as something that could have taken place. So, I mean, either way, I got respect for Peter Schiff just to come on and have this discussion. I know we kind of talked about it before the debate even happened, but, Peter didn't have to do this. He's at least aware of who Richard Hart is. It wasn't something that was necessarily going to be a net gain for Peter, at the beginning. And so just the fact that he came on and even had a discussion, I think is a win no matter what. And what's up, Hexy Clown? So you got your hand up?
Hi, everyone. No, I just want to say that, I saw and listened the debate. I think it was pretty good. I think it's fair enough that, we all have our different opinion. Only thing I didn't like in the whole conversation is that, as usual, when they attack Richard and X, when people start to say, you will lock your money forever and, you will never get your money out, you will have people shooting you and so on. I think this is a big responsibility when you say something like that, especially when you have, I believe Peter Schiff has something like almost 700,000 followers. I just think this is really so unfair and so stupid. There is no problem to go into a debate with such as accusation, but if you have done your actually groundwork, do your own fucking research before you speak. I think that was a very low class speech where Peter was saying about, just the fact that, we saw so many people in this fucking Twitter, how much money people are just washing, out of the wallet on a daily basis. And I think this is just bad because, you are gatekeeping not just a product, but you are actually deviating people because, you influence people, you actually make people make bad decision or good decision or whatever they are. That's what I wanted to say, guys.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wish it went for longer. That's for sure.
I wish the ethos of the conversation started with more of innocent until proven guilty versus guilty until proven innocent. Maybe we would have actually had some kind of proper headway to the conversation where we got at the end where Richard was just starting to actually get through to Peter. But that's just me.
Yeah,
even the maybe kind of brought that on himself, though. He's the one who kind of took shots fired, like right off the bat, though.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Although it was entertaining.
Yeah, and just actually, July, you had something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the debate was pretty fucking straightforward. From the jump, really, it was. It's just you can tell Peter Schiff is old money, Richard Hart is new money. Peter Schiff having old ideas, old money ideas, old money logic. Here comes Richard with new technology, better ways of, people controlling, their futures. And I think, towards the end, Richard was definitely getting through to Peter to a certain extent, instilling new ideas into him. And, obviously Peter facing them against his old money ideas and the way you can move your assets and where you can transfer your wealth to, things like that. But I think definitely he was catching on to the sense of having control of your money is a reality now. Back in the day that wasn't a reality. Now with these new technologies, Richard's giving power to the people, and I think to a certain extent, Peter doesn't really like that because then you're kind of he's thinking well, people are gonna wreck each other, they're gonna wreck themselves. Here comes these new ideas that nobody's ever seen before. But it's you're looking back to when Google and Amazon came back out. It's how are you going to tell somebody that these things were going to be worth what they are now without somebody looking at you like you're crazy? You know what I mean? And I think I think Richard's just in that stage right now, and Peter being his number one dragon, you know, being old money. And I mean, you can't really get through to people like that to a certain extent, you know, but I would be definitely excited to see them go at it again, because I do think Richard was getting through to Peter to a certain extent.
Yeah, I'll say two things. One is that his argument that the people that are selling the tops and buying the bottoms, and saying that the people that are buying those coins are just the bigger losers, because you buy first because you think that the price is going to go up, and the person that sells and the person who buys the person that sells is the greater fool because they think they're going to go up. He described exactly what the entire stock market is, right? You can buy a share of the S&P 500, and if you ever decide to sell that share of the S&P 500, you can make the same argument that the person that bought your share is just the greater fool because they think it's going to go up. So that's the first thing, is that his argument applies to all of the stocks that he owns, the gold stocks that produce dividends. And his argument that, oh, well, these stocks are different because they produce dividends. That is the income. Well, it's the same thing with Hex, right? It pays a type of dividend. You could say that it's similar by the inflation. And then he's like, well, yeah, you're just paying with inflation. Well, that's exactly what the government does with fractional reserve banking, which is what they talked about at the end there. So that's number one. And then number two is that it's funny how whenever they're doing a debate against Richard Hart, anybody, they always say that, oh, you can't sell because, you can't sell because you're just going to dump on their heads, right? But tons of people have already sold the top, and now it's at 15 cents. And so it kind of contradicts his own argument because, oh, you can't sell because, there's not liquidity. We've heard that argument tons of times, and it's all going to go to zero. It has no worth. There's no value produced. Yet just the fact that it's gone from 46 cents or 50 cents down to 15 cents proves that lots of people have liquidated and lots of people have sold from way back before, any one of those doubles have been able to sell and had gains. The only people that have lost are the people that bought at the recent local high and decided to not be patient and sell at the bottom.
What did y'all think about the moderating?
I think they created they got what they wanted. Like they went to this, they wanted them both to fight, and they weren't necessarily trying to like direct the conversation. I think I from what I remember, there was only like 3 actual questions put forward, and then they just kind of let them go. Personally, I think they're both the type of personality to like want to continue to talk, and so maybe it would have been more beneficial to try to break it up a little more. But I don't know. I think I love free form conversation, so I enjoyed it, but just the quality was kind of shitty.
I kind of felt like at first, like in the first half of the conversation, just the moderating, like he would ask Richard a question, and then Richard would respond, and then Peter Schiff would get a response to Richard's response. But then I think there was a few times where the moderator allowed Schiff to make more responses than allowed Richard. Like he didn't allow Richard to do like a response to one of Schiff's responses. I think that happened a few times, so I thought it was a little unfair that way too. But
yeah, I think they should have recognized with the sound kind of inequality with how loud Peter was. They should have stepped in and controlled like question and response a little more, because Peter was so loud, he could literally just be speaking and I couldn't even hear what Richard was saying, which was kind of unfortunate. So it would have been nice if they stepped in once they realized that was going on, but they seemed like pretty, not non-hands-on with the conversations.
Yeah, I agree. A little more moderation would have been helpful, especially because of the audio issues. Agree completely.
One thing I really wish they would have done, in like some of my favorite debates, asked the participants to do this, is have the person explain the other person's position, and it kind of brings the people together. It could either be at the front or the end of the debate, but like having Richard describe Peter's position, then Peter describe Richard's position, kind of opens the grounds for like a come together with an understanding. And they didn't do that, but that'd be nice.
I agree with you a lot, because Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris did that before they debated, and I think it worked out really well that way.
To the point of Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson, I mean, both those, well, Jordan's becoming one, but Sam Harris is a professional debater. He's been doing it for well over a decade, maybe two. And Jordan is, riding on his heels, albeit from a different perspective. Now, to the point of, I think it was Gold Key, you'd like to see that played out here. The reason why Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson did it is, again, back to the point of the professional debaters. So it does set a very good tone for both sides, especially for the listeners that say, if Sam Harris is debating Jordan Peterson on, say, religion, and you've got some people in the crowd that are listening or that are Jordan Peterson supporters, don't know who the fuck Sam Harris is. What that does in the beginning is it sets a tone where it's possible that people from the other side might listen instead of just dismiss it outright. Peter Schiff will know this. I'm not so sure about Richard Hart, despite some debate experience in this format. We all know how how Richard can get in debates, and we all like to see him slay. But I think Peter Schiff, to the point, I think it was Jonathan Escobar, about towards the end, and it also might have been a point of crypto fitness as well, towards the end, where the consensus is that Richard was reaching Peter. This might play into the hands of a long thought process by quite a few of us, where Peter Schiff is actually just playing a role, and he's well aware of the weaknesses of his arguments on gold, and he's well aware of what somebody called new money with cryptocurrency, and he has an audience that he has to sell to. His a part of his job is literally keeping this position. So while he might have different opinions in the background, those can't be shown in extreme ways or shifts, or complete paradigm shifts in a debate like this.
What if Peter Schiff is one of the...
Sorry, you cut out. I didn't hear that.
What if Peter Schiff is one of the whales in the sacrifices?
Well, yeah, we've got BitBoy, who is something, I wouldn't say well, but something similar, right? Where large investment in Pulse Chain, and won't speak of it, right?
Did our original space get rugged while we were in the debate?
Sure did. Like fate. They wanted all eyes on the debate.
I think Richard did an exceptional job at keeping cool. I just think between like everybody has said, his mic and Peter's mic was so friggin' loud. I love your tweet about whoever wore earphones or earbuds. But I like you guys, I think that Peter just kept talking over him. But I was amazingly satisfied with how calm and cool and collective Richard was.
That's a really good point, because you know I was sitting on sitting on eggshells. I felt like going, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't.
I
But
feel
he
like
kept
Richard did
kept
pretty
his cool.
well though at telling Schiff, like, yeah, I'm gonna tell you if you let me talk for a minute, and he was able to get some of his points across. I think if he were to do that a little bit more, he would have been more productive in getting his arguments across.
Well,
but again, Schiff had the advantage because he has a louder mic.
Yeah, he was kind of I don't know how to explain that, man. But yeah, the loud mic made it seem like he was predominantly he had the upper hand, but at the same time, I don't believe he did.
How cool was it to see one of Gerardo's charts thrown up?
Oh yeah, on the paper when he brought out the pieces of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish Richard would have had more feedback on the clarity of the charts, because some of the charts that he showed that were on white paper, couldn't even tell what it was.
Yeah, they should have been able to put that up on like a screen or something.
It's not something you normally do during a debate. It's
I'm glad he printed
probably
them
not
out,
the
though.
best idea. I mean, to be fair, we knew what we were looking at, but anybody else won't. You know what I mean? The Peter Schiff gang will not know what that means, what they're even fucking looking at. You know, we've all seen those charts so many times that we didn't even have to look for the you know, the BTC hex or whatever the hell it is. We know what color line means what, you know, and the Peter Schiff gang won't, unfortunately. But to be fair, this will be recorded or has been recorded, and hopefully there'll be some more explanation for that.
Just out of curiosity, does anyone have in mind someone that they would love to see Peter debate with? You know, if you had your pick from anyone in the world.
Peter Schiff?
I got one, although he's dead. Christopher Hitchens. Just because anybody debating Christopher Hitchens is going to get slayed, even if Christopher Hitchens is wrong.
I would love to. I don't know where he is. Like, he kind of fell off the earth, but Trace Mayer, I think would be an insanely interesting conversation. He actually started out in gold and then moved to Bitcoin, and then he kind of just fell off. But he was a big early adopter of Bitcoin and kind of evangelist. That would be a really, really interesting debate.
I think they should do round 2, to be honest, both of them.
Who knows if that'll happen?
It needs to be long as well, because Rich was just getting the flow.
We got to put this into perspective, and I tweeted about this. Gold, 0.35 cents an ounce 30 years ago. Today, it's 1900, he said. And Hex has made millionaires in less than a year, or at least a year. Like,
I mean, he kind of admitted that. I mean, Hex obviously way outperformed gold, so it didn't really make any sense. He kind of admitted that at the start. Like, Peter was just like, well, yeah, it's a store of value. It was like, so it wasn't really a debate between gold versus crypto, was it? It was more just a crypto and then a store of value. Like,
Yeah, somebody in the comment section said, what was it? I don't want to butcher it. It said, Peter Schiff has done 2x in 40 years versus Richard Hart 10,000x in 2 years.
Exactly.
It reminds me of Donald Trump's comment against Joe Biden at the presidential election.
Sorry, I'm a liberal, so go ahead and tell me what was his comment.
Trump basically is like, I've done more in 4 years than you've done in 40, is basically what he said.
I mean, how long do you want to hold gold for? Like, to make a return to then, like, you know, you'll be dead by the time you make any money.
Yeah,
What's so crazy?
Knocking on the door, with the gray hair.
So something it's so crazy to me about Peter Schiff. The only video I had ever seen of Peter Schiff was actually when Occupy Wall Street was going on. He actually went out where they were like holding the protest and was like interviewing people and like giving the perspective of the 1%. And if it's on YouTube, definitely go look it up and watch it. And throughout that whole, it's like an hour long where he's just talking to people. He's arguing for free market capitalism, and it's like you would expect Peter Schiff to like the light bulb would go off when cryptocurrency emerged. That like, okay, this is I feel everything I'm talking about right now aligns with what cryptocurrency opens the door to, and it's just mind-boggling to me that somehow that person isn't able to fully understand where we're going as a society and what money's becoming. But I think it just is rooted in a lot of his wealth is probably tied up in that old system, and he's not willing to like start over in a lot of ways. But I just found that really interesting.
Probably, in my opinion, it's more publicly start over. He has a persona to maintain. I'm sure that he's got more than just gold invested in it.
I mean, not only that, like, when you're Peter Schiff, right, you have enough money to do what you want. You don't need to, like, invest realistically. Whereas the rest of the world, like, if they want to make money, then they're not just going to buy gold, are they?
You can do anything, and if you can go into a shop and use your mobile phone to buy stuff with this currency, then it's going to do nothing but get bigger because nobody wants to carry extra stuff in their pockets. A phone is good enough, and for the younger generation, it's going to be the future. And although it starts off as nothing, as he says, when you buy into it, it then floats the boat, and all of a sudden, when you can buy stuff in shops, that's all people want to do is use it to buy, and if they can buy it, it'll do nothing but get bigger and bigger. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just new to this, but does that sound right?
Yeah, totally.
I think another compelling argument to make sure that we acknowledge is that our generation, the generations that are up and coming, I should say, are now moving towards more and more moving towards not owning their own home, and a bigger percentage of them are just going to be renters for life because real estate has been going up so much. And so the point of that is that because people aren't staying stationary, that a lot of them are just continuing to move, or there's this increasing population of people that just like to move around to different places and travel the world with minimal possessions. Also decreases the argument to buy gold because now you have to have a place to store it, either be a storage facility or to carry it around with you, which can be highly inconvenient when you're moving towards a generation that's more and more mobile.
How did everyone feel about Peter Schiff discussing the logical flow of value in the traditional stock market opportunity?
I thought Richard started to derail that argument towards the end there. If he had more time, I think he would have done it a lot better.
The main argument that Peter Schiff was making was that when you invest into a company, the company uses that capital to deploy into providing a good or a service. That's his whole argument, right?
That's what he led with, yep.
How do you think that if there was more time that Richard Hart would have gone, like what path do you think Richard Hart would have gone down if he was allotted more for that argument?
I think an argument might be that companies are not infallible and entrepreneurship inherently comes with risk. So if the idea is that these efficient markets are providing speculative opportunities for investment on shares, and the price of the share is efficiently determined by the current known information on the firm in a highly competitive environment, then what you're telling me is you're hoping that mistakes will not be made in the future by decision makers who have probably given you some work history that's been highly successful and justifies your confidence in them. And cryptocurrency offers you the opportunity to say, okay, we can create the same number of slices of pie, whatever you need to see from a divisibility standpoint and equitable ownership standpoint. And people can put their money into that as well. And they don't have to hope that a company successfully designs a new engine. They don't have to hope that a firm acquires a new customer segment in a new emerging market. What's going to happen is the numbers are never going to be changed or corruptible. And the only way that you can get money into the system is through purchasing, and the only way you can get it out is through selling. And that in itself will look volatile in short time horizons, in long time horizons. It'll look volatile some days. Some periods of time it may not look volatile at all. And that in and of itself might be an unusual moment in periods of extreme volatility. But that's all because people are efficiently moving their capital and understanding the opportunity to reserve the value of their fiat currency in a system that incentivizes the purchase and long-term holding of the asset, in this case HEX. And it says, okay, if you're willing to wait, you can earn yield that would outsize the appreciation even without having to go and purchase more principal, just because you're going to be more patient and sell later. It provides a much more efficient, it's just DeFi stock market, and it's one asset, but it does the same job that you're hoping all these other companies execute. You hope that they have positive earnings. You hope that they release positive news. You hope that they don't have a scandal. You hope that the CFO doesn't get fired. There's so many narrative-driven, or what Richard might refer to as meme-driven explanations for why number go up, why number go down. I think that the money in the world is not as transparent right now as it ought to be. And that lack of transparency largely explains why people are so often misled by information that is distributed to them about concepts that they're not largely educated on. And that puts us in a position where people are not empowered to actually have an equitable say in their own livelihood. And that's financial freedom, right? Is having the opportunity to provide for yourself and for your family and actually take advantage of your time. People are using the stock market to bet on the future. And crypto is saying that's such an unnecessary web of middlemen services, fees, and ultimately kind of this cloak of business that's secondary. It's like a layer 2, but you actually don't have any receipts as massive market makers and dark pool exchanges and
insider trading, dude.
Insider trading is over 80% of the value in the market. so it's just this endless web of, you know, deceit at the end of the day, because there's no actual way to authenticate, to keep the receipts, to keep a record, and that's why the blockchain is superior. It's not a better online gaming platform, you know, not yet. The stage we're at right now is, how do we keep money from evaporating simply by owning it? And that's a race that a lot of people are struggling with. We happen to have a solution that can keep our money from evaporating, and consequently can benefit from all of the market behaviors that occur in a free and open society.
One thing that I learned from Richard today was that when you buy a share of a company, you don't really own the share. It's the broker. But no, the broker doesn't even own the share. It's this other broker of brokers that owns all these shares. I thought that was very intriguing. Did anyone know that before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Richard's mentioned it a few times actually, just like in like older streams and things. One thing I also thought was quite interesting was when Peter was talking about golden, right? And also there was like, oh yeah, I don't use gold as like an investment. It was like, so all the investments that he has, he holds. So he buys and he holds, and he says he doesn't sell them. Okay, and then he's saying he gets paid out in dividends. So he's getting paid out in fiat, but he wants gold because fiat's going down in value. So unless he can get paid in gold, what's the point?
I think, you know, the point that Peter made very early on kind of lets you know how much of it is just like a show where they're both just pandering to their target audiences, because he admitted that he's not a gold maximalist, right? That it's just a small diversified asset in a pie of investments that's much more, you know, complex than that. But when we were discussing, because I think this is just the point that so many people seem to miss, and yet the answer is right in front of you as to why the price of Bitcoin is what it is, Ethereum is what it is, Hex is what it is, has done what it's done. And when you look at these companies and these legacy investment stock markets, you have beyond what we've discussed in terms of these hopes of the future, right? Because you're hoping that they make informed decisions, they capitalize on opportunities, they don't make mistakes. So that's hoping. That's, you know, expectation of someone else's labor to be productive and profitable for you. But beyond that, you also bring into the into the mix the complexities of the synthetic market and the secondary market, and people having vested interests that are different than this idea that all of these assets are solely in existence so that everybody can buy them, hold them, and realize appreciation value. There's the very obvious and money-driven, incentive-driven opportunity for people to short, to move markets with volume. So there's, as we discussed, you know, insider trading, you know. So when you introduce those variables, it's not even fair, because gold is in that same legacy market in terms of the value and the companies that offer the services and all of the prices of the speculation of the cost of oil in a dynamic world economy where we have labor shortages and bottlenecks and strikes. I mean, these are so many impossible to predict and measure variables. You're never going to know precisely when number go up or number go down. You're never going to know when the CEO is going to have the innovative breakthrough or produce a dud. And so DeFi and blockchain give us the opportunity to say, what if we didn't need those apparently rational criteria for justifications? What if we just built a structure where we can put the money that we've had that is being spent without our consent, and we take our end of the deal and create an efficient means of protecting ourselves from the decisions of others? And why don't we take back the power of our own money?
Facts.
Well said.
Yeah, totally agree with that.
So do you think the debate should have been structured in a different way regarding, instead of Hex and cryptocurrency versus gold, to like sort of cryptocurrency versus like traditional finance?
Of course. Have we just arrived? Like, did we just actually turn on crypto in Twitter? Did we just make it happen? Because I see a lot of Bitcoin maximalist conversations. I see a lot of Hex and Richard maximalist conversations. Every now and then, though, I think we remember that there's a real purpose, right? These aren't just you like hope that the number is going to go up. There's like real reasons that people are so passionate about these ideas, and it goes beyond just the monetary value of their investments. There are ideologies that are floating around, and I think they couldn't have arrived at a more poignant time. So people need to start, just having these honest conversations, because people have not properly provided accessible levels of education to different people with regard to these ideas, these concepts in finance and markets. And I don't think anybody is raised in a society that constantly warns them that they are responsible for the future of their own society. But it's entirely true. Just because there was fiat yesterday that worked for you doesn't mean that there will be fiat tomorrow. Fiat dies. So you don't really serve yourself any benefits if you just decide to put your head in the sand and ignore some of the things we haven't totally perfected yet as people, but that we are bound to use almost indefinitely. So why would we instantly begin to ban these concepts that maybe are improving upon constructs that we've seen fail time and time again? So that's cryptocurrency. We have the ability to create immutable smart contracts, things that can produce, if you need repetition and consistency and infallibility, smart contract is far better than an accountant, right? A blockchain is far more accurate than your book. There's no comparison.
Wait, you mean a trading account?
With regard to what, sorry?
My fault. You was talking about a trading account? Like the blockchain is better than a trading account?
No. Just like record keeping. It's better than having a person write down in a notebook, the value of something that you just purchased. You'd rather it be verified on a consensus network and no one be able to go and use whiteout on the ink.
For sure.
And I just wanted to touch on that point that you made, Orca. I feel like that's just like an article waiting to happen in my mind about how decentralization does fix that that point that you made. I'm waiting to go back on it on the video that I have recording, because I was just like, oh, that sounded really good. I need to write about that. And in the end, it does go back to like what Peter Schiff was saying. He's like, oh, I'm putting 50% of my assets into like mining gold and silver. It's like, sounds like he's investing based on a feeling. Like he's just like, this sounds like a good idea. And all the people, or 700,000 people that follow him and believe that he has the right answers. What if like that country they're mining in just says, hey, you need to stop environmental damage. Sorry, you can't do this. And those stocks are going to plummet and his dividends are gone. So in the end, it's a very good point. It's not a good hedge, which is the whole point of why most of us are here, is that we don't trust that the dollar is going to stay valuable in our bank. And we're trying to look for a more solid, harder asset that pays us, but isn't reliant on the acts of others to do their job in order for us to succeed or maintain our worth. So a great point. Thank you.
And that right there, the expectation of profit is important, because businesses, even your Fortune 50 companies, they have obligations. They keep the power on, they keep the lights on. So even if they're not innovating, they have to succeed, and success is not guaranteed, not in competition. So these opportunities to use DeFi, where there were otherwise high energy demanding roles for institutional repetition, it's just inefficient. Just take the more efficient route. KJ, you got your hand up, man. Go ahead.
Oh, for sure. I was just gonna point out that, like, bro, Sean, like, gold is too volatile. Like, you feel me? Like, as far as trading gold in this like modern day society, it's just too volatile just to be trading just off an idea and stuff like that. You have to have a strategy and stuff. Most people don't even have strategies Like most people don't even know what a broker is. So you feel me? Like I don't know. I feel like gold is that's just like a you feel me, plan for disaster, bro.
Can I just ask you what do you mean volatile? Because I
like if you place a trade on gold, like depending on what platform you use, is depending on whether you have the lowest amount of trade to put in a position, it's still gonna be too volatile. It's gonna blow your account, depending on if you're using a strategy. What was it?
Day trading then for gold. Is that what you mean?
Oh yeah, day trading, scalping, position trading, short-term trading, all of that.
Cool. Thanks for clarifying.
For sure.
Totally.
I was just gonna say, like the large banks and all of them hedge funds and prop firms, they control the markets. The low speculators and stuff like that, they don't have any control. They just follow the wave and stuff like that. The banks, they like to manipulate, and they just like to take out the retail traders and, you feel me, come on top every single day. It happens every day in the markets, in every market. Same thing.
I totally agree. That's why I always let everyone know, don't be a trader. You're not a professional. Don't think you're going to get rich. Trading is, even if you try to think like a market maker that manipulate the price just to liquidate assets because that's their business model, don't do it. Better to buy, hold. And I feel that's why I'm so in love with the Hex technology, just because if I'm going to buy and hold, I might as well get APY on top of that. There's really nothing better that is decentralized, because I hear all these other people argue with me. There's some guy talking about some crazy funky looking website that had a bunch of gravestones on it. And he was just like, oh yeah, I'm getting like 30% a month. I'm like, okay, so when you staked it, who has it? Does the blockchain have it? No, they have it. Okay, so tomorrow they could get hacked, quote unquote, from someone who developed that whole website. Now what happens? There's no recourse. And people don't get the fact that it's not about your APY. It's about the security and your APY. That's most important. So that's my main thing, is that really there's nothing better than the decentralized design of Hex, and how you still own your keys. You burn your tokens, you get your T-shares, you burn your T-shares, and then you mint your own coins. There's really nothing better.
Fact, as far.
Hi guys. Yeah, that was an interesting debate. When the moderator said both Richard Hart and the gentleman wrote each other a question, I think Richard should have capitalized on the answer the guy gave on his own question that he asked him. Because while the guy was answering the question, he made mention of him advising certain people in the past in some business adventures, and the business probably didn't, or the investment probably didn't go quite well. And up to date, I can't really think of any investment advice that Richard has already given before that quite failed. So I think Richard should have capitalized on that, letting him know that, hey, you've given, investment and people lost money, but I've never given any investment in that aspect. If you have any to prove it, you could make mention of it now. Everyone that invested in X, they're all happy up to date. So I think he should have capitalized a little bit on that. And there was a couple of opportunities he should have capitalized on also. But I think the guy has watched a little bit of Richard's debate with other people, and he knew how aggressive Richard could be. That's why he was trying to get aggressive and cut Richard off a little bit here and there. And moreover, the gentleman's mic was a little bit louder. So even if Richard was trying to combat what he was saying, his voice was on top of Richard's voice. So people couldn't really hear much of what Richard was saying at the end of the day,
On a total side note, I just wanted to throw this out there. I think it's interesting. So the guy his name's JJ Yealy, he drove the Hex NASCAR. he's actually active in the Hex community now, like going in and commenting on people's posts, and he's followed a couple Hexicans. And I got confirmation just today. $400,000 of buying pressure was directly brought in by the gentleman. So just wanted to say thank you.
Fuck yeah.
I was just thinking.
Oh, that's cool.
What
Do you
do you
see
guys
him
think
tweeting
about-
about it after the race
Well,
was over,
crypto's-
as far as his option in Daytona?
Sorry, what's that, Gary?
Did you say that he's active? He's tweeting about it, commenting about it after the qualification run? You mean like recently?
As recent as just a few moments ago, yes.
Oh, good. That's great. That's good. You know, Richard did have this pushback and say that, you know, in his Twitter space that brand hardly ever converts people. You know, it does become familiar. I have to say that, you know, things become familiar because you've heard it enough. You know, I know people that have sworn off of, for example, Bitcoin. They didn't care about Bitcoin until they heard it a million times. And then their friend circle had Bitcoin, and then they still didn't care. And then the chart changed to where it made it interesting to the trader's psychology, and then they bought Bitcoin. So I think it's a process about like that familiar thing. And, you know, people like JGG, you know, people like him, the NASCAR guy, or Yaley, or others, you know, they just like it sways the crowd, so to speak, you know.
This goes back to like, you know, marketing 101. It's just brand awareness. You can't put a price tag on brand awareness, especially over time.
Right. So yeah, someone else. You know, obviously, everyone's making comments about the sound quality that Peter Schiff's mic had. You know, the film people were there also, and they filmed it. So there'll be better sound quality that comes out of the behind the scenes and the parts and, you know, things like that. I'll try and convince if they're whatever they're not going to use for footage, if they can release it, then maybe that'll end up getting up on YouTube, be better. But there's all kinds of software also if you want to download the content and then clean up the audio. There's tools that do that. It just takes out the background noise and some of the you know, it balances it out. So I expect that some people will make reaction videos. And if they clean up the sound bites and things like that, I think it'll be more useful to the community as we distribute it over the next few months.
Hey, Gary, I'm kind of curious. It might be a little too early to tell, but was it an overall positive showing for Greg and the email list? I mean, were they getting the numbers that they were kind of expecting, or was it lower, higher?
Well, when fewer people are talking about cryptocurrencies in its current market state, I don't think there's as much engagement. Everyone listens when there's euphoria in the room, and everyone looks for that opportunity to join that groundswell. I had heard earlier in the week that there was fewer registrations than he had expected. And then, you know, that's basically the nature of the audience he's speaking to. If he's speaking to crypto people, hardly anybody wants to be doxxed or anything like that. And even Richard, you know, it took a while for Richard even to come around to say, okay, register at this website. And he put out those tweets because the end point goal is to get to audiences beyond someone that's relatively small as Peter Schiff. Peter Schiff only had 600,000 followers on Twitter. And, you know, he's known as old man that yells at Bitcoin, you know, for 10 years. So the whole goal as far as my perspective, was to get to bigger voices that are not talking about crypto, people that talk about other things outside of crypto, real estate, startup, you know, innovation, invention, engineering. I think that's a better market for me to approach. That's why we, like RG3 and myself, we try and target things outside of crypto, and I think a lot of people should try to do the same thing. That's what the point of the event was in my mind. I've got to do a bit of driving. I'll pop back on this later on, but I'll talk to you guys later.
Thank you, Gary. Really appreciate you helping coordinate that too.
All good.
Why not? No, don't be here so with me. I'm not.
Well, was gonna tell him thank you for all the work he did there, but he got out of there too quick. I'll catch him later.
And Gary makes a great point, trying to reach out to those other markets of people with good investment strategies and getting them to actually open their minds into the concept of a better, stronger, stable, I wouldn't say stable, but a better appreciating and harder asset that doesn't rely on others. So I'm really taking back on what you said earlier, Orca, about that whole decentralization point. I really, really like that. And I will either make it a sound clip or I'll just write an article about it, but I want to take that in. And I know we got some new speakers in here. We got Tam and Impulse We Trust. If you guys want to make a comment.
Well, look, guys, I think everything went kind of good, like, I really liked how Richard dealt with it, because to be honest, like, it was getting a bit long hearing about it. Like, Peter Schiff did make some good points, yeah, I get that. Like, he did say, like, it put a little bit in there in the gold, but to be honest, forget that. Just put it into Hex, man. Buy it, stake it, earn the money, and then spend it, innit?
I do think it's maybe worth noting that knowingly or unknowingly, Peter Schiff was the only one who was really lying about their familiarity with the subject matter that everyone was discussing, because Richard proposed the concept that Peter maybe didn't fully understand Hex, and the retort was, I totally understand Hex, I know everything about Hex. And when Peter does that, when he kind of shouts over Richard, who unfortunately is suffering with the audio side, it unfortunately is disingenuous for the folks at home watching and listening, because it gives off the misconception that Peter is an authority when it comes to speaking about faults that Hex may have from an investment standpoint. And so I hate when I hear stuff like that, because it's an easy opportunity. I'm as competitive as anyone. It's an easy opportunity to take the low road and to just shout over your opponent, and hopefully nobody goes and does the forensics and sees where the body was buried. But there's a lot of people in the world that genuinely would succeed by having more exposure to more good information. I don't think that good information is scarce. I think the distribution channel is a bit inefficient. So if we could do a better job of getting that information out to people, honest, verifiable information, I think people would be more empowered. And maybe disagreements that we have where we believe that we understand the thought processes of people that don't align with our preferences, maybe the decisions that some people are making are entirely being impacted by resource constraints. And maybe we'd all be a little bit more on the same page if we had these reliable and verifiable networks of information being given to us freely.
I think Peter is pretty upset he didn't get into Bitcoin, to be honest.
I think it's the paradigm, though. Like, they're living in an old paradigm, which has to be changed. Like, even me, like, I had to change my thought process, the programming, just to even understand. But the only reason why I got into this is because of mining farms and stuff like that. So I get it.
Yeah, but what will it make? What does crypto have to do to make them change their paradigm? Like, it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. It's almost as if, like, the only way crypto can further itself is for the next generation to come through and just have grown up with it, to then become just this thing.
And I do believe that most of those, like, non-believers, or they have a codependency on their past, right? They've made such a commitment to their rhetoric that now they feel like they have to abide by it. They can't change their mind.
Yeah, exactly, Sean. This is what I was saying earlier about Peter's Peter's 600,000 followers, right? I mean, the reason why he's in a position that he's in is that he consistently, and that's a key word, consistently shits on tries to make cryptocurrency look like Ponzi scheme, comparing it to Bernie Madoff, etc. I mean, that's just the audience he's catering to.
But see, the thing is if people are buying crypto, and I don't know if this was said here or not, but if people are buying crypto, nobody's buying gold. So 10 years ago when Bitcoin was what, $35 or $100 or whatever it was to buy, and now it's like, even at the top it was like 60, you know, gold has never exceeded anything like that. It's a hard sell. It's a hard sell. And I mean, yes, Peter, I thought Peter kind of toppled over him, but I also thought Peter was very much a bully. And like I said before, I'm really impressed with how Richard composed himself. Minor innuendos, saying just, like little smirks or smiles or whatever the case is, but I need them to go back at it. You know what I mean? Like there has to be another debate, because it wasn't finished. It was just getting started. Like,
to play devil's
Well said,
advocate,
Tammy.
Richard did
Yeah,
come out
you're right
swinging
about that.
pretty hard.
That was supposed to go on for way longer. Like literally, as soon as it started, they stopped.
And to be honest, maybe, Peter Schiff has like some kind of ties to guys like Charlie Munger or these other elites that are just constantly berating against Bitcoin. And he has to keep those people happy. Who knows, right? Like there's maybe other powers that have Peter Schiff in their pockets, and they're just saying, hey, no matter what, you can never side on that end.
Well, I definitely think Hex won on the exposure side too. Like I feel like more people are going to come into Hex and crypto from that debate than there are people going out of crypto getting back into gold.
Yeah, I agree. And at the same time, I don't see like, what's his name from Cardano and all these other crypto founders talking to Peter Schiff like in a sense like this. Hey, Johnny, what's up?
Hey guys, good evening. How did you like the show?
Well, my ears are bleeding, but other than that, man, I think it was a net positive.
That was
hard.
I was watching the whole thing and I was just laughing. Peter Schiff, he had the mic. I would say the volume is like all the way up. Like he did put it down a little bit, but it was kind of like you couldn't hear Richard Hart as much. But then another thing though, what's really funny, he was like saying, well, gold, like Richard Hart said, well, 40 years back. And Peter Schiff's like, well, yeah, but we're up. Richard Hart says, how far do you want me to go? If Hacks did in 2.5 years, 999, like Richard Hart said, why would you wait something, I don't know, 40, 80 years old, like coin, like gold or coin or whatever, back up by gold? Why would you wait that long to profit, to make a little bit money? In your lifetime, you probably won't even make it. How would you give that to your kids or grandkids or whatever, all your life you work for, and now you down. It's like, it doesn't make sense. The whole thing was just, Hacks win.
What is it that he said when he was first born? You could buy gold at how many dollars per ounce?
I think he said 69 or something like that.
I want to get the
Okay, so let's
chocolate.
When he was first born.
1900 divided by 69.
Said
That's
35.
27x divided by 80 years. He's getting that's like a 34% return annually if it was 69 and 1900 per ounce.
Wait, from buying gold?
Yeah, from buying gold. See, that's what I'm trying to say. You're gonna, put your assets into gold, wait 80 years to be what, like 30 times your money, where you could wait 2 years and you could be like, I don't know how many X's, like Richard Hart says, 9999. You know, I mean, the whole thing is just a joke. I mean, the charts, the numbers don't lie. Like I even posed that. I mean, there's no debate. I mean, it's done deal, you know?
Interesting.
Did anyone get a bingo?
Yeah, it's definitely a done deal because as soon as Richie brought out the charts and graphs, I was just like, thank God. Like, you could tell Peter Schiff just didn't even have no preparation. Like, Rich was just super prepped, came with that super heat, came with the super facts. Come on, man.
Well,
Winners all day.
I wish that it was clear the chart that he pulled out, the gold versus hex chart for the first 2 years. I wish I would have been a little bit closer to the camera so that everyone could see that hex just farly superiorly outperforms gold in almost every single way. But I think going back to our original discussion here in this chat is that it really wasn't a debate on which one's a better investment. It wasn't even a debate on investments, right? Because Peter Schiff doesn't even believe that gold's an investment. He just calls it a store of value. So as soon as he positioned himself as that gold is a store of value, not an investment, the debate was really over at that point. In my mind, there was no debate to be made. It was really where should you put your money, in gold or in another vehicle that stores the value better. And if we're talking about store of value, I mean, pretty much any crypto that has a good use case and that, you know, is basically what Richard says. If you get crypto right, like, it's going to be better than any store of value.
Yeah, man, that's it, man. That's the truth, man.
I really think he's a old school, you know. I mean, traditionally, decades by decades, I mean, kings, countries, they were backed by gold. You know, how much gold you got, land you got, you know. That's why USSR was like such a strong country, because of the gold, land, you know, all that. But, you know, this is new world. I mean, even Russia, you know, alone, like, accepted Bitcoin. They've seen the power behind it. They've seen the crypto, you know, it's so powerful. So, I mean, and the world is slowly shifting that way. I mean, if you're blind, you cannot see it, you're gonna left behind. I mean, what with your gold assets, whatever. I mean, nobody's investing in gold. I mean, it's period. I mean, we see it. We see it on the chart. What Bitcoin did past 12 years, or Hex did, I mean, he's gonna be left behind with his gold. So regardless what he's trying to preach and people that follow him, I mean, like I said, charts and numbers don't lie. I mean, if you're that blind, I mean, you're gonna be left behind. I mean, in the dust.
You know, I just posted pinned some tweets that Rick's been saying since we've been on here, which are pinned to the top, which are pretty interesting. And it makes sense, you know, the things that he said. He's like, I can't really see it. You guys can check it out.
Are you talking about his mic?
Yeah, he says that the mic quality on his side was really much better, and he's going to find out when he can upload that. I wanted to say hello to Michael Stillman. We have a new speaker. What's going on?
But yeah, just whoever asked earlier, I actually got a double bingo. I think I almost, you know, all these cards are winners, y'all. Richard was not about to let Hexaco go without a couple bingos. He was hitting all of the keynotes. But I guess from a technical standpoint, how do we feel about when it doubled versus on a double. Are those the same thing, or are they different spots on a bingo card?
Not say they're the same.
Taking the easy way out, huh?
Next time, I'm going to do a shot for every time he says hex.
Okay, well, you may want to just call the ambulance before that stream begins, so they can meet you by the time you hit the floor.
And I would say the moderator introduction of Richard Hart was awesome. If you guys pay attention to that introduction that he gave Richard Hart, that was a sweet, perfect, good introduction. I don't know what y'all think about that. You know,
I'm thinking that might be in the documentary.
Yeah, what that means to me is that if Richard Hart was a church, then all his followers would see him as a god. That was how I saw it, and that was awesome.
In all reality, them calling Richard like a con is the same as calling like Elon or anyone else who's created a technology that people have invested into a con, without any kind of
completely. And that's the thing that people need to respect when it comes to an immutable smart contract and traditional legacy finance. There were rulers of Rome who went mad and had detrimental effects on society. There are leaders of organizations who fail. It happens. People are not infallible. So this computer code taking away all the complex systems that we have had humanized for generations is just such an obvious step. That shouldn't really be up for debate. From there, you can discuss, the role of how many different vehicles serving, money value propositions. That's a totally different conversation. But this idea that gold is a better system, or even Bitcoin being a better system than Hex, just doesn't hold up. It doesn't hold up at all.
It's just so hard to compare the two. I mean, how many thousands of years was internet not around, and the ability to cryptographically secure money, right? So yeah, gold got a couple 1,000-year head start, but that doesn't necessarily make it better.
$4 billion years?
Yeah, I don't know, man. The more I learn about ancient history, the more it looks like we're a species with amnesia, to quote Graham Hancock, in terms of we probably have hundreds of thousands of years of missing history, right? We're living in some kind of odd, cyclical, cataclysmic environment.
Guys, I'm going to step down so somebody else can get in. Thank you for, giving me a chance. Thank you.
Hey, all love, Johnny. It's good to see you in here. I'm looking forward to seeing those wrapped trucks, by the way.
Yeah, I'm pretty much going to step down too. I just wanted to say that I think it's awesome that he mentioned about Canadians and what the Canadian government's doing, and I was shocked to see that Peter actually agreed with him on this. So, yeah, that was a really cool thing Richard did.
Surprisingly, they agreed on quite a bit, which was surprising to me.
Yeah, they agreed on a bit. Yeah, they did. Like, but you know what? Like, that's general stuff. Like, we're gonna agree on that. You know what I mean?
I think they should have started off with the agreeing sections like beforehand, so then they sort of like get a chat between each other before it sort of went into the full-on debate. Because then they started just flying shots at each other before they even sort of started talking about anything, and I think they sort of should have started with a more chilled vibe to start with. But
yeah, like I was saying, the typical debate format, right? So in the beginning, you lay out the things that you guys have in common, and back to the point of someone saying that they were surprised at how much they have in common. It's actually it's quite common for people that are seemingly quite close to each other in ideals or norms or values, etc., to have the most violent and aggressive disagreements. Right? You see this with India and Pakistan. You see this with well, maybe not so much America and I almost call it Canada and Canada, but you see it with Americans themselves, right? Where Republicans versus Democrats, and so, but we don't have say either side doesn't have massive violent disagreements or even debates for that matter with any other party of any other country, or for that matter, let's say the Greens or the Independents, whoever the hell they are in America, right? So it's quite common for people to debate that are seemingly and probably in many ways very, very much aligned on 95% of their worldview, but then violently opposed on that small percentage.
Yeah.
Did anyone find it interesting that Peter Schiff chose the words, "I don't view gold as an investment"?
Yeah. I thought that was just like game over to start with. Like, that was the first like 2-3 words that came out of his mouth. I was like,
Yeah,
okay, so I just end the stream now.
And I understand he spoke to the concept of a store of value, but it's a bit disingenuous when you introduce concepts like liquidity and transfer fees and storage fees. If you're just going to say that gold is not an investment or not a good investment, if those are the words, well then,
I mean, how much does it
not even
cost
a great
to
store
like
of value.
store
Then.
gold?
Well,
Like, as far
Orca,
as
do you
anyone
think that was a tactic? Just immediately
Almost like
taking
throw out an unsayable thing just so it can't be used against you. Doesn't have as much firepower if Richard says it.
Yeah, well, almost like the entire debate or what you prepped for is now irrelevant, and I've decided what the debate is about now.
Yeah, I think controlling the meme narrative. I just like to say the meme narrative, even when it's just redundant for narrative. The meme narrative, because that's what Richard says, makes me laugh. I don't think that Richard's going to lose an argument just because someone controls context. I think he's smart enough and even showed it there. I don't think that Schiff really went out of his way to try and put Richard's arms behind his back, but he also obviously cut him off a lot and used the microphone. Maybe he didn't know that he was that much louder, so didn't know that he was kind of like ear suppressing Richard. But at the end of the day, I think he did a good job of painting arguments that are difficult for no coiners to get their hands around. And in that way, it sounds very legitimate. And then Richard did a good job of pulling them both into terms of data supported or evidence supported arguments. So I thought that was really good too.
Yeah. Do you find just one last question for you? Sorry. This is something that I have a view on, and I just wanted to know yours. Do you find though that data supporting not data that the other person has or agrees with or is even relevant to their case, but data, just broad data, like the one Richard brought out, would be effective against or towards, I suppose, Peter Schiff's cohort?
I think so. I mean, the only commercial that plays almost as often as the late night gold commercials would probably be like the "Show Me the Carfax." There is, the power of the receipt, and I think that the further back in age groups you go, the more experience you put on your demographics, I think you find that there is an appreciation for evidence that's based in tangible media as well as productivity that's based in tangible assets. So if you can show them a chart that says, hey, that gold that you own that you trust is kept safely somewhere so that you don't have to keep it on you, if that's the case, it did this well over this many years, and this thing that also doesn't really have to be held onto and managed in your living room. You did this much on a chart. I think that's just a good visual aid for anybody to see, because when we talk about prices, a lot of people that own gold don't even know what the market value of gold is. There's just a lot of information out there.
Yeah.
Being able
And
to
they
see
won't
the
even know how to
obvious
get it.
shapes is-
So, right.
Yeah, right.
Right.
So there's a lot of people that do, and I don't disagree with this per se, but they trust people that have experience and expertise to provide them services and guidance. So, you know, I trust that he bought the gold, that the gold is safe, that the fees are fair, that, you know, there's a lot of trust that goes into that. The less that you can own the financial conversation, the more that you have to put up on the end of trust. So when Peter's kind of pitching his arguments, I think his cohort probably isn't watching, if I'm being honest. I don't think that they know how to operate the YouTube super efficiently. And the segment,
Like I said, the
segment that
YouTube.
does the YouTube, baby, they don't even know. They don't know the interwebs.
Damn
But
intertubes.
But of the ones that do, you know, because not everything is all one or the other, but of the ones that do, if they chose to tune in live, which is probably also the minority for them, they're not going to be totally afraid of this Richard Hart guy. They think that they're on the safest side. So they have nothing to lose by entertaining even the scammiest of productions. And so then if you give somebody a chance to put a chart up in front of your face, it's kind of like, well, why is he giving me an opportunity to poke holes in his argument? You know, he's handing me data. So I must be able to, if I believe that these things are lies and that they're not substantiated in truth, the more data you provide me, the easier it should be to disassemble your argument. So I think it's awesome that Richard, even if it's just a printed out piece of paper, showed that beyond what we're going to experience in this debate, there's data that he would be thrilled if you would entertain reviewing. And I don't see how having more information, even if you have to question the authority that presents you with more information, I don't see how having more information is a negative thing.
Yeah, no, I totally get your point. I wasn't asking if more or less information is. I just meant in the way that it was presented, especially in
I
debate
think
form.
I think he just understood that there wasn't going to be a screen sharing opportunity. And so he just wanted people to know, like, the things I'm about to say are difficult to maybe view in your mind's eye. Here's just a quick reference that, like, there's resources out there that you can go use if you think that what I'm saying right now is relevant to you. So I don't think it was just evergreen content, you know? It's like, hey, there was content here that was referenced. We'll plug it at some later date in case you actually gave a shit about it.
Yeah.
Anybody back testing?
Did somebody ask a question?
Can you say again?
I just thought I heard someone ask a question. Oh. Yeah, I think, you know, another interesting day in legacy markets. People are going to be looking for alternatives, even though it won't be with maybe the resources that they would hope that they own currently. And I do think that the exposure that you get, it's critical during bear markets, and especially just given that cryptocurrency is generally understood to be high risk and often misconstrued as inherently a scam. I think as people are going to go and consider alternative places to put their money, they're going to have opportunities, whether it be stable coins or I'll call them brands that they trust, maybe Bitcoin or Ethereum or Hex or what have you, Pulse Chain. There's going to be sort of it's an inevitable, in my mind, flow of resources into crypto. And it's an experience that doesn't really require that much time, because the mechanics that create the wins and losses in crypto are far less in number than those in legacy markets.
Isn't so you mentioned bear market for people looking for alternatives. We've seen this before, haven't we? I mean, we saw it when we saw it when Hex came out. We saw it. I mean, we've seen it multiple times over the past, I don't know, 13 or 12 years, whatever it is.
Sure.
I'm gonna head off now, guys. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
Great speaking to
Vision,
you.
did we lose you?
Sorry, what?
I don't know if you got road. Oh, I didn't know if you were done talking or if that was your piece, just about the experience.
Oh yeah. I had a question, but then I plugged my phone into my car and the whole thing went fucked. So I'm gonna drop down a listener and then I'll come back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm really upset of what happened today on the debate. I think Richard Hart was really smart, and this guy interrupting every time, screaming. I think we all mad about this. What do you think about this?
It's not surprising to me. That's literally every Peter Schiff debate I've ever seen is he won't let anyone else talk, and then he just yells out something that he doesn't like hearing, or he wants the point to be squashed, so he just starts screaming stuff.
Yeah, he reminded me of a screaming, crying baby. He started the interview. Quit talking about how old I am. Suddenly facts start getting played, and we're talking about when Peter Schiff's a baby, when Gold was, and he's acting like he's 150 years old. It was that was a quite comical highlight from my part of the listen.
And that's a good point, because he was stating, hey, look, it was great to buy gold in the 70s. And then he's saying maybe in 10 years you should buy Hex. So it's like the opposite of what he's claiming is good for buying at a good point of buying gold.
Yeah, and did he not say that he was wrong for an entire decade? Like, how did Richard Hart not laugh during that? That would have been the end of it for me. Oh,
No.
I'm a decade too early. Well, yeah, clearly. Yeah, go ahead, Sean. I just, wow, that was like, I don't know how many times I was like, did he say that?
I don't think, like I said earlier, like he has a codependency and he can't admit that he was wrong. Otherwise, maybe his followers for so long might come after him and say, hey, like you were giving us financial advice, and he isn't a financial advisor. So if he says no, because I kept hearing, he's like, I wasn't wrong. He kept saying that without actually like verifying or giving facts on how he wasn't.
Yeah, I think he's in that weird realm where he's been right enough times to where he doesn't actually think when he talks much anymore. And so I don't know how else to put it other than like he's actually like not actually thinking about what he's saying. He just knows what has worked, kind of. So in most circumstances, what he says would work in most dialogues, but then he tries to put him into these other alternative conversations, and it almost sounds like a different language. It's interesting.
I think this is why I think Richard didn't capitalize on so many of the opportunities. And I think the reason why is because this will probably be the first time he's going to be debating someone with a lot of camera crew right in his face. Because if you watch the debate quite well, you could tell he wasn't so much looking at looking straight into the camera, because there might be distraction in the background. Because I know Richard to be someone who will never let an opportunity slide by. He will capitalize on any single mistake you make in every sentence you utter out of your mouth. So this guy got away with a whole lot of errors, and Richard didn't, based on, I think it's because he had a lot of people in the room with him, camera crew, there's lightning, there's all of that, and he usually put on his jacket at the very beginning and take it off because it's kind of hot. But this time around, he didn't get to do that. So I'm looking at a whole lot of things that would have restricted him from really doing much. And this is just one of the reasons I think I'm gonna step down.
Yeah, Dr. Pat, I totally agree. Oh. I think that I was probably the kindest I've ever seen Richard in a debate. He basically gave Peter leeway, more leeway than I've ever seen him give anybody else, both with his points and interrupting. And I think you're right. It's probably partly due to people being in the room filming for the documentary. I'm trying to present maybe the best image possible for that in terms of, trying to sell, I guess, the brand himself and the brand itself. But sorry, Orca, what were you going to say?
No, I was just thanking him. I thought that was a really nice contribution to the conversation.
It absolutely melted my heart when he recalibrated the conversation and brought like the three things they connected upon. That moment, and when he brought clarity, I tear dang near came to my eyes. It's all I've been saying all week. Is I hope that these intelligent guys can come do like a connection. And I don't know if anybody followed into the announcers. I know it was hard to after the conversation ended, but I literally heard the one guy in the middle, the weird old guy, say, "You thought they were going to hug and kiss by the end of this." And so it was really great for me to see that. I think Richard understands he's already won this weird who's right and wrong thing. So it was a great adaptation to the discussion and the progression of how we change what we're talking about here.
Since I've heard the Peter was asking a lot of questions to Richard, that's when I said, "Oh, this guy's done. This guy's done."
I did send an invite to Spencer Schiff to see if he'd come and discuss with us about his dad's debate with Richard Hart. We'll see if he comes through.
You think you watched it?
I mean, I think so. I mean, at the same time, it's his dad. I've seen them debate about Bitcoin and gold, so I'm sure that. I mean, if you think about it, there was as many people watching as there's subscribers for their whole channel. So
yeah,
there's definitely.
But his son's like a Bitcoin maxi.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but like at the same time, he'd probably just want to see what his dad's up to, and who knows? I don't know, but like. I feel like there was still a lot of probably people watching that were on Peter's side.
I want to echo what Chase and Jay just said earlier about Richard, kind of pausing and slowing down the tempo of the conversation early on and kind of talking about the things that they do agree upon. In doing so, it first of all, it came across as very poised and professional. And it also kind of de-escalated Peter. After that, it was about, 10, 15 minutes where the conversation was certainly more cordial and not quite as aggressive. And I think what was really important about that, as I'm thinking about this and to the comment that was just made about, Peter's whole, well, at least we can assume a large number of his followers were watching this. And for Richard to come across as the more even-keeled, presentable person represented our community really well. So I wanted to applaud Richard for doing that because he looked very, very professional, in my opinion, next to the very bullish, aggressive Peter. So I just thought that was really good.
Yeah, I feel like that shined more for the people that know Richard more than anything. I agree 100%. And it certainly had to play a role on any Peter Schiff followers to have the even-killed guy who usually talks shit. The announcer comes out saying he's the shit talker, and he's the one that de-escalates. I couldn't agree with you more, sir. Great follow-up.
Yeah, and to that, I also, just in watching Peter's body language, I think that the few times that Richard just kind of took a pause and said, "Hey, let's come back to a few things we agree on," I think it really threw Peter off because he was expecting, like he was very aggressive and expecting this fight. And when he didn't get it, he almost didn't know how to respond, which I thought was, first of all, favorable for Richard because it put Peter on his heels. But also, again, it looked good. It looked like Richard didn't come for a fight. He came for a conversation. I was super pleased with how Richard presented himself and how it represented the Hex community. I don't want to be beating a dead horse here, but I thought that was great. And thanks for pointing it out, Jason.
Yeah, would you agree? It kind of seemed like it was going that weird, awkward realm, and then all of a sudden, he recollected, and it was, man, that was a beautiful thing to see. I agree. Great point, man.
Yeah, it was, and I think that was very representative of the Hex community as a whole. And really how a lot of us should be responding right now. I mean, there's been some discussion about how everybody's at each other in Twitter. We as a community can take note of that and maybe apply it to ourselves and come back together.
Yeah. Keep in mind how intelligent this man was that Richard was just talking to and the influence he has. And he still, I praise him for sticking to what he believes, but it re-solidifies the fact to me that these strong-minded people who have, done what they've done for however long, that they still, it took me months, and I was looking for it. Imagine not looking for something that you want to find and then trying to realize, it's never been more clear, how much more people need education in the entire space of that. And I really hope people see, the way he wanted to prove his points, but man, did he accept a lot of things he normally would jump on, like Mad Hatter and Orga, everybody else has been saying. It's impressive.
It was, as somebody that's watched him often, as we all have, it was kind of almost entertaining to watch him try to bite his tongue at some of those instances where you knew he would have otherwise just unleashed on somebody.
Oh, I was screaming at my phone, trust me. I was like, no, whatever it was. I was equally impressed.
There was also a few times when I was expecting the responses that we've all come to know. And I was almost like, oh no, please don't go there. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. And then when he didn't, I was like, oh man, that's a win, even though, others might not even recognize that. There was a lot of wins in just how he delivered the information.
Yep. Yeah. And not to put against Peter, also surprised me. I'm not going to lie. Like I thought before they started, I thought they had a lot of common ground, and I'm so glad at least at one point in that weird setup of conversation that had so much production that they found common ground, because it did not seem like clarity was at the utmost importance in the start. Even from the George Foreman, Muhammad, what was that even at the start? Before you introduce a guy's name, you go in some anecdote. Yeah, very pleased with how he presented himself, the situation he was in, not to mention the microphone thing. Good God.
Yeah, you're right. The moderator kind of set the whole thing off in a really weird direction when he went into that George Foreman, Muhammad Ali setup, and then almost kind of setting the table that we expected Richard to give a good fight, and then Peter's going to win at the end. It was just such a weird way to start it, and it was almost like it put everybody against the ropes. Well, how the heck do we start after that intro?
Yeah,
kind of bizarre.
Peter Schiff was making the weirdest faces after that. Even he was like, what in the hell? He had to are you referencing my age? He didn't even actually understand that he was getting a compliment. That's how far over the head it went of him.
Did anyone else get a kick out of when they first saw Richard Hart come on with a big old cheesy grin on his face with that Louis Vuitton suit?
He looked sharp. I'll give him that.
I did laugh. Yes,
It
I was
made
like,
me
oh,
smile, man. It
yep,
was
for
hilarious.
sure.
When he said, "Where are the hexagons?" when he had a hexagon on his neck was funny to me too, but or whatever that reference was. But I think he meant, "Can you build a necklace out of hex?" But I took it as a more comical route. Like, where are your hexagons? And he's literally got the biggest hexagon on his neck sitting there. It's like, again, he couldn't see or hear.
So are we going to start making wearing hardware wallets fashionable now?
I think the suit was Gucci, not Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, it was Gucci.
Orca, what was the quote you put up? I saw that Peter Schiff said about, man, let me get back to it. I thought that was one of the better quotes that he had that you pointed out that literally made zero sense to his initial argument, I feel like.
Are you talking about gold isn't an investment?
Yeah, I don't want to quote it because I can't find it exactly, but I know it. I read it and I was
pinned.
like, oh, boom.
It's pinned here in the space.
Beautiful. I suggest everyone to reread that because I found great insight from that.
Peter Schiff is an old dog, so this is how it goes. And all these people who's been there in this industry for such a long time, they have a reputation and they have a burn bearer going on with their professions. Like Harry Dent was another old interview you should watch. You guys just go and watch that. Richard killed it. So like he's being decent to keep him alive and just like it's a new technology, man. Richard Hardy is is a new age, and I've been listening to zillions of hours of you, like on Twitter, but then very conscious of coming onto the stage and talking to you tonight, all of you. But then, it was wonderful, and then Richard Hardy won it. Period. You know what I mean? That's it.
Yeah, I mean, he just tweeted a little bit. I mean, this shows the kind of person he is. Richard Hart just tweeted, "I love to chat with smart people about important things. The better the people I'm talking with, the better my arguments become. They trigger me to remember more things I know of importance." I mean, the guy literally just took everything the guy had to bring to the table, and he's already assessing it. Peter Schiff's not doing any of that right now, I can assure you. He's rewatching to look how stupid he looked. He didn't address, this is the beautiful mind that we get to try to, I try to copy it in a way, or emulate it. And I can only imagine how much more intelligent Richard got from even learning from the, simple stuff that might have seemed not intelligent from Peter Schiff, but the guy's smart, and I guarantee Richard absorbed everything that he had to bring to the table.
The other interesting thing was that Peter Schiff also acknowledged the fact that he didn't think Hex was a security. I know on my channel there's been a few gold bugs that have come in my channel and tried to argue that. They're like, it doesn't pass the Howey test. Richard, he shills his shit like an entrepreneur and stuff. And I was like, no, he doesn't. And tried to argue with the guy, but ended up going nowhere. But it's interesting that Peter Schiff made that acknowledgement too.
Yeah, and right before that, the moderator kind of added something a little bit weird. He was talking about, sitting at the table with Australian people that have lost all their money and whatever their version of the 401k is. Excuse me for not knowing. And, the wife is crying and the husband looks afraid. And he was asking Richard to basically tell everybody how this isn't a Ponzi scheme, how this isn't going to make people look like those individuals that lost everything. And what I'm curious to hear from you all is Richard kind of took that down the road of saying that this isn't a security, this isn't something that we need to worry about with that. I was wondering, was that a miss? Did he have an opportunity to really highlight the strengths of Hex and how it's not a Ponzi scheme and all of this, or did he go the right direction with it? I was kind of left in limbo on how that answer looked.
I almost wonder if it's a lose-lose, right? So if somebody brings up, oh, I think it's a Ponzi scheme, no matter how many times you try to disprove that it's not, the more times you say it, the more negative it is.
That's a very good point.
It's kind of a catch-22, right?
And just by saying the word Ponzi itself, that's what people hear. That's a good point.
It was a straw man as well. I mean, the whole Australia, whatever the hell bullshit before that statement, you've got two things that you're supposed to knock down with one argument that you have made the viewers assume are related, which they're not. And Richard's meant to, the path that Richard took, he only has the ability to take one path. So I'm not sure. The question of do you think he took the right path is the question we should be asking. We should be asking, was that even an appropriate question or a relevant question because of the way that it was posed?
Well, definitely not relevant. You're right about that for sure. Basically what we're discussing right now is kind of what I was hoping to hear from everybody. It's just their opinions on and thoughts on the question itself and the direction it went. And I appreciate y'all's feedback.
Yeah, it was definitely posed very bizarrely. But the Ponzi shit comes up all the time. I did appreciate though although it started to get a little bit old, but he did take him aside and do a one, just fill the screen with Richard, and asked him again the same fucking question everyone asks him every goddamn time, which is about the Ponzi scheme, and gave him a chance to explain it. And I think he just deflated that notion instantly. It was great.
The whole idea where like Peter Schiff truly believes, after I watched this, that for someone to make money, someone has to lose money. Like, how many times did it fit? I mean, he amplified that. It's like he doesn't understand that the whole idea of creating the abundance in the first place. So once again, I don't think the guy did his research even near enough. I think half the stuff went over his head. I knew it would. And let me tell you, I've never been more tickled pink, as the old saying would say for the old heads. When he busted out the printouts of all the charts, knowing he couldn't use his computer, when the whole time I was thinking there ain't no way Schiff's going to be able to get on his computer, have a combo. He couldn't even set his mic right on his palate or patel or whatever the hell he said mid-fucking sentence. But it honestly, that was the best. I have never laughed internally harder when he had printouts and put them up on the screen. Like, oh man, is that great. Like, that is a level of trollism that I don't think any social media space has seen in 10 years at least. And not trollism meaning he wanted bad out of it. He's saying, you want me to come to your level of understanding? I'll print them out for you, sir. I'll make it as easy as I can.
Hey, Jonathan, I don't know if I'm the outlier here, but it's my belief that that most of that is an act, especially the putting it on the lapel, pretending like he doesn't do these all the time and doesn't know how debate microphones work, et cetera, et cetera. He's been doing this shit for fucking decades. Tearing down, or not tearing down, pretending to say that other forms of currency, or what did he call it? The first sentence he opened with, what was it? A record of somebody help me out, Orca.
I know what you mean. I know what you're saying, my man. I don't want
deposit
to
of
I don't want to down Peter Schiff. He honestly stunned me with. I should have been listening to him on other insights long ago. It's clear to me on that. So I don't mean to like say he couldn't read a chart. It tickled me pink when he brought printed out sheets.
The only thing that would have made that more funny is if he would have used an overhead projector, so that way Peter Schiff would understand it better.
100%, man. I was literally looking for like the Sharpie marker through the projectile light or something. Like, I agree, and it shouldn't be funny, but I think it brings to light the point that when Peter Schiff talks, I don't think he's referencing any of that. He's going off what his like memory basis is. And I think it was just another way for Richard to bring more statistic to just the verbal banter that was clearly present.
Well, it also highlights that, Peter he wrote cryptocurrencies off 10 years ago. And it was very evident that he hasn't looked into it any further. So, it just kind of discredits him when he doesn't have the knowledge base necessary on how to use the charts and how to read the charts and all that type of stuff. He mentioned, well, Hex is down 70%. Well, yeah, from the all-time high, but not from 0.0005 cents. And he just didn't. It was glaringly obvious that he wrote it off a long time ago. So listening to his opinion about it is foolish.
It's an excellent point. That was the only thing that really frustrated me, was kind of the disparity in audio quality compounded with the idea that this person didn't have the expertise on the subject that he was criticizing. And that was just frustrating. So I think some value is lost there. Ultimately, I think the exposure was a net positive, though, because if anybody was willing to take that artillery barrage of clipping from the audio, then they were still exposed to some pretty useful insights to crypto and financial concepts.
Did anyone else have any other crazy questions about it? Or, I mean, anybody else hear something they kind of triggered them one way or the other? Because I'd love to break this down any other way we can.
Yeah, what's the best seasoning for lamb chops?
Let me ask my girl. Babe, what's...
Hey, I was curious. Does anybody know why it was ended so abruptly? I mean, does this company that put this on only have an hour budgeted with YouTube and they can't go over? It seemed like they were actually in a really good conversation and things were getting finally addressed and answered when the moderator was just like, okay, we're done. I didn't understand that.
It's very, very standard for debates, especially any sort of entity, personality, or company that holds debates, to stick to the schedule. Otherwise, future debates might not happen, is probably the short answer, because people might not be able to rely on the schedules that were set out beforehand.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Thanks.
They could have had their debate in here and just hung out.
Can you imagine how much of a zoo yeah, that would have been a zoo.
Yeah. We all would have just been roasting Schiff the whole time.
I would just, you'd have to mute all
everyone.
the microphones and then let the speakers speak.
I also feel that
pretty quick. Go ahead.
So I was saying Richard was a little thrown off because he couldn't see his image or his video. He kept mentioning, I don't see my, he thought
I was getting to him, man. But I think it's because he's so competitive that he assumed that was the case for everybody too. So he was like, this is bullshit, man. They're not even showing me.
That was funny.
But yeah, I think, those couple things threw him off a little. I think the technical issues, I think were getting to him, and he felt a little defeated on that end. But in the end, I know that with his facts that he was pointing out that were just not being heard by Peter Schiff. He knew in the end. Like, I saw it on Peter Schiff's face a couple times where he kind of was just kind of like, oh crap. I don't know if that was just his normal expression, but it did seem like he felt, even Peter Schiff felt like he was out of place in a couple spots.
Yeah, Sean, you're dead on. I mean, it started that way, right, with the whole thing, and just it's not an investment; it's a store of value. I mean, from there, it was just downhill for Peter, in my opinion.
For Mad Hatter, it looks like, let me see here, cumin, paprika, garlic salt.
Oh, my man. You looked it up. I appreciate that.
I asked my girlfriend, she's like, I'm not sure off the top of my head, I can give them to you. And I'm like, you know what? I'll look it up. That sounds good. Little garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne, chili powder, mustard powder, and paprika will add a nice punch.
Man, I'll keep that in mind next time. I ended up doing some cayenne, some lemon pepper, and some garlic.
Sounds like you got 3 of the 7 they recommended, so you're on the right pace, my man.
Didn't know this became a cooking channel.
I didn't know
but
if he didn't have
it.
access or something. I was like, maybe he can't use his device to look? I was like, I'll look it up. Why not?
Hey, man, why use Google when you have a community like this that you can just ask?
It's tough not to, I'll give you that. But no one listened to that. Do your own research, dang it.
Nice. Yeah, I came in here to talk about a debate, and I left with a recipe and a hankering for some wings.
Lemon
places are unpredictable.
Could have been the Super Bowl, if you ask me.
No way, man. The audio quality. As long as the
were you trying? I was like trying to put it in like half speed, like 3/4 speed, to see if I could cut out. It was impossible.
After about 15 seconds, I accepted my fate, realizing that they were going to just trudge through to stay on schedule and not address this thing right out of the gate, right out of the very first words uttered.
Yeah, hour and a half.
Like, time out.
Hour and a half in. Oh,
everybody has to move their schedule back 15 minutes. We're going to make sure we fix this, and then we'll start. So maybe they didn't hear it. Maybe I thought maybe I was the only one hearing it because some people said that it was Schiff's mic. Look, all I know is every time Richard spoke, the gunfire in the neighborhood directly next to him was overwhelming, and it's just not good for like recording. So hopefully the people that recorded it for the film.
It was it was a funny representation of like the Glock. It was like when he was spitting, he was just spitting just bullets out. But yeah, it was inaudible for the most part. But anyone that could hear it, he might have been spitting that hot fire, as Dylan would like to say. Dylan.
I've got high hopes for the audio quality. Richard's already posted it. You know, there's other sources, and what's his name? Not Future. Fuck. What's his name?
Funding Jim.
Funding, yeah. Funding Jim just came in and said that he's also looking into other sources. Plus, without doxing myself, I've been working in film. I have companies that do this kind of stuff, and de-popping or de-hissing or whatever the hell is something that's quite easy to do, or straightforward. I'd say not easy, but straightforward to do. And that was the majority of the audio problems that I experienced on computer were those types of issues, while mobile was quite different. But computer's where it's at when you're going to grab the audio anyway. So
yeah, mobile was pop. Do you know what caused that? Just so we can maybe learn from the future, the popping or the.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things. It's probably amplifier or somewhere between the camera. So if it's plugged in directly to the camera, it could be a variety of things with the amplifier. But this is not Richard's first time streaming. You know, it's not his first rodeo. So it's very likely that the settings were on the moderator's side, and Peter was pretending not to know how to use a lapel and like he's never debated before. I think this was just a bit of maneuvering and posturing on both the moderator and Peter's part that ended in
I
this
did not
quality.
catch that. So thank you for saying I didn't catch his slyness on that. I did find it weird how he was like, "Oh, I'll move it down." He didn't even move it. If you watch the guy, he didn't like.
No, he knows what he's doing.
I
He knows
didn't
what he's
catch
saying.
that, so I'm really I saw it, but I didn't catch it mentally. So it it adds to my suspicion, to say the least.
I've seen people that don't know how to use a lapel mic, and they've attached it to the outside of their shirt between buttons, or in their pocket. That's how people that don't know what lapel mics are, how to use them. That's what happens. It's not the way that Peter acted. And plus, like, if you just search YouTube, he does debates, and he tries to go against cryptocurrency for years and years and years. It only takes probably 3 to 6 months of debate to be an expert in how to use every single type of mic that would ever be presented, including shared mics, let alone lapels, which are the most common. So yeah, that was total bullshit.
And when I heard the actual time when his mic got fixed, he didn't do anything. It was something on the back end, like someone adjusted the volumes. It seemed I didn't notice him do anything. It just fixed all of a sudden.
100%.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, and possibly the moderator, and the space itself.
Yeah, and he seemed to be the one like, "I can't hear you, Richard," or "You're talking." He really had no. I don't know. It was like that guy's headphone was the primary concern of recording versus what people were hearing, for sure.
And how quick he said, "Oh, I heard Richard fine." Like he said that so fast, like he knew he wanted him to stay at that level.
Yeah, there was a voice in the one guy's ear too. I don't know if you heard it, but he said 3 times. He told him out loud, "Peter's mic's too loud." Peter's like he droned in over the moderator, and I heard it in an undertone. And he had another voice in his ear. I don't know if anybody caught that, but I literally heard a voice telling the moderator that it was Peter, or telling Peter and the moderator that it was too loud, and it was Peter, not Richard, that was too loud when he was in the middle of that, like trying to find his mic, when they both kind of stood up awkwardly we're not sounding right. If you listen close, you can hear like an undertone voice, like a moderator in the ear. It's very clear.
Wonder if there's any spaces, like gold Twitter spaces that are, yeah, Peter won that debate. Kicked Richard's ass.
Man, I want to go drop into one of those spaces and see what they're saying.
Yeah, let's go bomb them.
I mean,
I love popping into other spaces.
They might have some good points. We just got to try to adapt what they know.
Where do you find those? Like local library or town hall? Do they know how to use the internet? No, I'm joking.
Rough.
I'm just teasing.
Hostile attitude, community division, schisms.
My dad's trying to fucking CDR his Walkman right now so he can rehear it.
Wow.
It's on cassette. Look, oh yeah, it's already on cassette. Peter's selling her for $88.50. It looks like gold bars only.
That's nothing, man. When you can look at some of the competing services, they're going for $19.99.
I know.
A month.
You're special, man.
I know, man. There hasn't been a lot of clicks, so my Twitter Space advertising of my premium subscription services has not been highly profitable. But that's more of a factor of people not knowing what the URL is, So
I keep getting this weird feeling that Richard Hart isn't done. He doesn't feel satisfied from that. So I got a weird feeling. I don't know why. I don't want to say it to get everybody's hopes up, but I could see him coming back on here. I don't know why.
In the Twitter Space?
I don't know about the Twitter space, but I could see him
just
in a little more fire and passion about once he actually gets to go back and review it, like what a couple people were
Dude,
saying.
he was firing off tweets. He was firing off tweets right away.
Yeah, I did notice when he was listening, he was definitely multitasking. So I mean, yeah, that's awesome. He was doing that. I know he's capable of absorbing Grandpa's intellect while doing that. But yeah,
it was just well lit sound bites. They didn't give a viewing quality that was able to convey messages effectively.
Yeah,
the production quality
give justice to the mind, right? Like, jeez, it wasn't justified. I say you run the next moderation, Orca.
I can.
Might have to make it happen.
Mediator. We can get in an environment where everyone's allowed to have their say, and we can do it without chaos. That wouldn't be too bad.
Amen.
Amen. I thought old dude's mic was way too loud.
Okay, so you're in the Peter Schiff's mic was too loud camp. See, I was listening to it on a PC. What device, if you don't mind, were you listening to it on?
Cell phone.
Okay. And Peter Schiff's voice was coming through super loud?
Yeah, super like scratchy and loud, like making my speaker jump.
Yeah, it was doing both for me. Richard was doing that jumpy stuff, and
yeah, they both
Schiff was loud to the point where it kind of like freaked the microphone out. But Richard had like a tone that it almost like chopped it out like every other second, I would say.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I had it streaming. I had YouTube streaming on my TV, on my soundbar, and a sub, and it was just like I had to turn it down just because Peter was so loud, and then it was just a little harder to hear anything Richard was saying. And then when Richard was speaking, anytime Peter interrupted him, it completely drowned out what Richard was saying.
Yeah, I guess, post-production, you can handle things like that. But it's an opportunity that's lost. One of the components of going viral is, being able to convey whatever the information is, whether it's visual or intellectual or a combination of a lot of things. If you join an event and the experience is discomforting, you got to be real passionate about that content and probably pretty far in the know with regard to the subject matter to hang out for much longer than a couple of seconds. So it's a really poor outcome for the audience, unfortunately. I bet the experience was different for Richard, for Peter, for Mr. Owen, for the Netflix documentary people, so not everybody always knows, but it is kind of surprising that nobody on any of the audio teams between the three sector, different parties, nobody had a YouTube live audio feed that they were like checking their audience audio.
Yeah, and him when he was freaking about his image, I was like, wait, what is he seeing then? Like, or what is he hearing? That kind of weirded me out. I was like, yeah, I don't know. He seemed to know something was going on, but he didn't know what. I don't know. He seemed to be aware, but he powered through it. From what I saw.
Maybe they were using an independent platform that restricts like web browser access, just because Peter knew that he was going to be standing in front of his signage and engaging that way. Maybe he didn't want it to be him versus Google.
Yeah, I wonder if there wasn't a technology lapse in Richard Hart's brand new $16,000 microphone and Peter Schiff's Patel iPhone headset that he plugged to his shirt pocket. I probably had something to do with it.
Spicy, man. So spicy.
Oh yeah, we got lamb chops on.
Did you see how neither of them seemed to be confused about being in a bear market? I really super appreciated that. Neither of them were like, well, we'll have to see. You know, we're resting on critical levels. You know, are they any more critical than they were 40% ago? So
yeah, they seem to be agreeing on the 70% dip thing, where they both said the same thing about each other was weird. They didn't find common ground in too.
Yeah, I think that's like the one thing that would probably keep a gold bug pretty committed to gold, is that there's just such an institutional support for it that you don't see downside volatility to the 80 percentile, but you know, you don't 4x year over year. So when you do consider a larger wealth making decisions with regard to allocating, you know, Peter immediately came out and established that he's not, you don't buy 100% of your portfolio in gold. Cash in a portfolio like his is a larger number than the percentage would have most people believe. So some of the philosophies that are shared don't necessarily communicate transparently.
Is Orca's mic wrecked for anybody else, or is it just me?
Just quiet, not wrecked, just a little quiet.
Oh, okay.
It's fine on the YouTube stream, but just like on the phone, it's a little choppy. I have had to turn my speakers on to hear what he's saying recently.
Probably just dreaming about these lamb chops, man. These things are fire.
I would not hate that. Would not hate me a lamb chop.
Yeah, I've lost track of everything around me since that statement. Thank you.
I think Dr. Daraj needs to do a paid group for his golden mic and get people's audio equipment better.
What an awesome idea. So what does virality look like from a numbers standpoint? What's the number of users and the speed at which they adopt that creates virality? Who's got the equation?
Is that when you get the drip?
The number.
It's when the number of cells in the system outnumber the number of white blood cells. So, if you really want my technical, I'm just kidding. That's just somewhere I was going.
No, I did have a rant I was speaking to myself about before I came in here about the actual like use case for gold. Like, apparently, you know, he's getting dividends in a business that mines for gold. So there must be like a lot of people needing, like, using gold. Like, how much, like, you've got how much in, like, each computer has a little bit of gold, your phone has a little bit of gold, but it's like, it's not, people aren't throwing away gold. Like, they're recycling it. Like what is the, like, how are you making mad gains in dividends in a company that's mining gold? Like, how profitable is that? Like, in comparison to a T-share, like, it's just, how is that? Like, he kept talking about dividends. Like, how is a business making so much money off of gold?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's probably like 10% better than his savings account could give him in his bank. So that's what he thinks is a big, huge benefit as far as his investment strategy goes.
Yeah, it was almost just like, just because his mic was overpowering Richard is like the only thing that almost made him look good in any way. But it's just like, again, none of his arguments I mean, I like what Hex Orca was saying, how it's, how this volatility is kind of a pain in the ass. But I mean, mix that with the massive gains, it's just like comparing apples to oranges is pretty
I
silly.
agree 100%, Marcavelli. That's what Mike was just overpowering in the beginning.
Let's not forget that he said gold is his cash flow. I think that was a very revealing statement he made. It's like it's his stable coin.
He can hold his gold. I hold my crypto.
I honestly thought that the handicap of the microphone was good because, like, you couldn't hear him. It was low. And, Peter just being a crybaby, yelling, And, like, whenever Richard would come back, he would just, like, slap him in the face with like, knowledge, I'm thinking, well, my ex-wife's mother was a financial advisor, and I was trying to, like, spiel to her when Bitcoin was, like, $500. Hey, Bitcoin could be a thing, She was telling me, like, no, it's not. And it's like, I'm not allowed to trade it. And I'm still pretty sure that financial advisors aren't allowed to advise their clients about trading it or buying it, but they're probably allowed to advise them on getting Grayscale shares, right? Maybe. And I'm just like thinking in my head, like, how's a person like this, like financially qualified, to like advise people on markets that they have no clues about? It's just like, he's like, I would prefer to have a company stock. And it's like, yo, like Enron, like Enron skimmed out on how many people, and it's all about market manipulation and speculation, and like Bitcoin, at least you go hold it in a hard wallet or a cold wallet, and then like when Richard came back, it's like, yo, dude, like Elon Musk, the smartest dude in the world, like owns more this shit coin and then in your entire net worth. I just like almost fucking shat myself when that happened, because like this dude just put him in the grave, and like most of his like buyers or anybody in the YouTube channel even listened to him was just like, yeah, he's probably right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was surprised he used the name. I was surprised he threw Elon and Dogecoin in that spot when he did do that. But I agree, that was very comical to say the least.
It just murdered him, because it's like, dude, like, yo, you got the smartest dude. I don't want to say the smartest dude on the planet. We got like a dude that controls like flying ships into outer space and like self-driving cars, and most of his clients probably drive Teslas, probably watch NASA, believe in the space shuttle programs. And it's like, yo, this guy's buying a shitcoin. Maybe I should too,
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he even pulled one over my head there when I realized that the audience he was attacking with that comment wasn't me, and was who he knew was listening behind. You know what I mean? If anybody is in like that gold realm, I feel like if they are into crypto, they're going into that Elon, Dogecoin realm, it seems. Or if I ask a random person, before they might even say Bitcoin, they might say Dogecoin or something like that. So I think that was kind of next level play by Richard on that. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. That was
Well, yeah, next level play, I think, was like to say, oh yeah, this person smarter than you is doing crypto and you're going against crypto, and he just said, oh yeah, he is smarter than me. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than Elon Musk. So if someone smarter than you is doing something that you're saying isn't as good or whatever, it's like complete smack in the face.
Yeah, it's like the money thing, right? Like he has more money than you, and he's invested in what you're saying not to invest in. It just in his small portfolio. Yeah, there was next level shit talk. Awesome.
Yeah, it's like, Richard Hart, I mean, he just knows he's a champ. We all know he's a champ. And from the look of it in this just debate, it just looks like Peter Schiff is just like, he knows he's dying, in terms of like debating. He has no win. He has no upper hand. the only upper hand he's got is like whoever is tweaking with his microphone gain. That's the only upper hand he's got. And that's it. And it's like he's just trying to look like still presentable in front of his audience that pay him dividends. So it's like, because like when they realize like, hey, maybe let me check out Hex. When they switch over to crypto and Hex in particular, guess what? Like that's it. That's his clientele gone. Unless he's gonna be next time he wears a suit. It's not gonna be as fancy as the one he has. Maybe he won't even have the green backdrop, and he'll have some shitty mic that like he won't have somebody over there playing around with like a wireless microphone.
Right. I think I kind of just realized why he said that. Now I think about what they were talking about then. It was like the energy thing. So like I think he might have attacked that because Schiff prior to that had said that he was defending Richard's secret question about losing people money, and he says maybe I'm not 100% right on this, but he said he told people to invest in energy sectors. And so I find it ironic that he'll push the energy, and maybe he doesn't like Bitcoin, but at the same time, if he did like energy and he was going to like a cryptocurrency, I don't know. There was a tie there.
He was talking internet, I think, like the .com boom. Like his thing was, oh yeah, I saved people money by getting them to sell the top of the .com boom, which is and then he compared it to crypto. It's like, oh yeah, this is another top, but it's just like he's been calling the top all for 10 years or whatever. Like, so it's just yeah.
He admitted to being wrong for a decade. That's all I remember hearing. I was like, what? I was like, who says that? Oh, so be it. I was a decade early and I still am not right, but it's coming. I was like, no way. You can't hear that and not feel stupid. I mean, geez. I've never heard a financial advisor admit they've been wrong for 10. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, I was wrong from 2001 to now or whatever.
2011 to 2000 and what year is it? 2021. But I was close.
But I've got this real good advice on the highest appreciating asset of all time.
Richard, you're only going to use a 40-year chart? When I was a baby, gold was the best investment of all time. What?
The man said when I was a baby.
Like, what is that?
When I was born.
Did he really? I didn't hear that.
He said when I was born.
When I was born, gold was this or that. He tried to use he invested when he was a baby into gold.
That's funny, man.
But the thing for me too is like it's two vastly different audiences. People that are looking at crypto and are seeing it as an investment. If Peter wants to say that gold is not an investment, those are his words. Well, some people are looking at crypto as an investment. This is true, and they don't want to have to look at a 40-year price chart. They want mad gains. They're willing to expose themselves to volatility. Most crypto opportunities will help you wreck yourself. There are opportunities to change your life with crypto.
Richard had a very opportune point at some point in that conversation to be like, do you not look at gains of profit? Like, I almost yelled it out loud for him, but he Richard Schiff set himself up basically saying, I don't look at profit at some certain level. That's kind of what he was referring as. He doesn't care. And I cannot believe Richard reserved himself at that moment. I remember it like it just happened, but yeah, he held back and just, reassessed. That was bizarre to me.
I don't even think he knows why gold even has value, It's just like, Richard's like on point, It's like, it's for the most part, it's to flex for the most part, like how much gold is in your phone, or like, like copper is a precious metal, platinum, Like I personally think I used to work in a pawn shop with a couple of buddies of mine years ago. Like pawn shops, they salvage people's golds, right? They buy people's gold, right? And a time like this in COVID times, right? People are selling their shit because they don't have money to eat, right? and at the same time, if you live in a bad neighborhood, guess what? Your ass is getting robbed. Your house is getting robbed. If somebody knows you have shiny things in your house, So like I personally think gold is going up because you know what? We're living in inflationary time, hyperinflationary times, and that's just a sign of oh shit is fucked, And like I think he's just clueless as to why gold is just it's a gold, it's a store of value. Like I don't think he fully understands why it's a store of value. If anything, it's a signal for hyperinflation. I mean, he understands that, but like it should be a sign that listen, this is bad. That gold is just like increasing, like crypto. Why is it going up? Pure market speculation. Gold is that's another. It's just should be worrisome that it's going up. It's not a good sign.
Yeah, how's that for a grayscale arbitration when the pawn shop can buy gold at like 40 cents on the dollar or whatever?
Yeah, they're selling Bitcoin at 70 cents on the dollar. They're already they're already manipulated. It's not even, I don't even think it's in question.
What did y'all think about when Richard said Elon's Dogecoin portfolio is bigger than your entire net worth?
Yeah, that was awesome, yo. That was fucking awesome. I'm just happy that I'm a newly like I followed Richard Hart years ago, and then I got into a messy breakup, divorce, and then I couldn't focus on following him, and unfortunately I couldn't claim Hex, but I did buy a big bag in around 750 days, and I'm happy that I think 3 years later he's still here. He looks mature, he looks great, and he's still the same Richard that I was like listening to 3 years ago, and not only that, he has a fucking product, and he has a bigger community than any fucking community, bigger than the SHIB army, or maybe not the SHIB army, probably maybe bigger than the SHIB army. I don't know, who cares?
Bigger.
Well, yeah, but like SHIB army is just like, they have this much money, they don't even know what to do with it. But anyway, point being is like, I'm happy 3 years, I'm back. And there's a product, and it's like, I don't see no stop, I don't see no stop to this. So it's just like, he's gonna kill it, and and then we're here to support him, and then on top of that, we're here to support each other. So like it's fucking kick ass. I'm really excited, and I look forward to him kicking ass because like you could see like he just has that so much courage. Just like he comes in, is like, yo, I'm about to smear your ass. The floor with your ass, and it. And like the entire time I'm looking at Peter Schiff's face, and he's kind of like he's ready to mop the floor with his face, and every time Richard came back, he's just like yelling because like he knew that he's wiping the floor with his face.
He convinced the moderator. If you look at the moderator by the end of it, the moderator's on Schiff's side to start. By the end of it, when he asked Richard Hart the last question, he's shit-eat grinning because he knows what's coming. He sold even the whole place that he was in. Like, anyone watching that, it's no question to me. I mean, I'm not saying Peter Schiff didn't have good points, but it was very clear who the intellect was, who had knowledge on both sides, who was there to calm the situation, de-escalate it, find similarities, not crybaby, which could be expected from him considering the slander and libel bullshit he goes through. But yeah, it's never been more clear to me. So sure, I'm just as excited as you, man.
Dude, like when Richard was like, yo, listen, how many people would you have made into millionaires if you told them about Bitcoin? That's it. That was done for me because like, like he in his gut knew, that like he like that's fucking truth. You know, like the attention, the broadcast power he had if he updated his world tweet, he would have made so many millionaires. But yet he didn't, right? And now, maybe now you have the chance to, you know, or maybe you know what, audience, maybe now you have the chance to make yourselves into millionaires if you don't listen to this retard.
Yeah. If I give Mr. Schiff any props, it's how he like shifted off the secret question, or like the question of ruining people. I don't know how he was able to like. That was his best response by far. By the end of that question, he like even he was that was probably the best point he had made. Like just like on his side overall. Other than that, he seemed lost.
Yeah, his biggest flex was that he saved people from losing money, not that he made anybody any money. Like that's with gold. It's like it's a stable coin. It's like it's people with that already have money. They just want to keep it. Like they're not making it. They're not making money. They're just like keeping what they have and getting a little bit on top. But yeah, it's a completely different audience that Schiff has compared to us, which is why he went on there to try to get those ears.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I would love to see the weight of people lost money versus people that gained the money and who the people were that did gain the money. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a larger volume of smaller players that he didn't help and a much larger portion or smaller portion of people that did really well, because those are the kind of proportions that can skew that mindset of that whole situation really easily.
Yeah, I mean, he was bragging about how he saved everybody from getting out of the .com bubble, but how many people did he wreck by not, you know, telling them to take a second look at cryptocurrency?
You know what we need to do next is how do we get Elon on the show? You know, like we need to start tweeting Elon and Peter debate. You know, or at least be like, "Yo, Peter, buy some Hex. Yo, buy some Hex. Elon, buy some Hex." Like every fucking day, spam the shit, bought the shit out of his Twitter account until he like buys a super massive big bag and stakes it. You know, it's just like, you know, fuck this Peter Schiff argument debate. It's over. This guy's done. It's like another dead body, you know? Like now it's like maybe find alliances and not dead bodies, because like I think alliances now are just way more important than dead bodies. I mean, because like I think it's proven clear in time, you know, that when you got Elon Musk promoting a Ponzi scheme, you know, it's legitimate. I mean, it might not be a good Ponzi scheme, but the cryptocurrency as a Ponzi scheme is legitimate, you know? So it's like, who do we find that will promote, you know, this Ponzi scheme? You know, how do we get to Elon Musk's corner, you know, or how do we bring Elon Musk into our corner? Or who do we know we can bring on, you know?
Well, first...
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, first we have to act like we're going to the moon, because that seems to be like the new trend that's been going on the past couple of years. All these billionaires just want to go to the moon or outer space and fly around and stuff. So we're going to design a rocket that's going to the moon, and we're going to start, you know, the people that go get paid, and it's going to be funded by Hex or something like that.
Here's what I'll say. Elon's one of the wealthiest people on the planet. So is Richard Hart. It's clear to me, based on how they walk the walk and take day to day the way each of them do. So I commend both of them for the things that they think about, but it's pretty obvious to me which one is making the more concerted effort to what they may or may want to pretend they're trying to do. So until Elon can give me some facts and some proof on what he's really trying to prove and do to help everyone, give me a track record other than being successful, I mean, I hope to God he jumps on this plane, but it doesn't seem to me like that That ain't any part of what he's about. So, but yeah, that's just my input.
So my little review over the debate and stuff like that, I always gotta, give Richard Hart a review on the outfit that he wore. So I pinned the tweet up to the top. I guess we're bringing back the shoulder pads now. And one of my favorite comments from one of the streams I was watching, somebody was like, "Yo, why the hell did Richard Hart dress like a purse?" And I just started dying.
Because he's full of money, my man.
Yeah, I always just like giving him a crack about his outfit and stuff like that. I mean, all I wear is sweatpants and, like gym clothes and like shit like that.
Yeah, I didn't notice the shoulder pads. I'm not going to lie. I like noticed how like sharp and like square he looked, but I didn't really get accent on them pads. I'm going to have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, that shit had me dying because I was scrolling across Twitter and somebody had the video of him saying 99 the nines a whole bunch, and I was like, why does it look like this dude's wearing shoulder pads right now?
That's hilarious, man. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I thought it was hilarious. I was hoping when he got up to like fix up his microphone gain that he would have shown his shorts. That would have been OG status. Because we all know he was wearing shorts. I think Orca pointed it out. But it would have been funny if he like pranced around in like some like smiley face crypto shorts.
Ben's over in Moons. The can't. Oh, they're just I didn't even know that he would have had shorts. I missed that. So I'm sad.
Yeah, he said on the stream before he doesn't wear pants at home. He only wears shorts or
Jeez, he's like that kid that in the winter that won't wear pants going to high school and he's walking to the bus or what?
That's me.
I think I was him like for 1 year, but then it got real cold and I was like, nah.
Got one pair of shorts and they're for swimming.
I love his personality. It's just like there's a saying I don't know where, but it's like the moment you grown up, that's the moment you died. And I'm not saying that like this world we should not grow up, because there's a real world. But like he's a kid at heart, and he plays with the world, and that because he plays with the world, he's able to see what the world needs, and to change it, because like kids. They see solutions, adults, all they see are problems, and he sees solutions and he God bless him, he never changed,
Whoa, go ahead, Kay. Nice point, Chill. Wow.
I've watched the interview like twice, the debate, and my conclusion, and it's my opinion again, that Peter is a selfish bastard. He only cared about implicating Richard on SEC questions. That's one. The second, he only cared about how much is his wealth and if he sold any hex to drive the community down. And I saw that a weak move from Peter Schiff's side towards Richard. What I liked about Richard, he didn't do what he used to do in the past, like 7-8 months ago, where he just destroyed the person by pure confrontation. He carried himself like a gentleman, and he made sure to destroy him like a gentleman. He literally nuked him, and that was amazing.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier, Kay, but we were talking about how he was the one that found the similarities, and he like almost de-escalated. Instead of the moderator coming in and be like easy, he took it on himself at one point. Was like found 3 similarities between the two of them. Schiff almost had a hard time like saying yes. He was like angry, saying like yeah, but he almost didn't want to agree, but he had like. He almost couldn't calm him down, if you notice. Like it was.
Yeah, he had no choice. because he knew everything that Richard Hart, what he was saying is right. And I think he used that.
Yeah, he threw him off with that, was what we were saying. He kind of used it as a gear shift, you know?
I'm very disappointed that the T-share didn't get brought up whenever Peter started talking about his dividends and stuff like that from stocks. I'm really surprised that the T-share didn't get brought up the entire time during the debate.
To be honest, this is the shortest debate, and I've put it out as a tweet. This guy, Peter, would have died of a heart attack. That's as simple as that. If the interview has went any further, he would have destroyed him totally.
Like
The
his,
debate was very
his
short.
reputation, you mean? Like almost in front of like his people, right?
Yeah, in front of his people, he would have destroyed them. He would have totally destroyed them. That's one. Second, look at Richard Hart. He didn't put on his screen hex.com, pulsex.com, pulsechain.com. Peter Schiff had his logo of the company, the website, and started using it more of a marketing campaign or tool, which I found it disgusting.
I mean, it literally is his job, his self-proclaimed job, to go out there and state those things to his cohort. So I don't know.
Yeah, but Richard Hart didn't do that. Richard Hart could have done that. He didn't.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you that whether it's disgusting or not. Richard Hart did, of course, bring up Hex, which is another form of promoting a product. But at the same time, I think it's irrelevant, right? The conversation was, you know, whether gold. Oh, sorry, my kids are screaming. I'll get back to you.
He had it in your. The guy, Peter, had everything in your face as direct marketing, and I respect direct marketing like Richard Hart does, but Richard Hart didn't do that. It was a debate. It wasn't a marketing campaign sort of thing. He has to talk about his products. He talked about the $20+ million he raised for charity. Peter didn't have anything to talk about except how much is your wealth? How much have you sold Hex? And all that shit. Come on, that's seriously part of a debate. That's the best questions Peter could have.
Yeah, Richard really wanted to say, I didn't sell any fucking Hex. Like, I could see it in his face, whatever, like, the whole thing was going on. Like, he wanted to yell so bad that he, you know, the OA address has never, you know, sold any Hex, you know. So, but
he took a deep breath. I saw it. He like, he did one of those, just breathe through the nose. You know what I mean? You're 100% right. He got it out slowly, but I mean, he basically started by proving with facts, this person sold this on the top. Vitalik made the top. This guy sold the top. And he's saying that because he looked at the Etherscan. He knows. And this is the kind of information that I was worried about before the conversation started. If Schiff was going to even have the artillery of information even accessible to himself. Like, it was like watching, you know, a professor and a new student, but the student's got good ideas and is fired up, and it just isn't relevant in a lot of circumstances. I mean, it's clear to me.
Yeah, like he didn't know about, you know, the different kind of cryptocurrencies and what different cryptocurrencies are used for, because, you know, some products need their native coin, you know, to operate and function and stuff. And like, you know, he's like, pretty much what he was saying was, oh, well, somebody can keep making another one of these, keep making another one of those, which pretty much meant like he didn't know the difference from like a Bitcoin to Hex to, Pulse Chain to Ethereum, or, he didn't know the different options from them.
Yeah. Can I play devil's advocate here?
Go ahead.
Steak and Chase. So Jonathan and Steak, can I play devil's advocate and just say that
yeah, go ahead.
From his
Absolutely.
perspective,
Absolutely.
I would think that he probably does very much well know the difference, and perhaps doesn't want his audience to care. So by basically kind of pretending to be aloof or as if it doesn't matter if cryptocurrency and Bitcoin aren't the same term, that his audience would follow suit. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a good theory behind it. But I don't know, like I was a no coiner a year ago, like I didn't know the difference between, Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of people, they generalize cryptocurrency into one thing. And then until you actually dive deep into it, do you understand the multifacets that, actually exist in it?
Of course. However, would you have gone into a debate not knowing the difference between the terminology of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, or even what the person that you're debating has put out as products? Would not, and then just ask yourself, because the answer is obviously yes, you would research that. And you would have in the previous debates as well. I mean, Peter Schiff has made a living off of tearing up cryptocurrency to his audience, right? So he knows a lot more than he's feigning that he doesn't. So my question to you is, how much do you think he knows about Hex and Richard and his products, and of course the terminology?
Yeah, so you're pretty much saying you think he kind of played it off a little bit dumb and stuff, just so he didn't influence, some of his actual knowledge onto, his followers, because he was just portraying it like, they would view it the same.
Yeah, almost like it's irrelevant, really. You know what I mean? Like, why waste my time learning about that shit? Because it's all scammy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I definitely could see that happening.
I think go ahead.
Sorry, Chase.
No, I think, go ahead. You've said a lot of good. Keep going, my man.
I think they both did their research and they both came prepared. And from the way the interview, from the debate came through, it's very clear that Peter didn't have anything to show or prove about Hex or about any of the things that Richard Hart said. However, Richard Hart came prepared with facts. He showed charts to show the difference between gold to USD and the dips and everything. He showed charts between Hex to USD, Hex to ETH, Hex to Bitcoin. He came with facts that cannot be manipulated whatsoever. Richard Hart has done his research the same way as Peter did. Both of them did. However, Peter came and talked nonsense without having facts, because there was no facts that could drive any of the people in Hex community down. That's why I came with all this BS of how much have Hex dropped 70% and all that crap. How much have things dropped? Well, crap. I'm just getting quite paranoid and pissed off with all the shit that
what
Peter said.
What you're saying right there is what he did is he tried to use a month and a half time frame of Hex's lifespan as a drop, and then later on said 40 years wasn't enough. He contradicted himself from the start, and this is why Richard started after he let Peter go first, or they decided he went first. He goes, "I'm really sorry, guys. This conversation's clearly already over."
Yeah,
The guy,
100%.
the guy,
I 100% agree.
The guy, 90% If you go back and just listen to Peter Schiff's opening statement, he was so unprepared and so ready to just battle it out that he literally spoke nonsense for the first 5 minutes, and it might have went past a lot of people, but he literally contradicted at least half the statements by the end of what he was done. I mean, it wasn't even it. Yeah, I would suggest you just re-listen to what he started with and how
he talked about his opening argument.
Yeah, and how angry he was and how calm. Someone angry clearly isn't confident or comfortable.
Yeah,
Chase.
His. I mean, there's something he said in the very beginning, which we can all agree on, which was that gold is not an investment, which was supposed to be the debate.
Yeah. I feel you. That kind of kicked it off for me, I think, too.
Yeah, did you guys notice how Richard was really calm, right? So I learned this in English, right? How to persuade. I'm sure that the other guy knew everything about Richard and about Hex and about crypto, right? But I'm sure that other guy's followers, like we follow Richard, they were there on that live. And Richard was showing facts to basically bring those people on board. He didn't give a damn about that guy or, F-bombing him like he does other people on some debates. This guy knew that this guy has friends that are whales. And basically, he is kind of going back on how, how you guys were talking about earlier about the NASCAR car, and the best thing to do is how to get to people is by, face interaction or by mailing them information about Hex and stuff like that. Richard Hart was basically talking to his audience, not us, but Homeboy's audience. He was talking to them, showing them charts, right? Making them think different. And by doing that, he stood calm. He let the other guy talk his nonsense and look stupid on the live. But I thought, like in English class, they show you there's ways when to persuade people on how to, make them believe that this product is good. And it is good because he showed facts. He showed the chart between, Hex, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. And I'm sure if he shows against other charts, Hex will, be on top, right? And so this guy goes back, in what, 1980 or 70, gold was this, gold was that. Well, damn, gold's been out forever. And shit, if you're barely making some gains and Hex is giving you what, 10,000x in 2 years, wouldn't that make you want to come to this group?
Yes, 100% agree. You are totally right. You are totally right, Compton.
Yeah, he almost took like the age group he knew he was trying to talk to, and he's like, "How did these guys learn?" "Oh yeah, we're gonna print off MapQuest. Let's do it." I love it.
Yeah, exactly. He brought all those charts with him, and he brought the chart of gold. And people, this guy preach on it.
I said that earlier. A tear came to my eye when I saw the papers come out, and the older guy didn't have them. Oh man, that was legendary.
It's like, if you think about it, like I live in Compton, right? And how many people around the world? Let's just talk in the U.S. How many people? Where can you go buy gold and then let's go exchange it for something else, and make profit, or hold on it and make profit? Where are you gonna do that? Cryptocurrency, dude. So many damn apps, so many VPNs you can use to get into Binance. A bunch of stuff, and you can put your money. That thing pops, you sell it, and you get gains. And gold, man, they'll rob you with gold right away, especially in the hood.
Yeah, I didn't like the question when he kept on saying, did he sell any Hex? I'm not sure if this is correct or not, but does Warren Buffett sell Berkshire Hathaway shares, dumping it on his holders' heads all the time? He's a multi-billionaire. Why does he have to sell something just to prove that you can sell it? Richard doesn't need to do that. We, as the actual users that lives have been drastically changed by Hex are actually doing that. But Peter Schiff cannot fucking hear that. He doesn't want to hear that. He wants to hear that nobody's able to sell Hex. But we are the living proof of it's happening. It's changing people's lives for the better, and we're making the world a better place doing it.
I mean, look at Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I mean, they owned huge parts of their companies before. It's like, what's the difference?
So I got a quick question. What's Schiff's incentive of being on there with Richard Hart? Is he just sympathizing towards his son and wants to learn, or, I mean, what's he gaining out of having that conversation? I don't even.
He's just riding Richard's coattails. He's just a attention seeker, and the best way to do it is, hey, let's get it. Let's ride all these other popular, super successful individuals in the crypto space or what have you, and let me sit side by side with him and pretend to, you know, defend his position. But he's just getting his name out there. That's all.
And guess what? He might have been right if he picked any other founder of any other cryptocurrency, but he barked up the wrong tree, I think. Think about it. He wins that with almost all other people. No one else. Who else will even show their face? I think it was a real wake-up call for him, too, in that aspect.
Well, I like how Richard brought up EOS and Tezos and the other whatever Litecoin I think he mentioned. But I think Peter Schiff is I think he's interviewed or debated Brock Pierce of, well, we already know Brock Pierce from EOS, but you know, EOS is pretty much seems to have fallen apart. So, but another Brock Pierce was successful before, you know, crypto. He just similar to Richard. I mean, Brock Pierce made his billions in gaming industry way before crypto. So yeah.
Are you talking about the one that says GM to everyone on? Is that the same Brock Pearson in the Hex community?
Yeah, he
no.
here, yeah.
I don't know if that's the same guy. Isn't his name Brock? I mean, I know the guy that you
I assume it can't be, but
right. Yeah, it's not.
That's just hilarious. I was like, is that what that? Maybe that's the reference. I'm not understanding, but
yeah, the one that has the JPEG as his.
Yeah.
I don't think that's.
Okay, I was just making sure. I was like, my head kind of went off on a tangent there. I was like, no way.
Yeah, so one is Brock Pearson and the other one is Brock Pierce.
Gotcha.
Brock Pearson is.
I misheard him.
Yeah.
Shout out to Brock. Unintentional. Both of them, I guess.
That another thing is like you know, Schiff's audience is older people who want like a stable, you know, they don't want the volatility. They're not advanced like technologically to even get into this stuff. But oh man, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
And as far as like for Richard, like I don't know if Richard's ever divulged what other investments he's in. Maybe he is living off of interest that he gets from just like similar to like Buffett, or that just lives off their investments in companies on the stock market, or he doesn't have to worry about selling Hex. He's probably got a portfolio that'll take him all the way to his dying day, 100 years from now, and he's going to be living off that. I mean, has he ever said anything like that? I'm not sure.
Well, we've literally sent him over $1 billion, right? So I'm not sure he needs to. And again, it says clearly on the website, don't expect anything, which hopefully is for tax reasons. But you know, I think he's doing just fine, right?
Right.
Yeah. One of his good quotes is he mined 50 Bitcoin blocks on his solo computer himself. He took the whole block, 50 Bitcoin per 10, 15 minutes. Think about that.
I remember those days. I remember having a node in my Node. It's called Node now.
Yeah,
With
no,
my
that
Coin at
yeah,
Home.
it's awesome.
And this is my admission of shame, is that there is a Macintosh-based hard drive at my parents' house. They live somewhere in the States, and it's got an unknown amount of Bitcoin that I have no fucking idea how to access. Absolutely no idea. Because at the time when I don't even know the OS that it was originally on. I don't know. Yeah, there's so many things that I don't know because I didn't care when I put the hard drive, on a shelf, and then realized the value several years later.
Do you still have the hard drive?
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say there's got to be a way, my man.
Yeah, no, I've heard some cracks, etc. The spanner in the works is actually the OS issue that I have. Although data is data, but the way that I don't know, anybody here at old school Bitcoin miners where you could only sell on that one. It was like what the hell's the site? It's like Mountain or
Mount Gox.
Richard Hart will probably come in here in any minute and just talk you through this. That's what's going to be fun.
Hey, Vision, I'm going to tell you something I know from forensics. First thing you do is you clone that hard drive with a hard drive cloner.
Already got
and then you
keep
the original safe, and then you start attacking and hacking away at that hard drive.
yeah. It's just the amount that I think was 256-bit encryption. No, I can't remember, but it was.
It's encrypted. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. Now that doesn't mean it's not hackable, though. I mean, we've heard, right? That the FBI wanted an iOS device unlocked, and Apple wouldn't do it. So they paid some hacker to open that up. Right?
No, McAfee would have been able to do it. I mean,
and I hacked when I was a little kid, but I'm a shit hacker. All I used was brute force. I did nothing special or nothing interesting or even innovative.
I mean, how much Bitcoin we talking? I'll learn right now if I have to.
I don't want to say. Let's just say more than one.
Like I got you. No, I'm kind of joking, but I mean, this community is a good spot to bring it up because there's a lot of brilliant minds.
Of course, no. I've been a lurker for a long time. Especially around Richard Hart and the early days.
Yeah,
I just didn't like social media. Yeah. Well, no.
I did see. Oh, sorry. I did see a recent video of a hacker, basically an electrical engineer, who hacked into a Trezor because he was kind of offered like 10% or 20% of the finder's fee. I think something like that may be good for you. You might be able to work with a hard drive guy.
Believe me, that did not pass my radar. I saw that same video. I think he's holding it up and smiling at the camera. I've got that video on link, and I will look into it at one point. But right now, I'm not starving. And I don't think, I'm with Richard and probably most of the people here in the sense that I don't think really Bitcoin is going really anywhere. But at the same time, I don't really think it's going down to zero either. I think it's just because of name brand recognition, whatever the hell you want to call it. I think it's just going to kind of hover around this price, and 14,000, 20,000 per to 60,000 per is not really going to make much difference for the amount that I have on there without doxing myself. Fucking hell. I got time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Papa Bonner let me know that hack was patched, by the way.
Yeah, that guy's.
You're talking about the Trezor hack? Yeah, you needed the patch 1 firmware, I believe, or 1.6 firmware. And we're at like 1.64 or something. I don't know.
Oh, dude. If there's firmware involved, it'll be like 0.00, whatever the fuck.
The beauty of when they put those videos on the internet is because then we can make it better. So, shout out to that guy.
Yeah, that was a beautiful video. The production was really good.
White hackers. So.
Forced to be a white hat hacker by the government. Wasn't he hacking a bunch of stuff in the past? I think he was a phone freak and doing a bunch of stuff.
I used to do phone freaking. I used to do that. I think I got the instructions from Wozniak. Is Wozniak? Steve Jobs?
That's another electrical engineer.
Right.
Yeah,
I remember
that was the guy. Yeah. Back in the day, shit. First time I ever saw a policeman in my house, I was just over 10 and walked in to announce that I had broken the law, or so he thought. And he read from a piece of paper, and I don't remember it because I was so terrified I couldn't move. And my mother was in the room, and he was talking to her, and basically he's reading from this piece of paper. Your son has been accused of hacking a, and he didn't know what the fuck he was reading. And about halfway through, he just stopped. He looked over. He's like, "Ma'am, just make sure he doesn't do it again. I don't want to come back here and read this crap. I don't know anything about computers." And yeah, and I lived through it, to tell the tale.
That's cool, man.
My mom walked past me, and I thought, okay, here's where I die. Right, this is the end. And then all she did is nod her head, and then walked away. I walked out of the living room. So
what made you get into that? Just like early age.
Dude, as soon as Wozniak put the, it's not blueprints really, it was just instructions on how to set up your own, what was it called, a black box, I think at the time, for phreaking, and that's phreaking with a PH.
Yeah.
Well, you must have had just like access to a computer really young then, right? I mean,
yeah, no, I had, so that 1984 Macintosh. So anybody that worked at Apple got one computer for free. Now, we were living in a studio, like one room place. So it wasn't exactly like we were rolling enough to even buy a computer, but at the time. And my mother just waited until 1984 when she knew this computer was coming out, right? It's basically a small, tiny little Linux machine, really. And she waited until that and got that computer for free, which was like 3,000 or 4,000 USD, which was basically closing in on her annual salary. So yeah, there was no way we could afford it otherwise. But it was fucking lucky for me.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah,
I remember the cow-shaped gateway boxes. Sorry, Pulse. I remember the cow-shaped gateway boxes, but not that.
Wait, gateway boxes used to be cow-shaped?
Or not cow-shaped, sorry, cow-colored. They had the...
Oh, yeah, they had the
move
pattern,
print
right?
on it or whatever. My dad kept, like, the boxes, and we used them as, like, storage boxes for God knows how. I think they're still probably in there, but should probably pull one out, see what's going on with it. But, yeah, they literally, had the white and black camouflage cow print right on them or whatever. And these were not any small. I mean, each one of these was probably the size, at least a box of lawnmower comes in or something, it's a lot bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Very cool story, man.
Yeah, I got a bit of lag, so I'm sorry if I'm speaking over anybody.
You're all good, man.
No, sorry for cutting you off.
But the people in the 80s that are here who had access to computers as kids, that's a very lucky group of people. I fall in that category too. It was not you have to give your parents an extra hug, because it was not one of these investments. I mean, they could have bought a lot of things with a few grand in the 80s. That was a lot of money.
yeah, absolutely. You're fucking right. And I'm lucky she even waited for because she had to wait quite a few years before that came out, right? And she knew it was coming out, right? But most people didn't. Anybody that didn't work at Apple didn't. So you had your choice of a bunch of shitty DOS machines. Even the Amiga, I don't think was quite ready. And there weren't many options. But it seemed like basically she was waiting for nothing, right?
Yeah. The only reason my dad got his, I remember, was through the job. He was a banker, and they had to buy a whole new outfit of them, and he ordered extra ones on that same ticket, I think, is how he ended up getting reasonable cost on them. So otherwise, I don't think it was nearly affordable. I think he just he got two of them or whatever. He wanted one at the house, where he worked. So yeah, you're 100% right. They were not affordable by any means, and we're very lucky, and I am so lucky to I mean, I'm only 35, so I was able to get a computer in my hands. I think I was 6, 7, 8 years old. You know, learning like the worksheets of math they used to hand out to me to complete. I used to do those as little games in the math thing. Like it was a joke when they handed me those. Like, and
number munchers or what?
yeah, and yeah, I'd love to talk to you guys more on this because we're probably nostalgia beyond. I'm sure you guys remember games and stuff that I wouldn't even recall, but yeah, I want to let anybody else speak since we're probably in the more few minority in the 80s. They're getting computers when we're that young. So, but yeah, it's amazing.
Shit, I was born in the 90s.
Yep. Was anybody a part of like the elementary school? Like mine was one that like took on like the computer program, like midway, maybe it was middle school. And
they have Macs?
They yeah, Oregon Trail. Oh yeah. And they they put all those in there, but I remember it was kind of a problem. Like they weren't ready for like the addiction of like how much we wanted to play them, and it like overtook recess and shit for a while. And
yeah.
They took them away and banned them for a while, and then similar to what you said, Vision, I think kids were starting to learn how to get into the programs and edit them and go to places that they didn't want you to go to on a computer and all that. So,
hey, Vision.
Yeah, absolutely. We had everyone guessed. We all knew the password for the library once they had computers, right? It's always pencil 1 or pencil X. You know, that's they thought that was so clever. Yeah, we're sneaking into the computer lab and playing Number Munchers or Oregon Trail, depending. Yeah, I remember those.
Ours was the name of the school lab.
yeah. It was so easy to guess passwords, because there was no, they didn't have you didn't have like a 3-character at least. Some passwords were just high. Right.
Or just the number, 111. Yeah, whatever it was. Absolutely.
Hey, Vision. I just want to let you know, I found that guy, that white hacker we were talking about, Joe Grand, on Twitter. I just shared his.
You just sent it to me. Hey.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'll check it out after this. Hey. Any of the youngins want to come up, ask some questions? Nothing's off the table. We discuss anything in these.
Yeah, aren't they like ripping the computers out of the school? Like they don't even let the kids have the computers anymore. It seems like.
Well, okay. I'll give you some background on that. So it wasn't the schools that bought those computers. Apple actually, or Steve Jobs, he's a bit of he can still ketchup popsicles to people in white gloves. What he did was he basically gave hundreds or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of Macs. I think it was Apple G's initially to schools across the United States. Now, whether you were a PC or a Mac person at that point, nobody had even heard of Macs. Macs actually didn't exist, but Apple's did. Whether you were an Apple or a PC person was irrelevant because they kind of functioned the same at that time. And they just gave kids computer literacy quite early on, right? And to our benefit, or basically anyone's benefit, because a lot of people are familiar with computers for that reason, especially from what seems to be like our generation, or maybe you and I have a bit, probably 10, 15 years apart, but still overlapping, and without that, we wouldn't have known that shit. We'd still be Ron Swanson on Parks and Rec with a typewriter.
Looks like Putin was giving a speech and war has just begun. Market just jumped.
Wait, what? Oh, wait.
Did he invade the countries that he annexed, or did he invade the whole?
Can you say that again?
Or is that FUD?
No, they just
gold is popping.
So by
Yeah, we might,
it went up
like,
1%. Or
yeah. I mean, if gold passes 2,000, I think we're technically in a war. I don't know. Bullish gold is it usually means war, unfortunately.
Wait, so say that again. So what about what happened with Putin?
So there was a speech. He just gave a speech, and it just ended. And he kind of like, I guess, started and said that war has begun. Yeah. So I guess.
So he declared.
And I'm looking
war? Is that what you're saying?
Was that?
Did he?
He said there's some
war?
special military operation, I believe, and then somebody also claims that that massive explosions are in Ukraine right now. There's at least a few. So
yeah, but that's been happening for a week now. But yeah, and the speech ends on it's kind of the same rhetoric that he did that hour-long one before, right? Although a little bit more amplified. It seems to me like it hasn't actually just at the moment, but they're still worried about it, right?
Yeah,
and
I was gonna say,
amping it up,
learned it all,
especially
or-
before talks.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to hear. Nobody.
Well, I don't mean it's not going to happen next 2 minutes. I'm just saying, like, so far, you know.
Yeah, because there's some people in the community who have relatives that live on the border with Russia, and they were pretty worried. So hopefully they've been able to move to the west side and avoid this conflict.
Yeah, we've got some Mexicans that are Ukrainian that are in Ukraine, but also Ukrainian that are in the States and elsewhere.
It'll be interesting because I also think, what do you think? Oil will go over 100, natural gas will spike. What else will spike?
We've seen all this shit before on these. If it's going to be a proxy war or an annexation, we've seen it with Georgia, right? So yeah, you can just go back to that really for what's going to happen outside crypto, at least.
Yeah, oil is up 2% already, and it's spiking. So it's interesting. Light crude.
Hey guys, just on the Ukrainian note, I've got a few people that, if you guys want to stay up to date on what's happening there, you should definitely give them a follow on here. One of them is MARQS, and then I think 1 or 2 underscores. I think he's either in Ukraine or has a lot of intel in Ukraine. The other one is the War Monitor, and also the Intel Crab, if you want to get updates of what's going on in Ukraine right now. And there's a lot of stuff going on, so yeah, definitely give them a follow.
Richard Hart just tweeted that he released the discussion with a better audio. Sorry about my dogs in the background, but if anybody's looking to re-listen, I just saw a live tweet from him saying he's already edited it, so that's awesome to hear.
Man, I don't know what's going to happen to the economies in Europe with this energy crunch. It's already difficult to operate in Europe and be efficient with the energy prices. I'm thinking like any small spike, 10%, 20%, would be devastating. I'm not sure how the German economy, there's a lot of economies, I don't know how they're going to sustain themselves.
Yeah, it's that goddamned, that push for more power, that monopoly move. I hate it. Corporate move, whatever you want to call it. It seems to be the pinch. It sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
go
ahead
there. I was just gonna say it's just kind of fucked up because in the middle, where like the regular people are dying, you know.
Yeah, they have nothing to do with any of this. Most of them don't even have a clear understanding of what's happening around them, right? Just because of all the misinformation and, disinformation.
Oh yeah, they're echo chambered for sure in their own little realm, no question.
Does anyone have an understanding of what's actually going on between Russia and Ukraine? Like, not just what is propagated to all of us, but what the actual situation is there and why this is happening?
I believe this is an energy. From my understanding, the energy markets tell the story, right? There's plans to sell Russian energy throughout Europe, and those pipelines have to run through Ukraine. And some of the competition understands that Ukraine is an important kind of thing, and basically it's who gets to control Ukraine. Is it going to be NATO? Is it going to be Russians? And who gets to control those pipelines? Right now, there's so many pipelines being run or being planned through Central Asia, routing between basically what will be the largest economy in the world on the Asian continent and Europe. And who gets to control those pipelines kind of dictates who will be some of the kings in the future until we have some sort of energy independence. So this is a big thing that's been going on for probably 20, 30 years now. And this is just a continuation of it. We're just in the north of Europe now instead of in the Middle East.
So what's been the tipping point then? Has it been just because of end of COVID and need a distraction and now's the time, or is there like an actual reason that triggered it that just happened to coincide with the timing of all this?
Oh, I don't know. Am I lagging? Okay, yeah. I think the volatility creates opportunities, right? When there's uncertainty and volatility and market turmoil, people are like, okay, so you're not comfortable, let's make a move, right? So some people take advantage of the volatility. I think COVID was a little bit of volatility. Some of this market turmoil is volatility. Some of the economies being kind of going into a bear market is another point of volatility. So, people are taking advantage of it. And I think based on what I've seen with energy traders, a lot of energy traders that I know that live in Northern Europe and around that area, they're telling me people are taking large positions, and some of this is directly tied to those large positions, right? They'll put a position on, and then if there is no volatility, they'll create volatility just so their position actually is, profitable. And then there's a lot of profit to be made in energy volatility. There's a lot of profit to be made in energy volatility. So hopefully we're not in a situation where somebody chasing yield starts a war. But unfortunately, for the last 100 years of oil, it's usually somebody chasing yield that starts a war. Hopefully we can move to geothermal and hydroelectric, because
with this pie of investments, I'm not trying to make a laugh out of it, but I cannot tell you how similar that sounds to the war over the mining of cryptocurrency. My gosh.
Complex in that asset in a pie of investments that's
is always fighting in war. It's like if you have limited resources, you got to fight over it. Like no matter what the situation, it's just like if that's our reality, that's our reality. Like step 1, step 2, lack of resource. Step 2, war. Like if we live in that world, we're gonna always have war. We have to find a different way out of that for sure.
Yeah, and every economy is so tied to energy that's actually the most important resource, right? So, or at least it's one of I would consider it the most important. So
yeah, I think I've heard this called the time of, like the war of energy or whatever that is, like what is being fought over now, or what obviously population's so big that you got to have the energy to move everything. So
yeah.
Even though they have 0 point energy already figured out on 20 different levels, and they just don't tell us about it, and then they just plot these different plans to just kill as many people as possible.
Well, there ain't no money in that. No free energy, bud.
Yeah, it's a completely different mind, thinking of an abundant mindset compared to a lack of resources mindset. It's just again, it's like comparing cryptocurrency to gold. It's just like these things are just so different. You can't really compare them until you like fully understand like the differences. It's just like it's apples and oranges. Like if we want to keep fighting for limited resources, like it's just on every topic it's the same thing.
Yeah, the beauty is that this community clearly that we understand both sides. So like we know what's going on. We're playing their game, but we also know about what is like actually possible, and that's the key. Like the research's been done, so that is the first step. We know everything there really is to know what's going on, and that's like the awakening of everyone, making sure everyone else is kind of on the same page, so they're not completely confused when like you speak about 0 point energy. Most people I know, they don't know what you're talking about. I happen to know what you're talking about, but that's a whole nother level of thinking, in my opinion, that a lot of people haven't even touched base with. So I commend you for knowing both sides and for speaking on both sides. It's so refreshing to hear other minds that are able to do that and also do it in a manner where they're not just losing it like I seem to always do. It's nice to be able to talk about it.
No, I'm always losing it. That's why I can't have that conversation about like limited resources, because it's just like makes me feel like I'm just stuck in, you know, a time warp, and it's just like, what is the point of even thinking about these things? It's like there's so many different people that have just like, you know, tried to send nuclear bombs or something, like all this fear-based mentality, lack of resource mentality is like, you know, what happened? Yeah, Hiroshima or whatever, supposedly that happened in a way where there's nuclear weapons were disposed, which, you know, maybe not. But at the same time, it's like, why haven't we shot any other nukes off like as much? It's like there's higher ways, there's higher beings that are like in charge of certain things like that. Like we're not just going to be allowed to blow each other up. We're not going to just be allowed to go to war over limited resources when we have unlimited resources. Like it's not going to just happen that way.
I know where you're coming from. I know where I've seen the videos of them zapping them out, my man. The nukes, that's hilarious. I love it.
Yo, Cryptographics, I think that's how you pronounce your name. I was just going through your website. That Hex shirt that you got on the cover is fucking badass. I wish it wasn't triangles, and I wish it was, you know, hexagons, but that's still a pretty dope shirt, bro.
Oh,
Is that a listener that you're looking at?
What? Yeah, the dude to your right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate. I wish so bad. Like I want to have. I'm having a difficult time with that because like I want to have something like what you just said with those hexagons, but it's a cluster. Pardon my French here, but it's a clusterfuck trying to actually figure out how to do something that customized that doesn't take 3 weeks to come in, and then I ship it out. So if anyone has leads on something that I can, you know, work with on that front, that would be super dope. But yeah, I appreciate the kind words there, Chase.
Sorry, I heard about half of that. I have, let's see, again, not docs. I have hands or tentacles in a graphic design firm that does printing. That, you know, the whole works. It's a bit old school. It's about 30 years old now. And what were you saying? You're having trouble getting like hexagons to print properly, or?
Well, just unlimited.
Can I straighten out? Steak and Apes was who was giving you props. I just want to throw that out there.
Okay.
We sound a little similar, but yeah, I just wanted to give it. That was him. I do also like the design. Love it.
Oh, well, appreciate Steak and Apes, and yeah, thanks guys. It's driving hard to can't really look at my phone too much, so yeah. But who is it that was asking the question?
Me, Visional. So
okay.
I was wondering if you, what was the issue that was brought up?
Oh, I just see, because I'm starting out, I don't know exactly where to find someone that is, you know, or where to find a shirt printing or shirt developing company that actually develops something that's cheap enough that it makes sense, as well as it allows me to actually, put designs on on a shirt or on a clothing that actually is 100% customizable. So I just basically am going off of a third-party site that has a design that kind of looks cool, and then I just do as best I can with it.
I see. Okay.
Do you know the method that they print on these shirts? Is it like screen printing or sublimation, or I don't know the various terms, but I know there are specific companies that use they invest a large amount in specific types of printing, and I could probably help you if I know what method you need.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Yeah, a lot of them that don't let you customize from the beginning, they're limited by having what do they call them? Stills or remakes. So they prints, maybe. I can't think of the word, but yeah, that Pulse sounds like he's got you hooked up though.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. I appreciate that. I'll definitely be messaging you. I gotta look it up to see what they actually make tonight, because I'm just out of the house right now. But I will definitely send you a DM and love to chat more about it. Thanks for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I like your logo too. It's like kind of simplistic, but intricate at the same time.
I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll actually make something out of it. If anyone's curious, I'm trying to develop like a resource page, and I'm not trying to compete, but I'm also trying to make sure that I'm relevant. I want to have a landing page so that people can go. If there's anyone who makes content for the Hex space, Pulse Chain space, Pulse X space, I want to have all the content creators listed. I want to have videos. I want to have any written content, as well as blogs. I started my first blog post actually on the debate today, so I'm kind of a rookie blog writer. So if it's a little bit meh, I'll work on it. But so I mean, if anyone has any ideas or things to help with that, as well as far as making a community landing page, I would love to talk.
A good place to start is a bit of a lazy way that I've done it, and some others where we just add specific accounts to Twitter lists. So I've got one that's just like it's public. It's just specifically for content creators, merchants, people that were directly involved in the Daytona 500 thing. Basically any third party. So the Mintra's on there, Liquid Loans, everything that's third party or some sort of outside entity, but that is helping or trying to, at least appearing to help the Hex and Pulse community is in that Twitter list. So that would be a good place to start. Not just mine. There are much better ones out there as well. There's a whole Excel spreadsheet that was shared, I believe, in the Magic Toshi Ride Telegram, but the Telegram groups are also a great place to find these third parties, because in the pinned messages you'll find just a shitload of websites, people, etc. that are creating content or trying to.
Yeah, How to Pulse is doing a great job. I was just talking to them in the other space just a couple minutes ago. They're doing a lot of stuff. If you go to their landing page, you can actually send tweets. Like they already have pre-made tweets for us to tweet about, different projects and stuff from Pulse and like airdrops and all this stuff.
And radio personality.
And what was I going to say?
He's a regular on
what's not on the
television
news, or
programs
Sean
throughout
K,
the world.
host. He does writing on Medium right now, medium.com or whatever, some blog or article thing. And he's been working on Hex's SEO for some time, right? Probably about like 2 months now.
That's amazing. Yeah, I've been looking at How to Pulse, and they really have it. I don't know if it's just Crypto Coffee that's running it. I'm sure it's not just him, but whoever's designed that and done that website's definitely top notch. So I gotta run. Thank you guys so much for all the pointers and for
great meeting you, man.
Yeah, for everything. Great to meet you all you guys as well. I'll definitely try to be in here as much as I can listen. You guys have some amazing information. So, and Vision, I'll definitely send you a message about those graphics. So I will talk to you guys later. Have a great night.
Peace out. Appreciate you joining us.
Oil is up 3% in like the last few hours. It was 2% when I said this a few minutes ago, by the way.
Wow. You should maybe tweet like a picture of any chart or anything that you're looking at and then pin it up in the space.
Okay, yeah, I'll find a good one.
I wonder if Peter is gonna. I wonder if gold's gonna be moving with us, and Peter's gonna thumb his nose.
Yeah, if it's
I think he's gonna believe.
If it's compared to the dollar, everything's going up.
He might believe that he had something to do with it, which is not good.
No, he'll know better. It's his followers that will believe that.
That's way too unstable of a move.
One thing I will say is I was really happy that Richard landed the big haymaker about him only holding 5 to 10% in gold. That was one I've been waiting to hear, and I don't know if anyone has said that in a previous debate, but that's definitely one thing that is criticism worthy. You can criticize about it.
Well, he said.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he said 50%, didn't he, at the end?
He started with 5.
Oh, did he?
And then at the midway through, he was like, "Well, I actually have 50% of my wealth in gold," and yeah, like he went from 5% to 50, like halfway through the show.
I mean, define wealth though. He could be talking about his current investments or his overall wealth over time. You know what I mean? Like how he got to where he is.
The thing is, did he say it was in gold or in physical gold? Because one thing I know about Peter Schiff is
it's in his mining things. He's all about this.
Yeah. One thing that I knew about Peter Schiff is he always talks about gold, but he holds very little gold compared to the gold mining stocks that he owns. And those gold miners always dump the price. Like they have stockpiles of gold, and whenever the price goes up, usually they dump it, and that's how he makes his money. He doesn't make money from actual physical gold. I think outside of the fees he collects from people that he's selling those garbage bags to.
And that's how he can show his followers, look, I'm making money, so just believe what I say, blah, blah, blah. Repeat, rinse.
Did anyone else see him hold up the picture of the 60 gold miner deaths from yesterday? Am I the only? I scrolled back and I couldn't find that in the replay of the stream.
I remember seeing that. Yeah. There was a mine that exploded recently in Africa. I think 1 or 2 days ago. That was another good thing. Richard printing out.
The only other person that has known what I'm talking about.
Mello will probably post that tweet up. He posted in the other one. He just got here.
I don't think many people saw that. When I scrolled back, Pulse, the scary thing is it's not there in the.
Yeah, it's a real thing. 63 people died yesterday in Burkina Faso at a mining facility off of explosion, and it's sad because I had to read it from an article and Richard Hart. Like I watched the news and I didn't see anything about it being mentioned, and it's sad that it's being, just I guess gatekept because it's not knowledge for anybody in America. Like they don't care. No one cares. As long as they're making money, the rich get richer and the poor is just sitting there eating because they want to work. I mean, they
what up, color?
Sorry, Mello. I just wanted to tell you, like, it might be the news that you're following because it's the third article on CNN. Like the third.
Yeah,
third
it's an article
down.
form. I'm talking about.
No. I sorry. Let me rephrase. It's the third item on CNN. So like from 1, 2, 3, it's the third one down. So it's, it could be what you follow or what you followed in the past and what they might think targets you best.
Oh, yeah.
No. I'm talking about like news on the TV.
Oh, okay. They didn't mention it in the segment. Yeah, one thing I noticed is, people have been getting massacred for years. Like there was the Marikana massacre in South Africa where miners were protesting, I think, for higher wages and stuff. And the police just went there and massacred, just shot a bunch of people. I think maybe hundreds of people that were miners, poor people. And I'm not sure what exactly that mine was. I think it might have been a gold mine, but this happens quite a bit. It's not just accidents. There's a lot of accidents, but there's also a lot of workers being suppressed in these mines, and we don't like talking about it because that's a lot of companies invested in those miners, right? Peter Schiff actually probably paid for some of those bullets.
Yeah, how wonderful of Peter Schiff to be invested in these mining companies that are just like taking advantage of poor people around the world. What a winner.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder if the mine he brought up maybe had something to do with him. Maybe that was like inside dirt uppercut right out of the gate that kind of got swept under the rug. So to
No,
speak.
I think it was just an argument about crypto versus gold. Like,
Okay,
and crypto won.
Not direct. Okay.
He was saying that nobody died over a hash rate or mining Bitcoin, right? Nobody was massacred in that, but these people are dying in gold. And that was a great point. I love that point.
Yeah, my T shares haven't exploded yet. I'm pretty happy about that.
Hey guys,
Nor
now...
did you have to kill anybody to make those T-shares yours, right?
Or pay anybody to actually work the mine to do it in the first place.
I only had to kill a couple people to get my T shares, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, and I only had to pay the Ethereum miners.
Hey guys, like 5 minutes ago, I said that oil was up 3%. Now it's up 4%.
All right, I'm gonna get out my fucking thing so I can buy some oil.
This is going to be if you go 10% or 20% in one day, I think war were declared, right? That's a Futurama reference.
I got it.
Hey guys, though, do y'all believe or do y'all think, there will be any war that breaks out over cryptocurrency?
No, I don't think so. It could be a mining hash rate war, but I don't think there'll be like a physical kinetic war.
Yeah, it'd be a hacker war, maybe.
It depends on how if proof of work develops technologically from just rows and rows and rows of data centers to something a little more advanced and perhaps using more rare metals, etc. I can see territory being needed that has just panels and panels that mine. But this is sort of speculation mixed with a little bit of sci-fi, mixed with a little bit of futurism. So,
I mean, with renewable energy, like that can be used to mine, but I meant more on like power versus the investors, like the people in power versus the investors, like all and out, like them trying to either stop or take control. Other than I'm talking about physically though.
Physically, I mean, I could see something like what happened in the 1920s happening again, right? Before
6102.
Yeah, but I can't. But I can't see. That's the only thing I could really wrap my head around. Probably.
I think they try to control it from the energy provider perspective, right? I know at least with like electricity, that's how it works. I mean, it's the energy providers that if they have control of that, they don't need to really territorialize too much.
I think the incentives are aligned in a way that energy providers see the benefit. Most of the places I've seen shut it down due to energy have subsidized energy, and they have that subsidized energy for particular industries, and miners are going in and taking advantage of that. So I don't really think that people with excess energy, I think mining is a bad thing. I know Texas finally got the memo that they can have overcapacity by using mining on and turning mining on and off, and that kind of offsets their weird electrical system if you know what they have going on there. But yeah, what Mello was saying about some sort of confiscation, I think that cow has kind of left the barn. I think people realize that the only thing they can confiscate are in custodial wallets sitting on exchanges. I think Canada is doing that right now. We're attempting it. So I think people realize that if you self-custody, that's it. The government is not going to be able to do it. And I think politicians are realizing that.
Yeah, but something they could do is just like taking the apps away. Like the Apple Play Store could limit, downloading the Staker app. Samsung could disable, downloading the Staker app, MetaMask, stuff like that. And then you would have to, it wouldn't like take people away from cryptocurrency, but it would just slow the spread, because some kids like to download apps, and they don't get on PCs or, desktops. And then some, only do on PCs and desktops. So I could see them like limiting the just availability and the ease to use more than anything.
Like gatekeeping or barrier to entry.
Yeah, essentially.
Yep. Barrier to entry is the word for sure. Yep.
The great thing about these shadowy... Oh, am I interrupting? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Keep it up, my man.
Oh, I was just going to say the great thing about these shadowy super hackers that we have on our team is they love routing around the obstacles. So whatever obstacle you put there, probably before it's even deployed, you know how slow governments are. Before it's deployed, there'll be a route around it. And I have very large amount of faith in the hacker community when it comes to that type of stuff.
Yeah, the government, the way they work is so slow and they're so behind the power curve. It's insane, like they literally have to, first of all the contracts go to the lowest bidder. So it's like, have you ever heard military grade? Yeah, you should not listen to military grade because that just they set out a specific set of specs, and then whoever, could do it for the cheapest is who did it. So, like, I don't know. It's crazy. So, yeah, the civilian sector is definitely a lot faster than the government moves, definitely.
Can I just be a devil's advocate again? It's my favorite position to be. I'm just going to I'd like to just point out that the NSA is able to, without warrant of any sort, to look at you, view you, record you through your iPhones, your Androids, your Samsungs, whatever you want. Any computer with a camera. Also use the metadata from any sort of GPS information that you've ever used in your entire life, specifically Google Maps, because that information is downloadable by anybody. Including your cell phone data. So I'm not a tinfoil hat wearing, lunatic or anything. I'm just talking about the way that I actually get data when I need to.
You got any insights on keylogger?
Yeah, it's all there. And keylogging is just the base of the very, very bottom layer, because keyloggers fit on BIOS, which is not even on your. It has nothing to do with your OS. So it could fit. It's a little tiny chip with a little tiny amount of space available on your motherboard. So I mean, you can keylog from just that. And here's another thing that might freak some people out is just from video footage. I'm able to do this, let alone the CIA and the NSA. Now it takes a long time, but I'm able to figure out what you typed without being able to see your hands. Just by where your arms, just by using computer vision, machine learning, and brute force logic. So just want to say that privacy is dead, and the private sector might be a little behind just on that front compared to the government. So don't underestimate is all I'm saying.
Yeah, thanks to Snowden and Assange, we know a lot. Well, this used to be kind of like, whoa, what? You're a crazy person, but you're not a crazy person. This is actually true. And I heard a lot of USB cables that are in circulation have keyloggers built into them that can connect to the internet. And unfortunately, oh, okay, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I have some. There's some like elementary ones where you plug them between the keyboard, the USB port, and where it's actually meant to go in, so the female and male. But it's very tiny, but it's still noticeable. So if you unplug your keyboard or whatever, you see this extra thing on there. But the best kind are, that's elementary. That's something you could probably buy at Amazon. I bet. I haven't looked, but I'm sure that they have shit like that, or at least.
It's a chip, but I mean, yeah, with a USB, but like, is there any like key logging? I mean, you say like if they were to hack your phone, your picture, your video, they'd be able to somehow see what you're typing on your phone.
Well, this is the thing. That cable that I'm talking about are just regular USB cables, right? They look like USB cables. You buy them on Amazon for $3.99, and that has a lot of those have keyloggers in them. Unfortunately, we don't know how many are in circulation, and